Just hoping my PC hangs in there. Crashing thing. It'd be really bad if OBS crashes. Sad.
Yeah.
Mm.
Should normally be fine though to just pick it back up. I had my PC full crash one time.
I've been streaming games in between all this wackiness happening, but I have not done an EFAP episode, which is technically that different. Maybe even less pressure. So who knows? Well, can't say. Ring, do you like the title of the stream?
Yeah, I do. I like how at the end you just kind of give up.
I thought it was just commentary, you know. But yes, hello everybody. That's poured in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It may be for you. I had a lot of people here viciously go through Bond, though I imagine Fringy, you were gonna play it anyway, right? You love Bond.
You know, it's you know, I like some Bond movies. I was just gonna check it out because, you know, it was just a game that was coming out that was getting a bit of. I saw so many people saying it's Hitman meets Uncharted. I played a bit of Hitman. I really like Uncharted, so surely I'd like this, right?
Isn't Uncharted the progenitor for Yellow Paint?
Yeah, unfortunately, it probably is. Because it probably was sort of one of the earlier instances. I mean, it was one of the earlier games that had climbing to get between different, I guess, what you could say, like actual arenas.
Because I had a message in my stream saying it was God of War, and I was like, I'm pretty sure it's earlier than God of War. Like, going 2018 when we were still into Yellow.
Even then, I'm pretty sure that I don't know that there's actually much yellow paint in the Uncharted games. Like Uncharted was
Did Last of Us have yellow paint?
Last of Us didn't have climbing much. It just had ladders that you would pick up, so probably not. The reality is that yellow paint is more of an 8th generation creation. Because even on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, there was still generally enough clarity in environments that people could figure out where they needed to go. But then when the graphics started getting better and the environment started getting more realistic, it becomes harder to communicate exactly where you're supposed to go. And of course, the fact that in the 8th generation, everybody stopped trying to be innovative anymore. Everybody started settling into routines, and yellow paint was just, it works.
Why bother?
It achieves the intended goal, even if it breaks one's immersion. It doesn't matter. It doesn't break enough people's immersion, and it prevents people from getting lost, which is the bane of the existence of a lot of games at this point, which is very lame when, you know, you used to get lost in games and that was just kind of how it went. Like,
well, I've tried to acknowledge that whenever I talk about it, that like there's a problem that if they have a bunch of test audiences and they have statistics that match to say yellow paint works, then what happens next? It's like, you know, like broadly, more people pay to play your game and have better things to say about it because they can complete it if yellow paint is present. But there is a vocal. I was about to say, I don't know how to describe the amount of people because I'm in that group as well. There's a group of people who do not like it. Is there any way we can deal with that? You know, it's like, but while also still doing the thing.
Problem is it's a binary. Once you recognize it, like if it's there, you're gonna see it if you're paying attention, and there's kind of no ignoring it. I think this game thought it was clever by having occasionally, no, it's a blue top that's laying there. Yeah, see? It's not yellow, it's blue, even though there is still a lot of yellow.
Really felt like they front-loaded the more blue, because I felt like in the second half of playing it, I was like, there's so much more yellow now.
Yeah.
Well, in one level, they mix them up. They have blue and yellow together.
Whoa, now.
It's crazy.
Pull the fuck out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, as everyone here has played 007 First Light, new Bond game that was paired with IOI, which I think everyone thought was a match made in heaven before. Well, I was about to say before playing it. The reality is, like, there's no point in sugarcoating in any way. This game is like super popular. People think it's amazing. Broadly, everybody. Upon playing it, I was just struck, as if anyone has seen the stream by the streams, by how simplistic, how kind of railroaded, how badly paced, how limited everything was. It was kind of surprising. I was expecting it to be at least a little more detailed, more layered, and a lot of the concerns I had from the trailers and the marketing and everything was just like, oh shit, that's what. Yeah, it's. And typically with marketing as well, it was worse than the best that they showed, and I wasn't even very happy with the best that they showed. Didn't look like much of a Bond game. So we're going to talk about a lot of it and, go over all different things that we may or may not think about it. But before I started up, I was thinking of maybe asking everybody what they thought, but I think that it may be unnecessary a little, except maybe for the guest today, who was first time on here. And I'll say, I don't remember whose message it was, but someone sent me a message at some point saying, there is a guy who knows his Hitman back to front, and you should chat with him about this potentially, because it's the DNA of Hitman it's throughout this game naturally, and so it'll be interesting to sort of bounce off of the lad here called the Koti, I believe is how you say it. Welcome, I suppose.
That works for me.
How you doing? You've played this game too, apparently.
I did play this game quite a bit. Well, I assume people have no idea who I am. I'm Koti. I do a lot of stuff related to Hitman in some way, usually speedruns, and also big fan of other stealth games. If you know my name, it's probably Hitman Speedrun, or maybe Arabian Nights from Games Done Quick some years ago. That seems to come up often.
Yeah. And
yeah, as a Hitman fan, I was pretty disappointed with First Light.
Why?
I'd say that surprisingly, in hindsight, I like a lot of the individual gameplay parts, but specifically the parts where it's trying to be a little bit like Hitman are very, very watered down. And there's just no player agency to be seen in those, which is exactly what I like Hitman about.
Yeah, I mean, so from what I understand, you can complete the games fast, but you're also interested in just sort of stressing little different pieces of all of them all over the place to see what happens and how the game deals with certain things, like exploring wacky ways to sort of complete different tasks. So I was watching some of how you, I guess, go through Blood Money, and some of the ways that you can kind of like deal with certain enemies in certain ways was kind of fascinating, especially as someone because I'm just not that familiar with Hitman. So interesting to know where a lot of Bond comes from, however unfortunate that reality is. But yeah, so we'll be able to talk about a bunch of stuff with you as well to see if you have any sort of bits and bobs to add as to how things came to be, maybe, or what your experience were. But I don't know how to streamline this other than to split it into sections, and we'll do the best we can. And so I figure we're just gonna go mechanics first. And preferably, if it makes some sense, again, you could kind of go anywhere you want, really. It's kind of a pick and choose sort of thing. But I was thinking combat, because it sort of moves into a place where we can talk about a lot of the things that everyone in chat who's watched any of our streams will know about. But it also sets the tone a bit for, I think, what on the surface seems like a really great system, and then you dig in and like, wait a minute.
That's a metaphor for the whole game.
Kind of. What you'll find is a lot of people talking about this game will say like the combat is fantastic, and it's obviously inspired by Uncharted, Arkham, some other bits and bobs, different DNA, and it's when you get into a full brawler state, and that you really get to feel like Bond. Because if you watch the Bond movies, you'll find that every once in a while he'll get into a pretty scrappy battle that requires him to maybe, throw people through things or use the environment to defeat big mini bosses, or you'll take a few punches and you have to throw stuff or get desperate. And people are like, this is just, it makes you, it's the meme that you feel like Bond if you play this game. And it's like, do you now? Is that right? Is that so? So I don't know how else to start other than, yeah, so if you're exposed and you got to do some close combat, you know, like any other game, you can do some punching. Your punches are right there. And if you'll find, and even on the easy, medium, hard difficulties, if you really go at it, tapping that square button, you'll find you can defeat a lot of the enemies just by doing that alone, especially if it's a one-on-one.
Yeah, it's really, really very reliable is to just hit square over and over and over again, which is interesting because even in Uncharted 2, with its very unsophisticated combat system, usually they'll at least block you once.
Yeah, a lot of these fellas,
counter.
they'll allow the triple hit, and then they'll be staggered, and usually the third
And then
hit
you
will
can
knock
do
them into a
the-
wall as well, so that puts them into like a daze. And if you get another set of triple
Exactly.
hits, it's like they're pretty much dead at that point. A lot of the
Well,
basic enemies.
I think the main thing to take away from that is that the melee system is essentially designed with the expectation that there will always be more than one person that you're fighting at a time. It relies on somebody coming from behind to grab you or start a punch so that you can initiate a counter. Like the system is built around that being the reason why you can't just take out every enemy relatively effortlessly straight away, because they're really easy to deal with just under normal circumstances on their own.
Which is the case for most of the enemies, but there is, as far as I can tell, 2 different classes, and I didn't know this until after I'd completed the fucking game, by the way. There is a brute class of enemy, and they're not signified necessarily by something very obvious. I never realized I was dealing with them until eventually someone in my chat in one of my last streams, I think, said, "Oh, that's a brute," and I was just like, "Why are you calling them a brute? Like, you know, are we doing that because of basic game sort of, you know, like other games do that?" But no, I found out that it's because there's a tooltip for the introduction of brutes in the left sequence, and I didn't get it on my playthrough.
Yeah, because it's one of the optional ones.
Yeah,
I got it.
That's unusual.
Why the fuck would you make the tutorial for dealing with the upper level of enemies optional?
Okay, stop. Wait. I've never heard of this, and I'm like,
yes.
Have you never heard of the brutes?
I just thought the fucking guys that have armor on are the brutes, but now they're
no.
down like the other ones.
Am I right in thinking, because I'm now going to take a random, because I didn't get that tooltip either, and it's unusual because every other tooltip is constantly on the screen for all of the entire game ever.
I got the tooltip to punch 3 times. The fucking basic punch.
I was getting the counter tooltip 2/3 into the game. It was great. But am I right in thinking the brutes are the ones who can do the red attack and they punch slightly harder?
So the brutes are the ones that they're just cranked on every aspect. They can basically, the way they're introduced in the game is that they cannot take damage until they attack. So basically the idea is like you've got to parry them, you've got to avoid them first before you can attack. This is not true, by the way, because the game is fucking broken. But it is really annoying because I didn't know about these guys. So I reliably take people out, as I was saying, by just spamming square. We'll go into other things in a minute. But every once in a while, there'd just be dudes who completely ignore those punches. And this, by the way, drove Az to the point of suicide on the game. He couldn't take it anymore. He quit the fucking game because he was just like, this isn't working. It doesn't make sense. I feel bad that he never knew about brutes. He never knew about... And
what's really funny, though...
They're not reliable anyway.
In the area where they're introduced, it's like an area where you're doing a bunch of platforming, and you are not allowed to jump to the next platform to get away from the guy. You have to fight him before you're allowed to jump and progress. So it's funny that it's a when you are introduced to it, if you do the right optional challenge in that area, the game forces you to essentially understand, I say that in quotation marks, understand what they are before you're allowed to progress, but at the same time, you could just miss this. It's entirely...
I did. Mel did, apparently.
Where do they show up? Is this like in
it's the crypto wallet.
It's one of the
it's the crypto wallet like quest line, which I didn't do. I wanted to do it, but the game cut me off.
Right when you're at the end of it, you burst through a wall. You have to burst through a wall, and there's the enemy there. The tooltip comes up, it slows down. But what's great is I didn't learn anything about this because I can't tell. Like I can't tell at a glance who a
no, I can't either. So this is an example. I've got it on the screen if you have the stream up. This is a brute. This guy right here. And it's not because I know this from the model, it's just because I know it from playing the game. He has way more health, like fucking 5 times the amount of health. It's ridiculous.
Like more aggressive as an enemy as well.
Yeah,
like,
you'll dodge way more.
As right now, I noticed that when I was playing the game, because suddenly there's like an enemy that doesn't look particularly special. It's like, why does he take like 7 million hits? This would mean the fucking guy in the toilet is considered a brute that you beat up. The fucking random guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why don't you get the fucking thing there? Because I was so fucking confused. Like, why am I've beaten up like 800 SAS soldiers, and now this guy in the toilet is just fucking beating the piss out of me. This is what you would put the fucking tutorial.
Really bad translation of information for the player, as far as I'm concerned, because most people don't even seem to know that there's a difference between average enemies and brute enemies. But the brutes aren't even, they can come from anywhere. Any of these models can be a brute. And so you just...
Which is not, I mean, what you do actually, so besides giving them different combat moves, besides giving them more strength, more ability, their punches pack a bigger punch, as it were, you generally do need, and most other games understand this, to give a visual identifier beyond a tooltip and beyond the damage they do, that this is a different class of enemy. It can be quite easy to do as well. It's just an outfit thing. It's not even a model thing. You just put them in slightly different clothes and you make the player understand that when you see a person in that style of outfit, that's obviously a bigger, badder version of the people I've been fighting. That's not hard.
Well, so what Mel was alluding to...
I think I did the crypto wallet thing. So I think I probably did encounter that first, but because I think I found the way to sort of cheese it immediately, which is that you just shoot him in the face with a laser pen and then you can take him out in one hit. So I never associated him with a brute.
I was going to get to that. So the thing with the Mel mentioned, right? There's units that have like crazy armor and helmets and stuff. And you're like, oh, those guys. You're like, no, they can be taken out easily depending on what the game wants to sort of project on them. The model has no connection with the AI or I guess rank of person you're dealing with. It's all, as far as I can tell, it's fucking randomized at this point. I don't even know.
Yeah. Remember how in Gollum, where the big enemies that you can't actually take out, they wear giant helmets? Gollum understood this principle.
No, this game's too immersive for that.
I've already seen people say it like in the opening. It's just like, you guys being ridiculous pretending this is like as bad as Gollum or anything. And I'm just like, I think Platoon actually, you think Gollum's more of a game than this, right? Is that true?
Yes. Yeah. I'm not even convinced it's that close. This game has like miniature sections which are more game, but if you take it in its entirety, in its totality, Gollum has more game.
My God. Well, on this note, right, the combat, I mean, like I said, you can spam them to death with just punching, but then if you figure out barging and grabbing, you can essentially spam these, and that takes out, like, at that point, 99% of the enemies are done. The brutes can kind of deal with it, but we'll get to that in a second. This is all very basic combat stuff. They tell you how to punch and you can spam it. They tell you how to barge, you can spam it. They tell you how to grab, you can spam it, and it just works. And the craziest part of it isn't just that it deals damage to the opponent you're dealing with currently. As Fringy said, when you have multiple people after you, they will stop to admire your grabbing or your barging. They'll be like, good job, man. Like, you're really digging into my friendo there. And the crazy part is, you're like, well, the AI is not built such that it can deal, just can't interrupt. And it's like, no, the brutes can. If the brutes are involved in any group fight, they're the ones that can punch you while you're doing animation grabs and stuff, which I thought was it's fascinating how much sort of rule breaky they are. But at the same time, 99% of your encounters, you're not going to notice this. The people are just going to be like a group of 10 or whatever. You grab one of them, the rest of them are just going to watch until it's done. And because you can spam it, then you can basically just take one at a time until they're all down. This gets more complicated if guns appear, which up to this point, like I said, it carries you for most of everything. But there is throwing that gets you insta-kills, and that's if it's on any ledge of any kind. If they fall even a meter, they're dead. And so...
And bear in mind that that a lot of these instances where you can throw these guys to their deaths, you do not have the license to kill.
No, and you know, there's a logic like it is with Batman where, don't worry, Bond's only ever knocking them out. He's not killing them. It's like, you can throw them into an abyss, dude. You can electrocute them and you can throw them in the water and they fucking sink. So also, I think they die.
Other thing as well, that he doesn't have the license to kill when they're punching him because they're not trying to kill him, except if they punch you to death, the game says Bond was killed.
Well, yeah.
So they're trying to kill you.
Absolutely, we can confirm their motivation. Yeah, we'll definitely get there. But point being, that's yet another, right? So if you we've already got like 4 different ways to just annihilate every enemy in the game, and all of them are just basic instruction. But going further, then, if you were to maybe like, what else can you do apart from all of those basics? Is like, well, I suppose if you would like looking around your environment, like a lot of people have said, like the environmental deaths are a thing. We'll get into the destruction on that in a second. But there's also items you can pick up. And this is sort of the first thing that I found on my set of streams, where throw an item at an enemy and you get an instant execution or, neutralization, whatever. But also, as I was saying earlier, no enemies can deal with you while you do that process. So throw and then press the execution combo. Bond will run over to them, do their animation, and then they're down. And in that whole process, no one can do anything to you.
Yeah, exactly. There seems to be, it sort of persists in a lot of instances that in several moments where you engage with the melee in some way, all of the other enemies will have almost like a 2-second pause where they're not allowed to attack you. Almost as if the game is like, well, we got to give the player an opportunity to sort of get their bearings again after they've engaged in a particular action. But the problem is that you can start to chain this indefinitely in a way that means that there are a whole bunch of enemies that are apparently trying to kill you, maybe even got their guns out, and they can't really do anything to you. But the game balances this out by, for instance, when you want to throw something, you press R2, but you also press R2 to grab, which means that the game needs to make the decision on whether you want to grab an enemy or throw something. And it doesn't infrequently make the wrong decision. It doesn't infrequently, it doesn't. Yeah, like it's not unusual for the game to go, oh, you want to grab that guy? It's like, no, I want to throw that. Oh, it's too bad.
If you've got
you wanted to,
your aiming,
It's actually really interesting because that wasn't the case for me playing on mouse and keyboard. Is that actually the same button on controller?
It is.
Oh yeah,
I can see that
there's
being a
a
problem.
lot of stuff that's the same button on controller. Yeah, so grabbing and throwing is the same button. For instance.
Well,
I
you'd
the
think
button
a
on
game
keyboard is like G or something, so it's like a bit far away as well.
I mean, one thing I will absolutely give this game credit for is the key rebindings are actually pretty extensive.
Oh yeah, you can for sure.
good. So, unfortunately,
you can
though,
also screw yourself over by binding something really stupid. Like I found out that if you bind vaulting to a hold action, you just click it once and then it assumes that you're vaulting automatically every time from that point on, which took me like a good half an hour to figure out why does Bond vault over everything I approach when I don't press anything.
Well, yeah, so on controller with the default, if you go to grab something with someone's near you, Bond, no matter where he's facing and no matter where your camera's facing, he'll, I want to say 100%, there's a chance that this is not the case, but every time I've seen anyone have this conflict, he always grabs.
It seems like that's the priority. He will grab an enemy before he grabs an object, which is really an interesting choice given that in the vast majority of circumstances, throwing an object is better. Like, it's preferable as a choice. Because it gets you the instant stun. The grab might not.
No, yeah, especially if you're dealing with a fucking brute character, whereas they seem to go down with the thrown item. So, I did a sequence, I think, in the first part where I had a horde of enemies chasing me, and I just did bottle, execution, bottle, execution, bottle, execution, and they all went down. I didn't have to struggle very hard. But we've just scratched the surface of these exploits because Fringy found something else regarding the throwing.
Yes, it's sort of an interesting thing that you are. So in the game, not only can you throw just sort of objects that are around, but you can also throw your weapon. If you aim and then you press the triangle button, he will throw his weapon. And something that's noteworthy is you don't need to aim this right. The game will sort of lock on as long as you're aiming in the general vicinity of an enemy that's within range. It will automatically lock on, so you can't miss. That's worth noting. So if you are fighting a bunch of guys with guns and you decide to throw your gun at an enemy, it will instantly give you the ability to do the takedown. But if they've got their weapon drawn, when you do the takedown, James Bond will every single time disarm them and get their gun, which of course is handy when you've thrown your gun away. And I'm sure they were thinking like, yeah, no, that is handy. The problem is you can just keep doing this indefinitely. You can keep disarming enemies, getting a new gun, throwing that gun at an enemy, take them down and disarm them, throw that gun at the next enemy, take them down and disarm them, throw that gun, and you can do this indefinitely. And while you're doing this, the enemies are like put in this weird mode where then they're just kind of not going to attack you very aggressively for like the amount of time that it will take for you to chain this indefinitely. And you can get some pretty ridiculous instances of just doing this forever and not taking any damage.
Well, I'm pretty sure you just have iframes all the way throughout, right? So
you have iframes when you're doing the takedowns, but it's also that anytime that you initiate a takedown, like when you run towards them, you're invincible. But also, like, shortly after you do it, the enemies just aren't going to shoot you for like a couple of seconds.
Right.
They wait for you to complete it, and then the game gives you a little bit of time to like sort of get your bearings again after you've done this.
If they do shoot at you, a lot of them are coded to just hard miss. Like, all of them do. They just miss. So many of the bullets will miss. Some of the bullets will hit you and miss. It's like they're not allowed to hurt you until a 3-second timer of them shooting at you is subsided or something. I don't know what it is. But the amount of bullets that'll fly past you in this game, I don't know if it's supposed to make you feel like you're in a movie sort of thing again.
Mhm.
Almost everything can
It
come
did.
down to
It
that.
made me feel very specifically like I was toward the end of Rogue One and the Force was with me.
Wow.
And I was with the Force. That's what it was. The only enemies I found that didn't do that were the snipers. The snipers were allowed to hit you in animations
Yes,
or even on first body, but everybody else seemed to
Yeah.
be basically hard-coded not to
Snipers
do
are a
that.
hard counter to a few reliable
Weirdly,
strategies. It's just that they don't show up very often.
Snipers and stun gunners. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. The stun gun guys are pretty good with their aim.
Unless you're bolting.
I can't say that. They've been equally
I
stupid
found that they've
for
been
me.
not very great.
With
Yeah.
me, the only time they ever miss is because I've got iframes. Every other time they usually hit me.
I think every time I was in a
dodged
room
them
with
quite
any of them,
I need to be clear,
I was always
right?
vaulting over tables, and they can't hit you when you do that. So I think I never really encountered
That's
their
the main-
accuracy.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. What I'm talking about is by relative, like to these guys that I'm showing on screen right now that you sort of come across.
Right.
They will spray at you with a rifle like in front of you, and they'll just miss every shot. The guys with the tasers, they like take aimed shots, and if you're doing like a serpentine, there's a chance they'll miss, or if you've got iframes, they'll miss. But other than that, they'll hit you. Like they like even have the little tracker that zeroes in on you. It's a different. I don't know what like the snipers got for AI versus the average people, but the taser guys much closer to the sniper guys for like how they work than the average dudes, for sure.
Gotcha.
Were you using the dodge move? Because I don't recall getting hit by the stun guns all that often. If
No,
ever.
I mean I don't really get hit by anything. It's because like the way this game works. I'm kind of trying to allude to the way that everything seems to work based on whatever gun or what enemy you're dealing with. Like I said, the average soldier seems like they're not even allowed to hit you in the first set of seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely got
Yeah.
hit more by those stun guns, but it's not like it was like a massive problem over the course
Yeah,
of the game.
Meanwhile, snipers aren't allowed to
never-
miss.
Yeah, which means that a lot of things that normally give you iframes don't, like vaulting, which is bullshit, actually. That shouldn't be the way that it works.
I guess.
It would be that if you should communicate, it should be consistent. That's what's important, because there's a conversation to be had about whether or not you should be getting iframes when you're vaulting, because there are plenty of games that don't do that, that don't give you iframes when you're vaulting into cover. Uncharted doesn't.
I suppose on the topic of vaulting, because that would be sort of because like it's already as Free's gone over the exploit with the guns. It just provides you immunity. It'll drive Bond to his target anyway. You'll get a gun after you spend one to kill someone, so it all just works out ridiculously. Another exploit that was discovered, I don't even remember. It was gradually over time, because I was encouraged to vault at certain points, and then it just became a thing of realizing like how OP this thing is. But yeah, you can vault infinitely. It'll provide you damage here and there to the people who you're trying to deal with, while also preventing them from ever being able to hurt you. The second you begin a vault, they are all reset on their animations. So if they're charging up a grab or a punch, they just stop. They don't know what to do with you. Sometimes they'll jump over themselves, but that only gets them hurt. But yeah, you can see in this sort of footage, I'm basically invincible, despite being surrounded by what looks to be about 30, 40 guys. And you know,
They can't deal with it.
This is hard
cannot
mode
deal
too,
with it.
and it's very easy to cause. Like this is just me being like, I don't want to have to stealth take down everyone in this room. I'm going to look around and then realize, oh god, I'm being chased. And then I was like, oh, vault, and then it's like, oh well, they can't do anything about this.
And as much as you might be like, yeah, but this is ridiculous. It's like, no, but think about how useful this is. If you are low health, if you're low health,
you could just do this,
and you're like,
until
you're just like, oh shit, I guess I'll just vault, and then I can recover my health and then get back into it.
Several times actually, I
don't
just
even
made
think
that
of that
exact
thing.
calculation. It was like
Yeah.
I was in a room full of people. I was trying to. I was like, I've encountered this exploit. It's like, well, I've had some fun with it. I don't want to overuse it. And then I went to fight people normally. Thought, oh shit, I'm losing health. Well, fuck it. Vaulting's obviously just the single best tactic in the game, so I'll just go back to doing that.
And the best part is the problem that exists for the melee characters is the same with guys with guns. They can't
Yeah.
hit you.
No,
They cannot hit you. If you keep doing it forever, you are invincible. The
'Cause I
bullets
was-
just fly right through you.
I was actually saying on stream when I was first doing this because there were no ranged characters in the room and I didn't know that yet. So it's like the obvious way you solve this problem is that if your melee characters can't deal with it, you just have to pair them up with someone who has range, or you give them a ranged option. That's the obvious way to deal with it. And then later on, I did the same thing, but there was a guy in the room with a taser, and he still couldn't fucking hit me. So it's like, no, apparently that really simple fix, you still didn't manage to get that right. You just need to have ranged people who are allowed to hit you. That would be a start.
Well, also, every fucking enemy is allowed to grab you at any time. Just let them grab you. Especially, like, there's like 70,000 people around you. Just
There should absolutely be an animation to grab you off the
grab you.
vaulting. To be like,
Like, the
no,
thing is,
fuck you, stop
not
doing
only-
that.
Not only do you get iframes, you get to damage the people, you get to knock them backwards, you can get your health back, you can do it forever and ever. Nobody's allowed to deal with you. Like, what is going on? There's even instances where you just jump through another guy who's also vaulting.
Well, that's the thing. If someone said, like, well, this is you just exploiting the game because you've been drilling into it and finding all these little things, it's like, it's vaulting. It's a basic move. It's not even...
a basic feature, yeah.
Like, you can vault over fucking everything in this game. In fact, they encourage you to, because there's obviously intent with this. You're supposed to kick people as you come across it. It looks cool. It's like, yeah, but Mr. Developer, what if I just keep vaulting? And then they're like, no, don't do that. And you're like, what? But
it's like, oh, well, I can. So what are you going to do to stop me? Oh, we can't do anything. I guess you beat our game. Like, you win.
Yeah,
and the fact that people have said, you know, like, oh, well, that's just how games work. It's like, no, it isn't. Why are you saying this?
There's exploits to find in all kinds of games, but it's never been this easy and this plentiful, like in any fucking well-regarded...
I don't know.
No, it's not. It's just not. Like, any game that's, you know, got crazy... Even like Bloodborne, for example, is something that I quite love, but there's a bazillion exploits in that. It's like, yeah, but you have to dig to find them. This is not digging.
Well, yeah, but I don't view this exploit as really a bad thing, to be honest. Because, sure, it's stupid, and sure, it's basically the best move in the game, but at the same time, I feel like, for all its faults, the combat has enough depth to it that you don't want to be doing this.
I feel like we just went over all the different reasons why you would. It heals you, it makes you invincible, it saves you from any kind of engagement.
Boring and slow.
It's not boring.
I find it hilarious, honestly.
It's hilarious.
I will grant you that.
It's my favorite part of the game.
It is very fun every now and then, but for the most part, I wouldn't be bothered to do this more than every now and then, just for a laugh. But if I actually want to play the game, I wouldn't be doing this.
I was in a similar position that I didn't want to do this. I had fun with it the first time I did it, and I thought, well, like, fun diminishing returns, right? It's not going to be as fun every time I do it. I'm going to try not to do it. I think the problem with this being an exploit is that you have to make a conscious decision to die. Because you know, as soon, like, if there's anywhere in that room, so that you go into the room and you say, I've had my fun with vaulting, I'm going to engage with the combat the way the game obviously wants me to engage with it. And then you find that there's a few too many enemies, or you've cocked it up, and so they're beating the shit out of you. But if there's somewhere in there I know I can just vault, I am being asked not to choose. Like, the exploit is the natural thing to do. If I don't want to die and replay what is quite a boring sequence of game over again, the game is telling me, either you choose not to vault because you're a good person and then you die, or you do what everything in your nature is screaming at you to do because you're bored as fuck. You just go and vault until all the enemies are dead. I think that's what makes it a bad exploit. I mean, I completely agree with you that, like, it's boring after a time, but what's more boring after a time is dying and replaying the game. So it's like, why would I not choose to vault?
Well, and you've got all your exploits on backup anyway. If you've got stuff to throw, if you've got just spamming any of the grabs or throws, the combat in this game is worthless, I think, as a system, because it's only exploits.
Well, it's something that's probably worth noting is that the vaulting can get the enemy, by just doing it, you can get your enemies in a position where you can gain a lot of advantages. Like, if you manage to vault and have a bunch of them congregate near a fire extinguisher or something, it's like, yeah, it's a really good way of controlling the enemies in a way that can just give you, like, immense advantages in combat that you otherwise wouldn't have. Like being able to get sort of AoE attacks on them. The fact that you're able to kick multiple of them at once, it's just like a really useful go-to in a way that it obviously wasn't meant to be. The intention for this system is, oh, there will be times when, like, I don't know, you're running around an environment or something and there's a pool table between you and the bad guy, and then, like, oh yeah, you'll hit the X button and then you'll slide around and kick them. Wow. Yeah. But you're not meant to be doing it all the time. But doing it all the time is so useful. It's so unbelievably useful. But it's clearly not what they intended.
No, absolutely not. And with it, as we've been over, just it trivializes everything. There's never going to be a challenge anymore because most, if not all, set pieces have the ability to vault, have things to throw. have, you can spam the grabs or whatever. All the brutes we were talking about, they can't handle the vaulting. They can't handle things being thrown at them, like a gun or cup.
It's their hard counter as well. Yeah.
Well, the other thing is also you don't even need the vaulting to survive most of the time.
No,
A lot of
it's
times
just always
you
there as
you
an option.
Yeah, it's just it gets on top of the pile. Like I did it like a couple of times. It's like, oh, let's do something else. It's like, oh, these enemies can't actually deal with me hanging from a thing and they can't hit me. I was like, oh, that's annoying.
Oh well, that's another thing as well, is that the contextual button prompts is for stuff like vaulting, but it's also for things like climbing.
Yeah.
And sometimes the game won't let you do that if there are enemies nearby. And the reason why they won't let you do this is because enemies can't, like in brawling situations, enemies cannot deal with verticality. It's not possible. Like in the big server room, you're able to climb up on like sort of these elevated platforms above it. There's a bunch of cables and wires and tubes and stuff on the that are sort of elevated. And if there are enemies nearby, it won't let you climb. But sometimes the game will sort of floop out and then go, no, you can climb up there, and they're stuck. They're just stuck looking at you forever. They can't deal with verticality. They can't climb up and get you.
Which is funny, because that's when
really bad.
the taser guys come out to play, because that's like their compensation. But even they often can't deal with it, because they can't get a shot on you. And so you just
aim, because the ground is protecting you, so you can just sit there while the enemies just sort of huddle around on the ground with no idea what to do. And the reason why I find this one fascinating is because people will say the thing of, well, you press the buttons, right? If you want to keep vaulting forever, like that's a choice that you make, and you know what the result is that you're getting. But any random person could just be playing the game and go, I'm going to climb up here. And then they're going to find out real fast that the enemies will not follow them. They can't climb up and chase you.
I'm seeing that on the stream now. That's exactly the place that I found. And I was sitting up there thinking, why is it that, like, can they even see me? They seem to be very, very confused about what to do going on here. Even the ones with range, like, they struggle to understand that, like that guy just did with the taser, that there might be something in the way. They don't really understand what their own blockages are. And the melee guys can't climb after you.
Climb up and get you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the opposite. So the two obvious things that I think fix this: A, enemies should be able to climb, obviously. And then B, if you want to avoid people cheesing the vaulting or just hanging off an object where they can't get you, this is why most games, well, if not most, a lot of games include a stamina feature. If vaulting costs stamina and you don't want to invest, then you don't even need to invest in a mechanic to break you out of doing vaulting, because vaulting is only available to you, say, 2 or 3 times because of the stamina cost. If you go to hang, your stamina slowly decreases and eventually you're going to drop down into them. Once again, Gollum for the win. Gollum has stamina. This game doesn't.
I don't know. If you're feeling less, a really easy way to deal with these sorts of problems is to just have a point system. Kind of like Hitman does. If you have a point system that incentivizes different modes of play, that's just like a really useful way that's very low cost of encouraging people to play differently. Because like if you're playing an action game like Devil May Cry or something, like I guess you could default to like a boring strategy to win, but you want to get that triple S rank, like that's something that you want to achieve.
I gotta hesitate on the whole boring thing. A lot of people are like, stealth is boring. I love guns blazing. And someone else could be like, yeah, but I hate going around and just shooting everything. I want to do stealth.
The problem is that I guess maybe a better way would just be that instead of defaulting to the same strategy over and over and over again, regardless of how you feel about it, it encourages you to just do things differently. But I assume that a point system was never like gonna be a possibility in this game because point systems break immersion or something.
This game is so undercooked, they couldn't possibly account for something like that at this point. The best they can do is, you did the whole thing without punching, good job. Or you did the whole thing and you didn't alert that guy over there. It's like, all right, you get a challenge. There you go. It's like, it's really disappointing on that front, because yeah, you're right.
They probably could have done something like that, because the older Hitman titles, they had a rating system where, depending on how you played, you could get Silent Assassin. But on the other hand, if you went nuts, you get like Psychopath or Mass Murderer. So
I would have earned that a few times.
Reward playing very aggressively.
I'd say that when you're dealing with a system like that, the game is essentially making a statement on the way it wants you to play, which I don't think is a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing for a stealth game to almost objectively say, we give you more points for doing things in a less disruptive way. The less of an impact that you make on this environment, the less collateral damage, the less violence that you use, the more that you're going to be rewarded for that. I mean, pretty much all great stealth games like use systems like that in one way or another, whether it's a point system or whether or not it's kind of like a quiet incentive to play in that particular way. It's like how, you know, in Splinter Cell, they'll have like, you get more points in Splinter Cell Blacklist if you play a non-lethal stealth compared to like combat, because it recognizes, well, this is a bit harder and this is the way that we want you to do things. But like this game, I think, wants to sort of have the, yeah, but you can play it your way, that sort of attitude, which is really funny when you can't. You know, it's kind of the difference. Yeah, in Hitman, you're encouraged to play it stealth, but if you don't want to, you really don't have to. Like,
well, so,
you know,
a layout of options, like what I meant by undercooked such that it's not in here, it's not that you couldn't do it in this game, you absolutely could, there's all kinds of things you could do, but that they haven't finished so much of the other pieces of this game. I'm sure they never got to the whole like rewards for stealth or any kind of engagement on that level. But how cool would it be, considering Bond as a character, that you can play him in this campaign more stealthy or more aggressive, and it'll unlock different things. Like, say for example, there's 2-point systems that run at the same time. Excellent versions of stealth or excellent versions of, let's just call it guns blazing, they can unlock different feeds of like you know, major weaponry or gadgets, or that characters talk to in different sequences related to that.
You know,
yeah, different pathways for sure.
You know,
by
going to spec into combat.
Ultimate
you know,
rewards in the guns blazing one is like your wrist can fire rockets regularly or something. Like it's something absurd, but like a big reward, and you get all the. Yeah, why not? The stealth one, though, you know, something else that reflects that, but that you have to conduct each mission accordingly to get each of the points. And it's easy to contextualize because you are a 00 in training, and you've got Moneypenny in your ear throughout the whole game, as well as, you know, Q is right there. You have Greenway doing like a test on your abilities all the time. Why wouldn't you contextualize, maybe even to this is funny, this comes up in the Jurassic Evolution game. There are 3 people you can like deal with and appease. One of them is more the financial side of the park, one of them's like the care of the animals, and one of them's like the security of all of the walls and everything. So depending on how you choose to run your park, you can satisfy each one of those 3, or you can choose one of the other.
Different thing. You know, it's like how in a game with binary morality, you know, when you play Infamous, if you're playing as a good guy, Zeke will be like, I've just noticed you've kind of got this glow about you, and that if you're evil, it's like, hey, people keep saying you got that deranged look in your eye. You want to talk about that? Like this sort of feedback that sort of the characters, you know, obviously in this case you wouldn't be dealing with a morality system necessarily, but that there might be different people at MI6 that are more impressed, you know, cues like, I've noticed that you've really been sort of leaning in on those gadgets, like I'm getting a lot of good data, here's some new, you know, unlocks I've got for you, and also keep it up, buddy, you know. Meanwhile somebody else might be like, oh, I'm not so, you know, you should be relying more on your instincts or something, not gadgets. Just that sort of feedback.
Well, that's the thing. If you focused on gadgets or on stealth or on guns blazing, one of those 3 characters will contact you more or give you more rewards or encourage you more, and you can pursue that sort of version of Bond, if you will. Would have been really fucking cool, but it's not a part of the game, much like many things are not.
No.
It's not. I mean, that would require like a pretty keynote. That's multiple systems design elements coming into that, and that, you know, I would agree. I think that would make it a much richer game. But obviously, having played it, we know that systems design wasn't their forte. But I think if you aren't going to lean into complex systems design like that, you almost have to be a little bit, like a bit more hand on the tiller when it comes to defining the type of game you want players to play. If this game doesn't want to do point systems, it doesn't want to do contextual awareness, it doesn't want to do characters offering you different things based on your differing play styles, then it needs really to have committed either to being stealth first or combat first. And you don't need a huge amount of point systems or anything like that to do that. All you need to do, if you want to incentivize people to do more stealth, is that you make combat more challenging. It's really as simple as that. I'm not a huge stealth game player. I mean, I've played a few Metal Gear games, and I've watched a couple of people play a Hitman game. But you know, so Metal Gear Solid, you can go through and shoot everyone, but it does try to punish you for doing that, and quite often it's successful in doing that. But because this game doesn't lean very much into stealth and doesn't lean very much into combat, you're just left with the idea that really it doesn't care. It has no particularly firm view on what type of game you're supposed to be playing. And it almost doesn't want to punish you for doing anything. And that's kind of a modern gaming thing. They think players get frustrated when you punish them. So combat's no harder than stealth. In fact, combat's significantly easier than stealth because it's quicker. So what is the incentive to do stealth? I was sitting there several times during my stream saying, like, I'm not a big fan of stealth games. Like, I wanted a rocket launcher all the way through the last 5 that I played. But I'm kind of getting annoyed at this game now because if I try to play stealth, there's no is a counter incentive even. I want to sort of do what I think Bond would do, but I'm not rewarded for doing that, except that it takes longer to do. So why would I bother? Just run through and punch people and that's it.
This game doesn't have a lot of like sort of important features to facilitate a stealth experience. There's like a lot of different things. You know, it's got the boring one, right? There's the indicator that pops up that shows whether they've seen you, and then it turns yellow because they have seen you and they're going to investigate, and then it turns red because they're going to go after you, right? It's got that as its core, but it doesn't have like Hitman's disguises. It doesn't have like Thief's sound system in terms of sort of telling you where enemies are and using that to your advantage. Like a lot of stealth games will have those sorts of features that are, you know, or even something like in, you know, Splinter Cell. Hey, when you're in shadows, the big lights pop up, which, oh yeah, that's a bit silly. But like all of these are designed essentially to encourage and push you towards stealth and support stealth. Whereas in the case of this game, like it doesn't really have that. And so the problem is like, yeah, why would I want to engage with a really bare bones stealth system that doesn't feel like it's rewarding me very much for being creative or sort of working with a kind of complex and interesting system to gain advantage when I could just fight them. And fighting them is often a really easy task because of the aforementioned, you know, exploits that are present in the game compared to typical stealth games where like, yeah, I mean, you could do combat, but like it's kind of gonna punish you a bit for doing that. It's important for a game to like make a decision on the way that it does want you to play. Even in the case of if you want to be talking about Deus Ex or something, it's like even there is a decision on how they want you to play. I guess you could say that how they want you to play in that game is a bit more open-ended, but there's sort of like weird, yeah, you can play it your way, but like any way that you want to play it is going to be pretty shallow. Like it's kind of the worst of both worlds, and it has like the pretenses of being a really open game and an accommodating game when it's just kind of not. Like in any respect.
I think there was a design choice for how they want you to play, and it is actually somewhere in between where you kind of want to be in stealth, but they also want you to occasionally fail to stealth and get into combat. Because one thing that, well, I'm sure sounds like awful AI and people hate is how when you get into combat and there's a fist fight going on, it doesn't really grow unless you specifically get out of that area and move to the next area where there's more people. Like people don't hear the fight, which can look silly when somebody from another room is looking out the window and not seeing you fight 5 guys.
I mean, I could entertain.
I think it works in the sense that it allows you to go back into stealth after a failed section and after fighting 5 people. And that's something that a lot of stealth games struggle with is how do you go back to stealth after fucking up?
Yeah, the way that there's like layers to it because a lot of times I had the scenario happen that in one bigger room, I rang the alarms, I fucked up the stealth, and a guy even like called backup, and then it's like reinforcements incoming. I was like, okay, surely I can't like go back to stealth at all because they called for backup. So surely everybody knows I'm here and they're going to be on high alert. But then in the same, like one brute arrived. I assume those were brutes. I think they were a bit tanky. You beat him up, the other ones, and then says contained, and then like a guy in the same room didn't hear all the commotion. And sometimes it's double weird because there's a couple of scenarios where there's just a gunfight happening, and there's like, oh, like even the guys in the next room should hear this. So if you want to do that, you can, if you do like a fist fight in the one room and then they're in the next room, it's fine, and you can go back to stealth. I wouldn't even be too wary of that, but having like a big fight and you get like the message like I called for backup, and I was like, okay, so now I'm just gonna fight my way through, obviously.
But then the backup is confined to that one specific room because not being a stealth game expert, but some others that I've played would be there is a general awareness level and there is a situational awareness level. So the guys they will call for backup into a room, that's where the fighting takes place, but then for a certain period of time after that, everyone in the facility will be on high alert because they know something's gone on. And then once that's timed down, because again it's incentivizing you to go back into stealth, general awareness or general threat level is decreased, and then people are somewhat easier to sneak around again. But this doesn't have the general setting. It doesn't have like a universal threat detection thing. It is just room specific and even sub-district specific because, you know, as you've mentioned, you might be punching like all of the people in the room on screen now, You'll beat the shit out of all of them. The game will say situation contained, which is quite funny because you're surrounded by dead bodies.
Yeah.
And then you look up and there's just a guy standing over in the opposite corner and he's just minding his own business or he's on his phone. And it's like,
But yeah,
you would have solved that with a universal threat level, but you haven't got one
Metal
of those.
Gear Solid 1 did this on the PlayStation 1 with
Just
the
him,
whole
yeah.
being like on alert, and then you have to hide for a while.
Well, it's
then
just
you can
I
go
like
back to the stealth. Yeah.
they do react to bodies, but you can't move bodies, so it's
Nope.
like
Yeah,
it's just
which
like
I'd say
Outlaws.
that's your big tell. That's your big tell that this is not really interested in being a stealth game.
No.
I'd say that's a core feature of a stealth game is that you need to be able to control the enemies, even when you've taken them out. You need to be able to hide them, or alternatively, you need to be able to use them to like scare the shit out of
It's insane,
enemies,
'cause-
right? Like if you grab a dead guy and then throw him in amongst his buddies to startle him, like the fact that you can't do any of this is like, right, so we're not very interested in being a stealth game then. Not really.
Early on, you have that mission where you find a place for a body to be placed, and then you get that line that's like, yeah, a girl got locked in there and people didn't even know for so long. It's like, oh, Bond, we've got the perfect place for you to put a body to get it out of the way. And you know, the curious part was like, well, we're not locking him out, we're just putting him in there. So obviously he could like yell and stuff. But the implication, of course, because it's the opening mission where you're doing stuff like that, is like, oh, are we going to be able to in future, you know, move bodies that are sensitive with information or realities with them into certain places? It's like, no. It's like, can I tell people to go into rooms? It's like, no, the game's not capable of like a dynamic version of being able to tempt or bluff people into going into rooms and locking them. That's not a thing.
Like all this, it is really crazy when you think about like what ends up being lost as a consequence of this. Like all of these things dealing with the idea that the enemies can have different levels of alert status. It's like these are just different modes that you can have people engage with the game, right? Like if you know, in a game where the enemies, you know, it's like almost at the base level where they don't know that there's even an enemy that they need to be worrying about. There's no expectation of fighting versus, oh, some of them have been alerted and they're starting to look around to, okay, they're on alert, they're actively looking for you now. Like these are just different, you know, when you have modes like this, it changes the way that you interact with the environment. It might change the kind of gadgets or equipment or weapons that you want to use. It just makes the levels more dynamic. And this is just not present with the stealth system in this game at all. And I think the problem that I have is like there's almost a pretense that it's that kind of game. In Uncharted, if you fail stealth, it's just action. That's it. You can't get back into stealth. That's not how it works. And it's almost like I appreciate the honesty in that. It's not trying to be like a full-blown stealth game, even though it might be in large part responsible for, you know, the erosion of stealth games because it contributed to action games that have stealth elements. But like, I think I prefer it when, yeah, you failed, now it's just combat and you can't go back into it. Or alternatively, a proper stealth game where, yeah, you got caught, but like you can essentially get back into a mode where they don't know where you are. It's going to be really hard for you though. You need to do some stuff compared to this weird middle ground of like, it essentially you just have like kind of these shallow systems that aren't fully fleshed out because it's kind of like not interested in fully being one way or the other as an experience.
You know, I would be more inclined to give them credit on the notion of they're trying to balance the experience to go back and forth, if not for the fact that their stealth AI is pathetic. There are parts in the earlier, like, I can't obviously pull all these clips exactly as where I want them, but you can take people out, and if it's 2 meters away, maybe even 1.5, and they're facing away, they won't hear you. And we're not talking about a silent takedown, which is something I really wish more games like this would consider. You'll have like a punch, grab, all these sounds, and then
yeah, we don't have different takedowns for being in stealth or out of stealth like a game might have, where when you're in stealth, it's a quiet like chokehold, but then when you're in combat, it is like brawling. In this case, yeah, you could be maybe like 5 meters away from them punching this dude, and
they're
like,
looking at it, and they don't do anything.
Yeah.
The worst is when they look at it. There's so many guys who will glance at you, or there was one who was really funny. It was in my second stream, I think. I just kicked a door open for the funnies in a restricted area, and there was a dude who looked right at me with the door open. I crouched, and then he was just like, huh? It was just like, I was right in front of you, man. Like, I don't know. So, you know, it makes sense that you can slip back into stealth in this game so much because their stealth AI was never capable of being able to maintain it anyway. The other flaw on the other side is that once you alert all of these guys in the server room, for example, there's nowhere in the server room I can go where they will leave me alone. It is impossible now. They're locked in. They will always chase me.
that thing of not being able to lose bad guys and not having a system that clearly communicates when you manage to shake them. Because when you're doing the license to kill stuff, like in some of the tax sims, it's like, well, there is a way to get back to a mode where they don't know where you are. But my god, is it hard to tell, you know, and not every game needs to be doing like the later Splinter Cell games had, where they'd have like the outline that shows where the enemies think you are, like the last position where they saw you. You don't need to have it be that explicit, but there needs to be a better way of communicating like what it means to lose them and get back into stealth than what is present in this game.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that the non-combat AI is not existent. So every, like, the crowd, for example, they don't react to almost anything you do unless they're like the marked security guards or whatever. And it's something like very early in one of my streams.
Oh, you mean like the crowds, like of just people in the like environments, like at the chess tournament or stuff like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got a timestamp there if you want to show it, but it's like you just climb around and they can clearly all see you, and nothing's happening. Like nobody's like, why is this random driver guy climbing around a ledge?
Oh
or
yeah.
something?" It's like, oh,
There's loads
that's
of that
weird.
in the game. It's really, really
It was
bare
like
bones.
mechanically, it was really weird because I was looking around and it was like, oh, they let me climb there, which I can do stealthily, I guess. Okay, I can set these leaves on fire, but that's like right in front of it. But I guess that'll work. And then I start climbing up. It's like, oh, surely I'm gonna go to the left now, which still isn't great, but makes more sense than going to the right. But no, you go to the right where everybody is looking at you, climb like right above it's not even security guards, just like bouncers essentially that check your tickets or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you just go back and forth and nobody reacts to it. And I was like, that's why would you do it this way? You don't need to do this. You made this and looked at this and we are like, yeah, that's fine.
Well, yeah, this part is as far as they went. It's kind of remarkable because this is the first things where I was told this is where the game opens up. It's like you pass the tutorial. And it's like, okay, cool. So it's like you could climb in through that way. You could climb in through the other side through the officers, I think, that are waiting there, or you can go in with a pass. And it's like, oh shit, okay, so we've got plenty of options. And this is kind of what I mean about the way this game works. We'll get more into this when we talk about stealth. But like I press one button, activate one thing, and it makes it so I can get the press pass and I can stealth through the structure. It's like, oh. Like both those dudes, who are the only dudes that matter to those particular things, have moved now. Because the whole watcher nearby, it's like, you don't even care that there's a watcher nearby game. Everyone can see me doing it, and no one is going to stop me. No one seems to give a shit.
Also,
you don't even have the capacity to stop me.
It shouldn't even work like that. You should have it be that if a watcher is nearby and you do the action, you fail. They're like, hey, what are you doing? And then that gets you in trouble.
Yeah, or you go more robust, and it's like, that guy's trying to break in, and then some fucking, some security people show up, and you're like, oh, fuck. Like, and then it creates a,
Exactly.
But no, none of that. The capacity for that isn't possible with this game. So it's like, as soon as you've crossed the threshold of jumping over that little area, it's like, well, now you're safe. And you can even jump back over, and then it'll be like, no, you can't jump back over for a third time, because now he's back. You're going to have to press the engine generator, whatever, again. You're like, okie dokie. But the reason I was bringing up the sort of like the way that the enemies don't seem to give up on you. I came across this on the Aleph sort of sequence where you do a lot of action-packed battling through different arenas and rooms. And there was a big sequence where I decided I just wanted to see if I could run through it. And this was after a different sequence where I ran through a smaller sequence and it said, like, at the door, you can't pass until everyone's dead. And I was like, that's annoying, but, fine. So gradually kill them. And then the next section that was much bigger, I was like, I'm going to run through this and see if I get the same thing, which I sort of did. And for a little bit there, I had to like fight them. And then I realized like there's as many as I want to say maybe 30 guys in this huge area. And none of them, like all of them know exactly where I am. They all aim their guns at me in the silhouettes, but none of them can reach me. None of them know how. And all I've done is go to the end. Like it's not like a difficult place to get. It's not like a verticality thing. I'm standing on a series of just, there's enemies that were here. It's all, you can run here is kind of what I'm getting at. And I was just like, so what now? Like I have to go and kill them all myself? Like, because the game can't, I don't know, deal with simultaneously getting enemies to me, but also letting me leave. And then I killed the guys who were most close to the door. And the door was like, okay, no more hostiles, you can go. And it's like, all of them know where I am. All of them want to kill me. But that doesn't count as hostiles nearby, so I could just leave. It's just like, everything's broken, man.
Dude, I hate that system of like, nah, you can't open that door, hostiles nearby. It's like, you do realize that this door is given has no greater significance in universe than any of the other doors that I can just burst through.
Yeah.
I guess only in this instance they're like, yeah, but you got to turn it though, so you really need to make sure there's no enemies nearby. It's like, no, let me turn it, and if there are enemies nearby, they shoot me and I die. Don't prevent me from doing it because there are enemies nearby.
Like
Which
this
is
image,
something I
by the way.
tested the same thing in Absolution, by the way, and Kotti can probably I don't know attest or refute me. I don't know. I didn't see it the first time I played that
I was
game.
just thinking about Absolutionist.
Yeah, because I went into the library like after the whole explosion happens and you have to run away from the police. I was like, what if I just start running? And I was on normal because I was trying to figure out if the game is more challenging on normal than this game is on purist. By the way, fun fact that I noticed when I played Absolution, purist is the super mega super hard mode in the Hitman games apparently, and here it's hard mode.
Well, it's only in Absolution, and it's a really dumb mode in Absolution. That's
Oh,
like
okay.
a joke.
Man,
It's basically the same as the second lowest difficulty, except you don't see the HUD. So
okay.
a lot of
It's
people
funny,
have
the
a
more
lot
I
of
hear
misconceptions
about
of how it works.
the more I hear about Absolution, the more similarities I see between these two games. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I started running through all the policemen, and then they saw me, and they all just shot the fuck out of me, and then I died. There was no way for me to get through. And you're pretty tanky on normal, interestingly enough. But because there's like 20 of them, and they all shoot you with their guns, you just don't make it. You also don't get to run as fast, I noticed, unless I missed like an upgrade or something.
It annoys me that there's like 17 systems running for this.
One thing that I would say that Absolution does better, like if we compare this door that you have to spin and it is somehow impossible to go through it otherwise. In Absolution, there are many similar cases, but the way it works is that you have to pick the lock, and picking that lock takes like 10 seconds.
Yes.
And if somebody spots you picking that lock, then you can't go through because they interrupt you.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I feel like what's going on with that specific door in this game kind of tries to do that, but it presents itself in much jankier way that doesn't really work.
If we could be clear, it's a much lazier way, right? If it's got the kind of door that you could have Bond have to spend 10 seconds opening, that he'd be like struggling with it, and you have to tap X or something like that. And if you get those clean 10 seconds, then you can get out. That's your reward, but you've got to facilitate that. This is just proximity. It's like, there's enemies too close, sorry. But like I said, with this image, if you can see this, like, I hate this shit so much. Like, enemies all over the map, and they're all doing the exact same thing right now, which is staying still and aiming their gun at me, no matter how far away they are. Like, that's so lame. What are they doing? And it's like, none of them have the capacity to get to me. Did I really confuse them this badly? And you're like, I think any one of the exploits we've mentioned on their own, you could absolutely give a pass to, and are present in all kinds of games, even great games. But when it's stacked to this many, like, nothing's working. And I think that the game gets away with this with a lot of people because you don't really have to think too hard about any of this stuff. You can kind of make it through all the levels with whatever sort of way they kind of recommend or push you toward. In the action sequences, it's blowing up barrels. In the stealth sequences, it's like broadly get through using a couple of your gadgets, do a couple takedowns, and exit through the door. It's almost like a theme park of a stealth game where it's not actually a stealth game. Or the action equivalent, and then most of his cutscenes anyway, or walking simulator stuff. So, you can sort of pass through this game without even having to engage with its mechanics, even on the hardest difficulty. Which is funny watching like the difference between Fringy, Platoon. I assume you chose the middle difficulty, did you?
Yes.
Yeah, me and Mel went on purist, and I don't think it makes that much of a difference, honestly. Like from seeing you guys play. The enemies have the exact same capacity for killing you, really. It might be a bit faster, but it's not such that you'll really notice. But
I think they do a lot more damage on purist.
I've been watching the guys play it, and I've not gotten the sense that it's notably different from the experience I had.
I assume you can get hit more often on normal. That's probably my...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they'll definitely have the. What I'm trying to get across is that you broadly don't have any reason to play the game any differently. Whereas in a lot of games, if you choose the hardest difficulties, you actually have to engage with how the mechanics work because you can't just bulldoze. You're going to get in trouble, which is fine, by the way. I'm fine with games having lower difficulties that allow you to mess around. But if you really want to defeat the mechanics as the devs have built them, then you're going to have to try a lot harder if you aim for the higher difficulties and that sort of stuff. But the way Fringies played it, the way Platoons played it, not that different from the way I've played it. And it's like, but I'm on the purest difficulties. Like, it doesn't really make a difference. All the exploits are the same.
The main challenge isn't getting hit, I don't think. I mean, it sounds like that's the principal difference, is that you either have lower health or they have higher damage, or some combination of the two. But the amount of damage you take was never the difficult thing in the normal difficulty. The thing that they needed to do to increase difficulty is to basically totally upend the way enemy AI works, almost entirely. There's a whole bunch. I mean, I think you can see even in some of the clips that are playing on screen at the moment, when you look at them there, and they're all just standing doing fuck all. That's what makes the game easy. It's not that you get hit more often. It's that they don't do anything. They even have mechanics like the flashbang, which is that they throw a flash at you, and then obviously the point of a flash is that they're supposed to use the period of your disorientation to move around and get a better position. But in this game, you just sit there for a bit, flash wears off, you look at where they are, and they haven't moved at all. So I was wondering when I was playing, say in the harder difficulty, do they move more? Do they flank you? Do they have more intelligence? And it sounds like they don't. But that's the thing that would actually improve difficulty.
The fact that I've described so many different exploits that you've all been able to use on lower difficulties anyway, it sounds like there's just no difference on that front. Like I said, bullet damages, sure. I'm not sure about AI behavior changing at all, though. Maybe they put on more brutes on the purist mode, but I don't know. It's just not a notable difference, at least in my experience. I wouldn't mind discussing briefly the old destructible environment, because this has been a big point of praise for the game for a lot of people. The idea that you can basically toss anybody into any circumstance and they'll react to it in a kind of bombastic way. And I don't even mean that. Like, the way people are praising it is that it's realistic. Like, if you throw someone into a cabinet, then it'll sort of crack the glass, maybe move some of the...
You throw somebody into a washing machine and then they get electrocuted like fucking Looney Tunes.
Well, that's the thing. I already played this game briefly, seeing that sort of environmental consequence, and I just thought it was funny as hell. One of the most notable ones early game is you throw a guy into urinals and they all smash. And it's like, what the fuck? And it's like, well...
They explode into bits and chunks fly everywhere.
And so the compliment becomes awkward, because it's like, well, we're complimenting it for how realistic and how immersive and how sort of grounded a lot of the experiences is, and it really makes you feel like you're in a scrappy fight as Bond against these guys. And it's like, really though? Like when you throw someone into a suit of armor and it just explodes on them, or when you throw them into a cabinet and it just explodes,
into a fire extinguisher
and then it explodes. But then, as you jump to, like, one of the worst examples is it'll be a washing machine or just a server, and you throw them into it and they get electrocuted. It's like, what the fuck?
You can see their skeleton as well. Like, it lights up their skeleton.
It would be one thing if you rammed their head over and over into like a circuit board and it eventually, electrocutes them. Like, yeah. But with how it works, it's just like, this is so absurd and funny that, like, it becomes, again, it sort of circles around to, I could just throw you into a fire extinguisher and get an insta kill. It doesn't.
Yeah, like it almost has the opposite effect, that I'm not viewing it as like the environment is realistically responding. I'm almost like, what can I throw it into that's going to explode?
Yeah,
that's like almost what it becomes for me. Instead of, if I throw them into this, is it going to trigger some sort of cascading effect in the environment that could be to my advantage? It makes it more gamey in a way that is less immersive. Which that's not necessarily a bad thing, but if people are praising it as being like realistic, that's. But I don't know why this game would be getting praised for being realistic or immersive when like so many of its qualities are kind of antithetical to that.
And those are the ones I tend to prefer. I think I actually kind of like the fact that they go all like when they get electrocuted and it's instant and you see their skeletons and it is funny and it's totally not immersive, but it's so video gamey and there's so little video game in this that I actually quite like those moments.
It's the most fun I have doing
how
like
games
that.
used to be.
Yeah, I wish you would embrace.
You chuck someone into a bed and the bed just explodes. It's like, yeah, it's funny as fuck. It's great.
I am inclined to agree on that.
It does depend on the. You can't hold that position and then hold the position that the game is great because of how immersive it is, as you say. Like, it's good when it isn't immersive, which is a failure of its attempts to make it immersive, and that is what it spends most of its time doing. It just has these occasional nods to fun stuff, which is not supposed to be allowed. It also struggles to track a lot of the destructible environments. Quite a few times, I might smash through a window, or someone would shoot me through a window and smash the window, and then I would go and lob a guy at the window, and then the game would smash his head against thin air because it thought the window was still there. That is kind of, it doesn't entirely track its own destructed environment all that well. I don't know if it's just not had time to actually register what's happened, or if it's just never ever going to register what happened. But it's some things that have already been destroyed have the same effect after they're destroyed as they did before they were destroyed, which is less video gamey and more just broken. But on the whole, destructible environment was just fun. I mean, I don't mind it. It's just I kind of want more.
Yeah, and as you said, just more things that make you feel like you're actually playing a fun video game instead of a very sterile sort of echo of something that resembled a video game at some point. But someone's going to bring up, I don't know if you guys experienced it a bunch, but death by being thrown by the enemies, fair enough that it does damage, but so many times you'll have a momentum amount, right? So like the first few steps of the throw, if you hit anything with that, you go into it pretty hard. But you can still get the same level of damage will be counted as long as you hit something within any part of that throw. So you could be at the last ends of the momentum, like 0 miles per hour, and you touch a plant and it'll count as a death. It's like,
and then, you ragdoll. I find the throw like very frustrating, not purely mechanically, but also from a visual like presentation standpoint as well. Yes. So often I feel like when I get thrown, the damage that I get, it's like, dude, it just does not feel like it corresponds with what you've just shown me. And especially when you're on your last bit, you get thrown, you're about at the end of your stumble, hit the wall, ragdoll, just collapse to the ground.
Really not even the damage you take. My biggest issue with the melee combat in general is that so often I would get grabbed by an enemy and they would grab me as I'm punching them, and my punch would just with no feedback whatsoever. And then, because they were thinking about grabbing me, I guess, and they win that exchange by default. And that just always felt bad, even though I generally enjoyed the combat.
It's the same with punching. Like he does like a slow grab animation. It's like, oh, I have like 800 hours to punch him in the face right now, but now the enemy has just iframes, so I just wasted movement instead of walking away. And I couldn't actually counter him, and then I get grabbed and possibly die or something.
So I got a point out. It's a perfect visual I've just stumbled across. If you see me on the stairs here, I go for a punch and it doesn't work, and he starts a grab, and then I go for a grab and it just doesn't work. Like that one doesn't even have an excuse. It just doesn't work.
Well, this part of the problem is that this game cannot handle fights on stairs. Like it really collapses on stairs.
I would go as far as this happens whether or not you're on fucking stairs. I think this is because it's a brute.
Yes, because I noticed it specifically when I was playing this level in the tax sim. Like, I noticed that there were times when I would initiate a grab, and I saw James's hands run through him, like go through him, and it wouldn't register, and it was driving me mad.
Yeah. I think this is like this is where they're trying to do another video gamey thing, because see, he had like a red thing happening right now on his body, so now he has super iframes.
But you can interrupt it. I've done it. Like you can interrupt
sometimes. It's just
never mind then.
No, I was going mad playing this sequence because I have to keep pointing it out. I'm like, I just interrupted that one, guys. I'd be like, chat, I just interrupted that one. Okay, I'm not crazy. You can do it. Like it's so fucking annoying. Oh wow, that's a perfect visual too. I don't know if we want to just jump into talking about this very briefly. Was I the only one that tried to play this game online the entire time?
I just never logged in on my computer. I just refused.
I think I logged in.
I was like 50-50.
I've been talking about this for like 10 years at this point.
This is what the fuck does being connected to the Bondverse even do? What's the point? Like, why did it want me to be?
Like, don't they tell you if you want the full experience, connect to the Bondverse?
The full experience.
Like, what does that mean?
I think that all it means is because in Taxim you have to be online. I think.
No,
Taxim, and there are challenges in the game that you cannot complete otherwise.
I did that.
It's just here it says disconnect. It says retry or go to the menu. Whereas when you're playing in campaign and the same thing happens,
it says go offline.
You can continue and offline. But yeah, I was like 50-50 because when I was logged in, sometimes that would happen. It would just disconnect. And I think what was entertaining is it always disconnected at the. I think my game disconnected from their server shortly after Greenway died. Like a cutscene ended, and then it said disconnected from the
Dude,
from the
I was doing that airport fucking sequence a couple of times because I was trying to see different ways it requires to complete it, right? So you have like, could I just shoot everyone? Could I blow up all the red barrels? And then how far do I get before I just start running, or do I risk dying? And I had died several times before ever I got to the airplane. At one point, it flew off and it said you failed. I was like, oh shit, I didn't realize there was a timer, because there isn't. It's just proximity to where you are, then a timer that's invisible starts. So at one point I'd cleared everything and I was like, all right, and I start headed toward it, then it fucking disconnected me from the bonfire. The perfect timing I had on all these streams, it was hilarious. And always online shit, live servicey, like just why?
At this point, and in case of this game, I think it must just be that the way they built Hitman 10 years ago just happens to be relying on servers for some god-awful reason, and they just can't seem to remove it, because I can't think of a single good reason why this game would have anything online.
Because they want your
now
data.
I don't understand. Maybe it changes with whatever they change after this game in the future. Like maybe because they probably have post-launch. Well, no, they do actually, because they've confirmed it. But yeah, it's a little bit awkward, and it feels really awkward when people are praising it as this great single-player experience, like this. See. All these publishers that say it's all about live service. Look at these single player games here and thriving, and then it's like, oh nope, you disconnected from the network.
Sorry, disconnected. Yeah. Which, by the way, yeah, there's so many moments where it could come up that are so fucking funny. I was one of the final boss fights with Damien, which Metal, you've had some funny shit with as well. But I was like,
that was a boss fight,
twiddling around with him for a while with something really stupid that he couldn't get over a pipe, sort of thing. And then I was finally about to like kill him, and then it popped up again as disconnected from the bonfire. I was just like, you can't be fucking serious right now.
I saw that. It was funny.
Someone's going to bring up, I assume most everybody was totally happy with the camera throughout the game broadly.
Normally it was
when
fine,
it was attached to my body.
Into fights and you're a little close to the wall, it kind of spazzed out.
Well, I was gonna bring it up as maybe the guy who stands alone on this one, but I know Az got pissed off with it as well. Camera is a misbehaving little bitch sometimes. It'll just run away or run into you or run on walls and get caught up. I'm not going to say that this game is exceptional in this. Camera's been a fucking difficult thing for every game to deal with, especially with this level of like action-packed combat. But it has pissed me off quite a few times because I need to see when they're throwing punches to do the parries correctly. So if the camera rides itself up into my ass, I'm just like, well, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do.
It does struggle. It's when there's rooms with a lot going on. So the first fight with the Targaryen twins was one, because that's when you're in the room with all the wine stuff and and there's loads of plinths sort of dotted around the room, which are all quite high. But the camera didn't always know how to navigate those that easily. Sometimes it would treat one of the bookshelves, I think it was, the bookshelves aligned though. One of the objects in the middle of the room, it would treat as kind of a wall, and so then it would ride up and you'd sort of get a good close-up of the back of your own head. Which is not great, because that's a place where you're supposed to run around and sort of, you're supposed to treat that tactically and run around and use the environment, which just means throwing wine at people, but so it got lost a bit there. It got lost in a couple of places, again, like especially if you're pinned up against walls, which is a problem I thought we'd solved in the 90s, but I guess not. My main camera experience though was the glitch, and that's when it just decided to have an out-of-body experience, and the camera, it was like the end of, weirdly enough, the end of The Boys, when the video camera's lying on the floor. Same POV. And I was running around the room. I could see myself.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
The camera was just lying on the floor.
That sounds funny.
And I jumped out of a window and got lost and couldn't get back in, and I had to reset it.
By the way, if you got the visuals up, this is me just using the fire extinguishers in such a way that I think it sort of just makes the game kind of awkward. But funnily enough, I think all of the dudes with the same model, if you can see them, there's 3 of them with the same model in this fight, they're all brutes. I don't know why they aren't consistent on which one will be a brute when it goes across missions, but in a specific mission, it seems that they mostly stick to it.
Yeah, I think when they call for backup, it's one of those guys with their vest.
Yeah, because but like using the fire extinguisher is a free kill, but you can go off right next to you and you'll be fine, or at least you won't die like a brute will. But it certainly saves you a bunch of fucking anguish trying to deal with how the mechanics change for them. Which again, it's just so weird that 2 of us got through the whole game without even knowing that brutes exist as like an actual intentional feature.
Yeah. Again, I just noticed that some of them have like way more health, but that for me that just meant, when they block it, just grab them and they throw them into the wall, and then I'll just repeat that until they die. It just takes 10 seconds longer.
I also just noticed that some enemies behave a tiny bit differently, but it didn't
Yeah.
really make a difference if they're technically a different enemy type or not.
Which
Still, it would be nice if you could fucking tell if that's the case. It's like, oh, are you a different guy or do you just have more health?
you know, I'd happily say we can start talking about stealth more specifically. I know we've talked about it already, but broadly, like if one were to say the combat is I'm not going to deny plenty of people can have loads of fun with it. I just don't think it's a particularly well-made system. In fact, I'd say it's kind of broken, busted, and very lazy in loads of its aspects. They haven't tried to balance it for anything. They just want to make sure it passes muster, like a sniff test.
I think one of the clearest examples of that is the Q Watch, some of the gadgets and how you can use those to enable stealth is
Yes.
kind of farcical, honestly. To me, the thing that jumps out is, dude, the laser to the eye is like the solution to so many problems. Shoot a laser in their face, pickpocket them, shoot a laser, walk past them to get through the door. Like, it's so useful to just shoot the laser.
Well, and the laser
It
also
defeats-
breaks padlocks and unlocks like little chains and things. So if you get the laser plus the
There is
poop
no
dart,
reason
it's
not to have
over.
the laser.
Oh, it's the most
there's
effective.
no reason.
Basically, the only one I used. Once I got it, I think I used the goo dart once or twice, but otherwise it was just exclusively laser. But to give us like I guess a sense of how useful it is. So the game thinks it's being really, it's giving the player a huge amount of choice and agency. There might be 3 different ways that you can go to get the object you need or to get past a particular blockage or door. So the first time I think I experienced this is probably the first main mission in the big mansion just before Monroe dies. And so it tells, so you can try and get a press pass from someone, or you can try and shimmy across a roof and get in through a window, or you can set bins on fire, I think it is. That's the one the game likes a lot, and you can distract guards and get in that way. And so it's like, look, this is sort of a Hitman-like, right? You have multiple ways, by which I mean 3, and very rarely more than that, of getting to your location. Or you can just shoot people in the face with a laser and walk through. And so it's like everything you've told me. I don't know how long the game would be if I played it the way I think it wants me to play. I suspect a lot longer. But you don't have to do most of the stuff it tells you to do. And the alternative is so easy and so universally available because there is so much charge for your watch or poison goo juice for the watch that there's like no point really engaging with that. You're just voluntarily making the game longer than it needs to be if you actually go and try and get the press pass, or you actually go and try and get the invitation, or you actually eavesdrop on all the people who might lead you to something. So why would I bother? Just going to laser them and walk through, because they don't notice that. When the effect wears off, rather than go into alert or like informing people that someone's just broken in past them and they didn't get a good look at them, they just go about their business. They go, "Oh, my eyes, it stings." And then you walk past and you can stand basically right behind them, and then you see them recover, and then they just go back to typing on their laptop or on their phone or something. This is the stealth mechanics almost working against themselves in this case. Once again, no incentive to use the stealth because the watch just gets past all of it. But you don't give people a bug that's that easy to get through.
It feels like cheating.
If you want them to engage with the rest of it. It does feel like cheating, but then by the end of it, it's like, well, I'm kind of happy you gave me that because everything else about it is the same.
It's just all this effort to be like, you could go through this one door by fucking, climbing around and over the thing, or to activate this thing to get them there, or to do that. And it's just like, none of it's relevant as long as I've picked up a couple of batteries, which if you go past a battery, they recharge as well. So you can just wait there a little bit, and then it's like, yeah, laser through everything. Why not? And like I said, if you've got poop dart and laser, you're rarely going to be out of juice on one of those. And so you can just blast through everything. And what's funny, of course, is that if you didn't have them and you had to rely on everything in the environment, it would still not be much to compliment, because every time you come across anything, like a guy in the way, which happens to everybody, they come across that security guard on the upper floor to get to the room. It's like, oh, what do I do with him? It's like, well, as long as you've done the pickpocketing for the other key on the other guy, you can just turn on the vacuum, or you can turn on the grandfather clock, and it's like, and there he goes. You can walk in front of him once he has the question mark for, ooh, someone made a sound. You can walk past him, walk in front of him. He won't care. He's like, which is just kind of insane in terms of like, isn't this the? Didn't want to encourage players to wait a little bit, wait for him to walk up to the grandfather clock, and then you crouch past him. But you could just walk up to him and admire the clock with him, but be like, yeah. And of course, you can stand adjacent to him, like right next to him. He can look over at you, but as long as you haven't crossed the threshold to being in front of him, he won't say anything.
Yeah, and the people just don't react to it. I think that's also in the chess tournament level. there's like this one, I don't know, like I don't know if it was a chauffeur as well or just a waiter or something. He's like talking to one of the mates, and they're just yapping about, and I just stand right in front of those two and just shoot a fucking dart right in his face, right
Yeah.
in front of them, and nobody reacts. He goes like, "Oh, I have diarrhea now, so I'm gonna walk down the stairs until the bar goes away, and then he comes back up." And like those guys were
To-
not even like a thing I needed to do. I was just kind of fucking around to see who would react to what. So in the future, I can account for that. But then I realized, oh, I don't need to. I actually don't need to.
The AI will always surprise you. I had two guys standing next to each other with guns, and they were both pickpocket options to get money. And I was like, I've only got enough for one poop dart. I didn't have any electric. So I was like, all right, then I'll poop dart the one on the left. I do it. He goes like, oh, God, I've been pooped. And then the guy on the right just goes, huh? And turns around and looks at a wall. And I was like, what? And then the game was like, you can pickpocket both of them now. And I was like, what? Like, okay, fine. Yes, good. The field of view and the way bots react in this is already pathetic, but they allow you to be seen doing everything in this game with no consequence. They just don't care. You can get away with everything.
They do have a mechanic which is supposed to stop that from happening, so that there'll be occasions where you might have to get something from a room with a group of people in it, and let's say like you need to pickpocket a phone off of somebody, and that person isn't looking at you, and then but the pickpocket option is grayed out because it says watchers are nearby.
Yeah.
But this seems to be extremely limited in its application. There's only like 1 or 2, maybe 3 rooms where that really applies. If they had made that way stricter, because I assume that is how it would work, so that you might come across a checkpoint, there's 2 guards there, and it's like, well, surely if I laser one of them in the face, the other one will notice I've done that, so that's not going to be a viable strategy. That's not how it works. You can just laser both of them, they'll both forget. The rooms where that is applicable, it's usually just a case of, well, go light a bin on fire, and then everybody walks off in the same direction, and then you can pickpocket them because nobody's paying attention anymore. Whereas I think that mechanic, had it been deployed properly, would have solved a lot of these problems. So you just need to make it way stricter. You need to make it so like each individual person has a field of view, a broader field of view, and they are they react contextually to what your actions are. A guard standing next to a guard you've lasered should notice that you've lasered him, not be totally ignorant of what you've just done. Then you actually force players not to use the laser trick and instead to do it the way the game thinks it wants you to do and what it thinks is clever. Walk around and press triangle on 15 things until you get the invitation is what it wants you to do.
On the other end of that, and I know Fring, you came across this, they'll be like, this is a guy, you got a pickpocket, and he's looking at you, you're like, okay, and then the guy's like, and just goes on his usual trail walking around, so you slowly walk behind him, get close, you're like, and then it's like, no, you can't, he's not distracted. You're like, well, but he's not looking at me, he's looking the other way. And then it's like, if you activate something that makes a sound and he looks the other way, it's like, now he's distracted. You're like, he already was. Yeah. What do you mean? What? It's like, okay.
It's because, the game doesn't recognize that it's the whole point is you just need to do something to them. It's not a matter of, you can't essentially passively complete like a pickpocket. Which is funny because you'd be like, oh, so it's like an actual mechanic. It's like, no, just laser him in the face and then press the triangle button.
It's Nix. The gadgets are Nix.
It is. It's actually a perfect way of describing it. It's a thing that you have where you just press the one button that actually unlocks your ability to interact with something. That's all it is. And the interaction is simple. It's just press a button to grab the thing that you need. Press the button to make him walk over that way so that you can just go through that door. Or even better, just laser 2 guys in the face and then walk right between them to just get into the place you need to go. It's so bad.
Yeah, which I guess obviously anyone can say anything they want about different parts of the stealth as we go, but I kind of want to intermingle this with talking about the nature of the rails for this game. I mean, we've kind of alluded to it already, but any creative decisions that you may or may not want to make in both combat and stealth, they're not going to get rewarded. There's a particular way they want you to create this. Sometimes, to complete this. Sometimes they'll give you, like we were saying, 3 ways of doing one thing, but then that is, you have to choose one of those 3, and you will complete that one thing, and then they'll allow you access to the next 3 options of completing one thing, and so on, and so on, and so on. This whole sequence, this hotel, the grand chess tournament thing, I would say like a lot of people would play this and assume like, man, this felt so grand, so many options, so many people walking around, so many different things to collect, safes to open, different people to subvert, different areas, different costumes, different discussions to be had, loads of eavesdropping. I could have done anything, and I chose my route, doing my thing, and I'm curious what the next person does, or I wonder what I'll do in a replay that they'll never actually do. When the reality becomes very obvious, and Koti, I think you kind of discovered this. You can choose, is it one of 4 different checkpoints in this whole area? Or if you want to...
into chess tournament?
Yeah.
I think it's like 8 or 9.
Oh, well,
It's
okay.
split into such small chunks.
And I think anyone who's not as familiar with how games might work might be like, what's wrong with that? And you'd be like, no, so this is like the baseline chapter select, meaning once you've completed the game, go back through, you can choose that forever. It's not like a checkpoint that's applied to your specific playthrough. It's checkpoints that are given based on what the developers want to give you options for going back through. Now, you'd be like, again, what's the problem with that? Well, it means that there's so few options that they can create checkpoints that put everyone in the same place, no matter what, which that exists throughout this whole sequence without necessarily making that obvious. There's like, you can do whatever you want, quote unquote, with maybe 3 options very briefly, but then you go back into the rail line. Then you can go back out again very briefly in a very shallow way, and then back in.
Because the thing is that the level presents as being different than what it is. The game wants you to view these sorts of levels as essentially like a big hub world.
Yeah.
A big hub world that sort of has a general state of interactivity. And that you were in a huge amount of control over the pace at which you sort of go through this environment, and that there are multiple different ways to get there that don't have like essentially bottlenecks that it keeps funneling you back through. Not like you get 2 or 3 options, but then they all funnel back into one, and then maybe it'll give you 2 or 3, but then it funnels back into one. It's like a big open space that you get to explore fully. But the reality is that this space is sectioned off. And I think one of the notable ways of it sectioning it off is that there are combat areas and then there are non-combat areas. There are huge portions of the environment where you're not allowed to punch anybody, you're not allowed to use weapons. The only interactivity that you have is really, really limited to essentially walking around, pressing the triangle button to eavesdrop when that immediately appears on screen for some opportunity, pickpocketing a couple of guys, maybe using your gadgets every now and then, but you can't really do shit. And then suddenly you're in the areas where the game essentially arbitrarily decides that you're allowed to play a little bit more. Meaning that you get to deal with combat and enemies and stuff like that. But then as soon as you leave that room, you're back into an area as if it doesn't have any awareness of what just happened in that room. And there's no reason that would be the case, because they're just doors. They're not like magical boundaries between different realms. It's meant to just be a door from this one room to the other room, but they might as well exist in alternate universes.
The one that Platoon just walked through in this playthrough, the second I did that, I was like, no, because that means I can't go back now. Yeah. You can tell because the cutscene door. You're like, no, fuck, okay, so that's locked forever now.
What happens in one area doesn't meaningfully persist into the other area. Like, you could go into this room, you could beat the shit out of everybody in here, you could kick the shit out of them, or maybe there's one person left, one person who could then discover all of the bodies. That wouldn't mean anything. No. It doesn't matter, because anything that you do in that environment doesn't bleed over into the other one, and whatever you do in the main environment is so limited in interactivity that it wouldn't even have any impact on what you were doing in these other places anyway. There's no, like, persistence in this level, but I think it wants to have the pretense of that sort of persistence. It wants to have that perception of essentially being kind of like a Hitman level, right? Where it's like it's one big space. It's one big space that's got essentially continuity between all of the different areas that you get to explore, and that you have a consistent level of interactivity regardless of where you are, because the game doesn't arbitrarily decide this is the gun area, this is the fighty area, and this is the area where you're not allowed to do anything at all. But I think that the big explanation for this is that this game isn't interested in essentially accounting for something, which is, if you've got an environment that's got a whole bunch of, NPCs in there, one of the things that's impressive about big crowds is that they, like, if they're static, it doesn't mean anything. Crowds are impressive because you can interact with them meaningfully. They respond to your actions. But they wanted to have a whole bunch of areas that are filled with NPCs so that it looks really detailed, but you can't interact with them. You can't, like, shoot a gun in the air and then see what, how they all, like, run away or fan out. You can't use them to, like, blend into certain areas like an Assassin's Creed or something to try and sneak through into a place. They don't react to you. because doing that would mean building systems to facilitate that, and they weren't interested in that. They weren't interested in building levels where you could get compromised in front of a crowd, and they would have to deal with everybody running around, like the whole thing goes off the rails, because they have their very scripted set pieces that they want to get to. And so they're not interested in
It's a chess grand championship, and you can't do anything with the chess, like even though that's the main set piece for this.
Play chess.
Like
it's decorative. That's all it's there for.
That's what I'm getting at. It's like, why would you invite that? Like, can I sabotage the game? Can I play a game? That would be hilarious if I could like pose as one of the players in order to get like close to someone's phone to hack it, and I have to play briefly a game of chess against a fucking world champion, and lose ridiculously, obviously. But that would be really fucking cool. Or the villain or someone I'm chasing gets onto the stage, and I have to sabotage the stage in some way. And there's a time limit on that. I have to do it relatively quick if I want to have any chance of it or something. Anything. But no, it's all fake. Even if you could try to go near the chess, Bond will be like, I'll explore later. It's like, what? Explore? I want to... never mind. Like the hotel
is allowed to do that. They are all led. One very simple use you can make of civilian NPCs is that they trigger guards if they spot you do stuff. Obviously, you don't have to go all that in depth in terms of gameplay, but if you start doing illegal shit and some random NPC is watching you and they're just a guest at the place, they think that's suspicious and they say, "Oh, I'm going to go and fetch security," and then off they run. That's just like a way you can actually make them seem like they're a bit more a part of the world. But these ones, they are only decorative. In some cases, they don't even really bother to give them background conversation. Like once or twice you'll get background conversation from an NPC. It's usually just general world stuff that's like only tangentially useful, if it's ever useful at all. The rest of them are just there because it makes it look well populated. This is a chess tournament. There are people there. Doesn't it look detailed? Look how many NPCs we've put in. So yeah, but what are you using them for? The answer is nothing. I like the idea that of using one say to play that chess game that you mentioned, because just to hack their phone. Hacking the phone is, I think it's that 3 or 4 times that happens as a mechanic throughout this, where you have to get a piece of information by hacking the phone. Every single time, you just follow the person, and you follow them until it stops.
Right up their ass.
Oh, and I was right up their ass the entire time. I enjoyed being up right up their ass, but they don't even walk into areas where you're not allowed to be. Like, I think one of them did that once, and I just lasered the guy, and it was fine. But for most, that's the obvious way to use it. So let's say you have to follow a guy, and he's using his phone, and he goes to walk into this grand chess tournament thing. So, well, I can't follow him in there because someone will spot that I'm doing something. But or they walk into a restricted area, so you can't follow them, and then you have to find your way around. I think Assassin's Creed does this with some of the people you have to tail. But these people don't do that. It is just follow the guy around until you get the little notification that you hacked was successful, and off you go again. And apparently, this counts as espionage. In a fully populated world, it doesn't.
For such a long time, just done the thing where it's like they'll stop and then turn around to just keep you on your heels, right? You need to get behind cover and stuff like that, but instead it's like, no, don't need to do that. It's all good.
In the black market, I came across an area where a guy was guarding it, and I was like, okay, poop dot. And then I walked in, and I was looking around, I couldn't find anything, and I was just like, what was the point of this? Did I miss something? And then I just left. I was like, whatever. I never found out what it was for, and it turns out it's because it's there's a guy doing crypto. If you hack his phone and just tail him a little bit further back, he'll eventually go into that area. So you'd have to poop dart the guy to get close enough to get to hack the phone. So that answers that in terms of like why that area even exists or what it was for. But simultaneously, they have pathing issues. You can just stand in front of the person you're hacking, and they can't get past you, so they never end up at that place.
Right.
It's like, what are you doing? Like, come on, you got to work a little bit harder than this. There's a guy in one of the last levels, I think it's chapter 9, where you need to hack his phone, and you'll talk to, I think it's Isola about it, and you'll say out loud, like, I've begun the hack, and then the guy's like, my phone is being hacked. You're like, you stopped the hack. It's like, why you let me say it right in front of him? Like, it's like so many instances of that. One of my favorites is in the Carpathian Hotel or whatever. You meet up. It's one of your other Kingsley, I think her name is. She doesn't like that you've gone off script, right? So if you say to her like something non-convincing, she'll rat you out. And the way she does it, she's in like a dress. She's got her own alias or whatever. She'll just be like, Bond has gone rogue. Bond is currently off mission. She'll just announce it and like blame it while she's surrounded by other people that she's supposed to be trying to sell. It's like, why are you blowing your own cover and mine? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Shut up. And well, that's the thing, right? No dialogue was delivered in a way that they thought they needed to be careful about how it was delivered. Like the voice actors weren't even told, I assume, and the devs didn't seem to care about it either.
I mean, that's just another point that I just brought up where there should be missions that just have to be just from a gameplay, not a game, like a, I guess, storytelling device should be non-negotiable stealth only. Like when you do the SAS thing, when you get the flag, it was like, oh yeah, obviously you can't be seen here because otherwise the fucking next scene that happens doesn't work.
Right.
Shit like that. But they don't do this.
No, yeah, a lot of the cutscenes don't agree with your own gameplay. There's a lot of confusion on that front. In fact, bringing that up, I wouldn't mind going back to how this game starts briefly. Did any of you guys find it hilarious that the opening, the very beginning, the first few seconds, they actually they trap you in like a little pen with one opening and they put yellow on it? Like this is getting absurd. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like, well, what if someone doesn't know where to go? It's like, bro, come on. I think we can trust a player to be able to.
Area.
But anyway, the first guys you come across the game is just like crouch and wait for them to move and then go past them, and you can't do anything to them. There's no other moves to the point where they've disabled all of your options. If you check the controls, you'll be like, oh, I can parry, I can grab, I can dodge. It's like, no, you can't do any of these things. You're like, okay. And some of it tries to be accounted for in universe. Like they'll be like, there's biometric locks on all of the guns, so you can't use any of them. You're like, okay,
those never show up again.
Never show up again in the rest of the campaign. But also, why can't I pick them up? It's not like biometric lock stops you from holding them.
Also, there's a couple of moments where you might knock the guy out and he will drop his biometric gun. And I'm sure I've seen this in movies, maybe even in Bond movies, where he takes the biometrically locked gun to the guy he just knocked out, to whom it is biometrically locked, and just puts their finger on it, and it works now. It's like, you could at least try it. I mean, you need an explanation for why that wouldn't work at the very least. But the game thinks, well, it's biometrically locked, and that is a sufficient explanation. And they don't seem, even though they want to show that Bond is inquisitive and he likes picking up pieces of information and trying things, they don't think to add that extra layer of explanation for that, which is like, you might not want the player to use guns in that situation, fine, but then you could at least show that Bond tries it or has the idea and is told it won't work. Because otherwise, you just sit there thinking, well, I would have tried that in that situation, and I'm not allowed to try it, even though I'm playing as James Bond, who I'm told would try it, but didn't because the game doesn't care.
No, there's not a lot of clever uses of any given thing in this for Bond. He doesn't outsmart situations very much, and they don't have mechanics to assort for that. It's like you have gadgets, but it doesn't make you feel clever to just poop dart everybody or laser them. You're just like, okay, yeah, I guess I feel kind of special because I have the watch that does that, but there's nothing to it that makes you feel like you've achieved something. Whereas, like, I used an example while I was streaming on Nightfire. There's just, you can complete the levels normally, but every once in a while, if you do something a little bit more special, like getting past a whole area without getting seen, or finding access to something that is not obvious, like jumping in the back of a van or whatever have you, the game will overtly be like, you just did something that only Bond would have thought to do. Nice. Like, you get a little notification for it, and you're like, ooh, like, look at me being all clever. Meanwhile, in this sequence, along with that, what you just said about the sort of the things that Bond could do, he takes all this time to get the fucking disguise, and then he just takes it off. Yep. Immensely annoying because of how fucking useful it is. And you might be like, well, he was delirious, that's why he took it off. It's like, okay, well, then he wakes back up and there's a dead guy next to him that he could easily have taken the jacket from. Whatever, fine.
Well, so that's like telling the player things or showing the player things that implies a certain mechanic. There's a few of those in the opening section. There's a bit, I think the first time you're like climbing up a wall and you have to hang off a cliff or you have to sidle along the cliff, and Bond says something about how it's the fingers are always the first thing to go when it's cold. And that sort of implies, okay, so stamina in climbing, that doesn't exist. So the game just has that as a line to acknowledge something that never will come up again and is not a mechanic in the game. Then he finds and takes a disguise. So you think, okay, well, I know this was made by the guys who did Hitman, and you can take disguises in Hitman. So I assume me taking disguises, that's what this is here to train me to do. I can take a disguise. Nope, he takes it off for no particular reason, and you are unable to pick up another one, even though you've just been shown how well that works.
Yeah.
So not only is it annoying because it makes no sense that he takes it off, and he only takes it off because the game doesn't want you to have it anymore, but also it's actually inviting you to remember mechanics in better games where these recur, because disguises are obviously fucking useful, and you're James Bond who wears those. So it's dumb for multiple reasons. Dumb training and dumb plot, but it starts you off on a really bad foot as well.
I find the whole disguise thing weird anyway, because they introduce a disguise mechanic when you pick up the plate in the nightclub, and it's like, hey, you can use disguises to do things. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then I found one hat in Slovakia, and
Yeah.
then I've never found any disguise ever again. Maybe I'm just stupid and I just
They-
didn't find it, but
I found a hat later on in Q's office where Bond says, I think I could pull that off. And then it's just a
Right.
collectible and you can't wear it. So it's like, well,
So
I
There's
think I
one
could
in
pull that off.
in a
that never
left
came
in
out.
one of the random encounter areas. You fight a bunch of guys. There was a hat on a table, and I was like, oh, but I've already like beaten everyone up. But okay,
That was probably in Slovakia. That's the hat I found as well.
Yeah,
And then you
it's-
go to the next area and he throws it away. I was like, wait, why are you doing that?
that's what I mean. Whereas you'd think, like, couldn't I have a stealth loadout where I take a costume and I have prep on that side, or I prep something else? Aleph is filled with people you can buy things from, and every time the dialogue results in, I'm afraid I can't buy that. You're like, what do you mean?
Yep.
Why? Why are you showing me a guy with grenades, guy with rifles, guy with machine guns, and then another guy who's selling medications? There's food being sold. It's like, make them all buyable. Allow me to pick up a gun that I can take into the next sequence that's going to be more powerful. Let me buy medication that gives me more health or makes my bullets hit harder. Fuck it, whatever. You know, make me faster, make me more agile, make me recover health faster. Why can't I eat food in the middle of a fucking battle that gives me health? If you're going to make the grounded argument, like I said, we got Looney Tunes deaths in this. I don't think we're going to be worried too much about that. There's loads of game stuff that, you know, you can perfectly sync with. But no, all of
Yeah.
it's fake. You talk to people, then they're just like, nah. And you're like, okay, never mind. Every time. And, you
Which
know, this,
puts you off robbing stuff as well, because they, as you say, those things they're technically interactable in the left. You go through, there's a little frog icon on it. You go, you press triangle, they speak to you. You're locked into the basically a mini cutscene while they speak to you about their wares. You can't fuck around and move off. And so when you start doing that, and it's quite early in the game, then again, it's sort of like inadvertent player training. It's telling you that there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that you can press triangle on that's not worth it. So you then become reluctant to waste too much time going around pressing triangle on shit, because you aren't going to get anything from that. Except that is a really important mechanic later. But then by that point, you sort of begrudge it, because it's like, well, I know some of this the game is going to pick up and remember for me. So I am going to have to press triangle, but I already know that pressing triangle on most things is pointless. So now I'm going to begrudge you wasting my time.
and so that opening sequence, the main thing you can actually argue it does teach you then is like, well, I guess some of the stealth, you crouch, you avoid some of the climbing, some of the obstacles, I guess, and very limited in terms of anything else. This whole sequence where you're actually supposed to be moving around, it's like you can punch, so you can use all the basic mechanics like that, and you can take down stealth-wise, but like I said, they've disabled parry, grab, shoulder charge, and dodge, which is insane to me. You only unlock those
Unbelievable.
abilities once you get the 00 training, and it's like, why would you need to be a 00 to know that you should back away from a punch? What are you
What's
talking
the point
about?
of, like, not even having them be here though? What is? Why? You know, like, why not just?
They
like,
should just be
you
here, of
chose
course.
to remove them. You chose to remove.
Well,
Sort of,
makes the sequence really
you
fucking
know,
annoying, because if you fight two guys at once, you can't do any parrying, so you have to
Oh,
run
yeah.
away whenever you have the chance.
And I mean, what a great sort of setting of the tone, you know? Like, can't pick up the guns, can't parry.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, so that's what I mean about the
it's-
rails. Like, this is absurd, but it's like, yeah, but it's the tutorial. And you're like, okay. I don't even know why we've decided that tutorials mean you can't do anything. Whereas a lot
know,
of
I
my
assume in
favorite
this
games...
case it's partially like they wanted to make it part of the story that he doesn't learn how to be expert at combat until he gets some training. But in practice, it just feels like shit to play.
Yeah, it's also weird because when you start on purest, highest difficulty, you're like, oh, can I just? They probably think I know these games, so you allow me to use all the things, right? It's like, no, I don't think we will. Which again, funnily enough, first thing I saw when I started Hitman Absolution, and I just started on the hardest mode just to see what happens. It immediately told me, oh, you're on the hardest mode. You don't get a tutorial. He's like, oh shit, okay.
Which is, you know, you get a tutorial in this fucking game no matter what. A long tutorial. But the thing for me is like that fails on a mechanical like satisfaction level for the player, but also I just think it fails narratively. Like, you wanted me to believe he's part of the Royal Navy, and he's not got the training to be able to do any kind of parrying, rushing, charging, grabbing, dodging. He can't do any of that because he hasn't got 00 training. It's like, I don't buy that at all. Doesn't make any sense. I've heard the excuse as well. It's like, well, he's actually injured, or he's whatever. It's like, dude, he's punching people to death and doing takedowns. Like, I think he's capable.
Also, you're not injured when you move into the next tutorial stage, which is another tutorial when you finally get to Malta. You're not injured at that point, and you still can't do any of these things, because that's the purpose of the second tutorial, is to teach you all of the stuff you should have already known how to do. But you don't, because the game is wildly inefficient.
I don't understand this newfangled, like, in a tutorial we give you very limited things, then we unlock one thing, teach you one thing, teach you. Once upon a time, I remember those games would just throw you in, and then you can mess around with everything, and then the game would gradually give you a reason to use all of the individual things, and that was the tutorial, and then you open up into the main game. It's like,
I don't even think it needs to be a reason. It would have been just nice that if in this tutorial you had access to all the moves, and in the training the game tells you how to use them. Like, have them be available to me, but I as a player don't know how to do them. That's fine.
It's incredibly awkward, because I was like, okay, I'm going to go into this fight now in this beginning section as well. I was like, oh, and it instinctively tried the buttons that normally work as like a dodge or a sidestep, like X and to the right, for example. It's like, nothing is happening. That's weird.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, surely I've pressed the wrong button, because they let me do fisticuffs here. And then I checked the menu. It's like, oh, it's this button. Okay, let me try this button. Oh, it's locked. Oh, I see what we're doing here. All right, guess I'll just move on then. It's just,
well, and completing this whole sequence, which on average seems to be most people arrive in the actual, like, quote unquote actual tutorial beginning, which a lot of people rate it as, which I think is a misconception at best. Like the Malta training is like, well, that's like nearly an hour and a half in. What do you call all that stuff before? And it's like, I don't know, prologue. And you're like, yeah, but it's tutorial as well. It's filled with tooltips. It's all the first time you're using all of these abilities where you get to learn them. So if that doesn't count as tutorial, which it obviously should, then I don't see why this would be the only consideration. But a lot of people are praising the montage sequence for the training. It's like, this is the best tutorial that's ever happened in video games. If you break it up, right, let's call it 10 things that they teach you in that montage. A third of them are QTEs. Like, I don't even know why we would give a shit. Some of them are obstacle courses, which we've already kind of done in the prologue. Just running around, jumping up things, jumping down things. I don't see why that's any different. One of them is like the driving the car thing, which we did that before the montage even started, and there's nothing to learn. There's no crazy shit going on with the cars. All of these sequences have timers on them that don't matter. You can take as long as you want. It won't affect anything. Even when they say, like, you got to go under 30 seconds, like, no, you don't. Doesn't matter. And they're not even going to say you did terrible or anything.
Really awkward.
The most meaningful shit is like, you can parry now. So when someone goes to punch, you press circle, and it's like, thank you for unlocking an ability that if you have any familiarity with games, you'll have already wanted to have, and it just wasn't given to you. But finally, an hour and a half in, they will have provided it. It's like, cool. So what I guess I'm saying is, like, I don't really have much compliments for the fucking montage. And if the best compliment people are giving it is that you learn so much so quickly, I'd be like, at an hour and a half in, I don't know.
You don't really learn. I mean, and this tutorial doesn't really come to an end until about 4 hours in.
Yeah, like, obviously I'm going there next. Like this is filled with cutscenes and walking while people talk, and then very little gameplay anyway. But the gameplay that's there is supposed to be just you're learning how to, learning the ropes. But a lot of it's repeated.
Calm down, game. It's not that complicated. You were not that mechanically complex.
No.
Well, I mean, there's the frustrating thing about it is that so much of it feels like a waste. Partly because, as you say, you've already done obstacle course sections before, but mostly because most of those skills should have been taught in the prologue. And then it's an opportunity cost at that point. What you're taking an extra 90 minutes to tell me things that there was ample time and space to teach me in the prologue, but you're taking even longer to do it. It's actually less efficient than your standard video game tutorial, because we're almost repeating an entire beat narratively and mechanically. And then they're not even really giving you any like choice or option as to how to engage with these things or how to improve them in any way. Like, another way of doing it might have been, let's say Malta is a little bit more of an open world section almost, and you go from like one person teaches you more advanced combat, one person teaches you driving, one person teaches you obstacle courses, and the time actually matters. You have to complete the obstacle course once to understand the basic mechanic, And then you might have to, if you get it below a certain time, then you get a bonus or a perk, or it unlocks the next stage of the story and whatever. And you get to choose how and when you engage with those things. You wander around multi, you meet more of these people as part of gameplay as opposed to as part of cutscene. You don't have any push-up QTEs because they're fucking redundant. And it also gives the player time to train those skills a little bit more, because the way they've actually presented it, what they think is being efficient is actually quite bad training. Like, training involves quite a high degree of repetition once you get certain button combinations into muscle memory. But because they want to present it as a montage, you have, say, a fight in an arena with a guy, and it's like, oh, press X and square to take him out, or press R2 and square to push him. You do that once, and it's like, right, off to the next thing. It's like, right, okay, so yeah, but I've only done that once, and now what? So we're driving now. Okay, oh, now we're doing shooting. Okay, are we ever going back so I can actually put this into practice contextually during this train? No, we're not. You've learned that now. So none of the actual things really have a huge amount of time to bed themselves in, and you end up having to learn on the job anyway, because you didn't really... You understood in principle, okay, I guess R2 square does this, but because you only do it once, it takes until the later game sections where you start actually putting that skill into practice before you train yourself. So this isn't really training. What it is like, this is a list of things that you will in future be able to do, and that's it. That's not the same as a tutorial. It's not the same as training, and it's taking way longer to do that with way less gameplay than needed to be the case. You could allow the player to repeat that as much as they wanted.
A laborious sequence where they took all of your abilities off you to have you do something that's now much more difficult as a result, where you don't really learn much.
The point of a tutorial should be just getting you to understand, like, essentially your expectations for the game. I don't know, it feels like a difference would be in Super Mario 64 when you jump out of the pipe and you're running around in front of Peach's castle. That's like, hey, we're going to give you an opportunity to just sort of, like, figure out how to, like, jump and move around and stuff like that. But if Bob on Battlefield is meant to be the tutorial level, even though it's just a level, really, the whole point is it sets expectations. Like, this is how you're going to play the game, basically. Instead of just like, all right, let's introduce you to the jump in a vacuum, as, what you were talking about, like Platoon. Like, oh yeah, a jump in a vacuum. And then, I don't know, like a spin in a vacuum or something like that. And introducing all of those things are like, yeah, and they'll come up at some point later, but not right now. Anyway, here's a cutscene. It's
press X to press up. But Breath of the Wild has its entire training island where you go around, and not only do you learn the skills, but you have to, like, you learn them contextually, and you have to use them to solve interstitial challenges. Fucking Banjo-Kazooie, the first thing is kind of a training island as you go around, and the mole teaches you skills, but he doesn't just say, press X to do this, or this is how you fire an egg. You have to then complete a mini challenge with firing an egg in order to ground that skill in the player's muscle memory. That's a tutorial.
Duty, right? Even Call of Duty, where, and they eventually abandoned it because they realized they didn't need to do it anymore, but you can go to bat for it, like in Call of Duty 4, it's like, yep, we'll introduce you to all of the basics, and then we're going to put it to the test, and then we're going to have our first level, which is kind
FNG
of also
is great.
a continuation of the...
I would... FNG might be my favorite tutorial, honestly. It fucking ranks extremely high.
Really good.
It's quite subtle, because doing basically just be like, okay, so this is like a prep room for the work we're about to do in mission 1. We've set it up. The other guys have had a run of it. You need to do it so that you just know what we're dealing with. Like, grab the rifle, grab the stuns, and all. Price is giving you the basic instructions, but first run of it, you'll be like, oh, there's a guy, shoot, yeah, move, okay, oh, position 2 is short 3, oh, I got a flashbang in it, there you go, okay, let's shoot them.
As well as having Price, and then a go, essentially egg you on,
and then at the end you'll be like, that was embarrassing, like, you could do that faster, and you're like, shut up.
Exactly.
And then you're like, I could do that faster, I was slow on this, and the competitive nature to defeat your own scores, but also the scores of the team, because I think Gaz has the highest score, so you can beat his, and then you can beat Infinity Ward's score in general. That's a really fun competitive edge, but if you actually, pursue that, and you get the in-universe, like, sort of compliments to your skill as well, but you're also just getting better at the mechanics the whole time. It's like a full-on prep for the basics of just moving, shooting, using grenades. That's the main thing you'll be doing in COD, so there you go.
Once you go back to it, it just becomes a challenge in and of itself that you can do. Because obviously the first time you're playing, you're not going to be going for that high score, but later on, you might just come back to that level just to see if you can get a high score. A tutorial that you might want to replay.
Yep.
You know,
I think
That's
it's
what I
fun.
thought they were going to do with the obstacle course sections in this tutorial, because there's a timer there, and it's like, okay, so you have to do it within. And as we mentioned, the time you take is totally irrelevant. But I thought, like, well, they put the timer there, so you will get to replay this if you want to, or maybe it will even incentivize you to replay the entire obstacle course, and you will try and beat your own score, and it will, it will be competitive with yourself and with, in-universe people, as has been mentioned. All those things you do, but instead, because this thinks it's being really clever and it's doing a montage, you do it once and it's really short, and then you see him do it a second or third time, but you don't do it that yourself. So it's like, I'm watching something that I've already done that I'm not going to do again, but for no reason at this point, because I'm not learning anything by watching that in a cutscene that I didn't learn from playing it the first time. It's useless information to me.
I'm just seeing on the screen. Why the fuck was there a tutorial for the driving?
I
What the
don't
fuck
know.
was
You get the,
Because we
but
had
like
that one
it feels like a
chase scene
mistake.
the one time.
You do the one drive and then they make you do it again, and you're like, yeah, I got
Yeah.
it. It's all good,
The
man.
best part is you can go backwards and you'll still pass.
It's dumb as fuck. They don't care about any of it. It's
All
all.
of it, I love, dude. Wasn't there a tweet that had like 90,000 likes that was saying that it was like a neutral thing that you could just ram the car into Monroe and it would just hit him like he was a wall.
Yeah,
and
no,
wouldn't
it
react
was
to
not a neutral thing. They were saying it's deliberate because Monroe cannot be
It's based on
splattered by your car
ludonarrative.
because Bond
Yeah.
would never do that. So it would cause ludonarrative dissonance
oh.
if you did.
They
Therefore,
stand him on the other side of the fence.
the developers deliberately made it so he's made of fucking titanium and you can't run him
Why
over.
don't you just put him
I
on
think
the other
people's
side of
brains
the
stop
wall?
working when they really like the thing, and that's totally fine. It's
Yeah.
whatever. Everyone does it, but like,
No, it's not
why are we
fine.
defending?
No,
No, I'm
It's
talking about people liking something, not the defending.
oh yeah, that's fine. But the defense is like, why would you be saying these things?
That's like my point. Is their brains work up right up until the emotions take over, that they just fucking break and they'll start defending anything. Like, the Bondverse shit, I imagine they would actually defend. It's like, well, it's good that it's letting you know that you're disconnected and it needs to reconnect in order to make systems work functionally. You shouldn't be complaining about it. We've had this on EFAP every once in a while. Like, pick any flaw from anything ever, and I think you can mount a defense for it pretty easily when you're just so desperate. Like,
well, yeah, it depends on how much of a jackass you want to be.
well, it's like the game freezes. I had that happen to me. Crashed the whole thing back to homepage or whatever, and it's just like, well, of course, the game freezes. It's trying to prevent you from damaging the whole thing in the first place. It's going to maintain the campaign experience without it getting corrupted. This is an important part of gameplay. Like, you need the game to be able to freeze and crash in order to save the fucking campaign that you're playing.
That's almost doing these people too much of a kindness, because that's kind of justifiable as a defense. That is, in fact, why it's there. There is no equivalent reasoning that can be applied for making pedestrians made out of concrete. The obvious solution, as it said in the tweet in response to that, stick him on the other side of the wall, or do something that Mixtape did and have him dodge out of the way when you try to hit him. Mixtape had that.
A lot of games have that, but
what I'm bringing up,
Next step in one stream, that's crazy.
The reason I bring up that freezing example is if that person were here right now, and they were saying that, let's say for Outlaws, because I had like a bazillion freezes, I'd be like, of course everyone knows why fucking freezes happen. I'm talking about the fact that the game freezes so much because it's so poorly optimized, and then they're like,
might be
oh, okay. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, you can mount a defense if you recontextualize the complaint. It's not that hard.
Mm-hmm.
It was annoying though.
Though, I'm reminded might it be worth talking briefly about the driving sequences in this game?
Yeah, sure. My God.
I mean,
hang on. I want to ask something about the tutorials. Has any of you played World of Assassination?
Not yet. I'll do it
I
this
think
week.
that game has, I think, the best tutorial ever, which is why it's surprising that this game really shits the bed with tutorials.
Why, what about it do you think is like exceptional?
Well, you have this fairly small hitman level, very open-ended. But first time you load into it, the game very explicitly says, like, follow this dotted line and we will tell you exactly what to do. Like, super linear, very straightforward, just gets you through the mechanics. But once you're done with that, it asks, okay, now do it again without the hints and figure your own way to do it. So not only does it teach you the mechanics, but it also teaches you that, hey, you're supposed to be approaching this in this sort of mentality. And it works so well, and it clearly so much thought went into making a tutorial like that. I'm surprised that this game just has 3 hours of tutorial that doesn't really teach you well at all.
That's the thing. We can talk about the car in a second, I was going to say, but we're not even done talking about the tutorial technically, because it keeps going. Like, people said it was over with the end of Malta, but I think like the chess championship shit, that all felt like a tutorial for how these
Yeah,
stealthy
that-
missions work.
Yeah.
That might be the because I think for a while my thought was that the nightclub marked the end of the tutorial. Basically, the nightclub
Yeah.
is kind of your tutorial for a typical mission, but like that is not true. Yeah, this is the first level that is going to sort of look similar to the levels that you're going to see for the rest of the game, and in that sense, maybe it could also be called a tutorial as well. And I mean, it is pretty remarkable when you think about the fact that this game is just not complicated at all.
So,
Especially when you
you-
compare it to other games. Yeah.
I showed you the tweets because the meme on my stream was like, "Am I finally done with the tutorial?" Because I thought when I got to the fucking the Carpathian that it was over, but this whole sequence really did felt because of how on rails it was that they directed me through everything. And I was like, okay, I get it. I know that I can do all these things now. Finally, can you let me go? And then you have the bigger car sequence. It's like, okay, that's kind of a tutorial. But making sure you understand the why it's like we kind of did that already, and then you get the airplane sequence. It's like, is that where it truly opens up? But someone who really loved this game, and I got a very well liked tweet. I sent it to you both, I think, but it said like, oh, I've just got to Taxim, and that's where the game really opens up. The campaign is more of like a big tutorial for Taxim, and I was like,
Yep.
the campaign entirely
Which
is a
is-
tutorial.
Which is hilarious because this is not a short game. This is quite a long game, and the tax sim, you can beat it in an hour and a half. Like, I mean, obviously, there's more to do if you want to go for all of the individual challenges, but it's a pretty absurd thing to say that, like, a 15, 20-hour game is a tutorial for a 2-hour side, like, mode content.
Well, and they're
Well,
clearly going to add to it in future. It's not done, you know.
Of
Well,
course, they're
so
going to add to it.
You
Yeah.
should also add that the first two Taxim escalations you do are called
A
advanced
training.
combat training,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
just does the same
Yeah.
thing again.
Well, yeah,
It
'cause the
reminded me of
tax sim
some.
has tutorials
It
in
reminded me of options like, oh yeah, I guess that was a thing they told me sometime that I actually never needed to use ever again because it just wasn't usable or useful to be at the time or at any time. And then you have 3 more escalations and 2 operations, and then you're done. And then you can just replay them if you really like it and get all the challenges if you like to. But that's about it. I've seen tweets where they actually said this is the real meat of the game.
Yeah.
And then I finished it in less than 2 hours without buying any gadgets, by the way.
Yeah, I did the same.
And I was
did-
like, oh, that's it, huh? It's like, okay.
The all the exploits, they don't work as well because there's so many more brutes in the in that mode, but at the same time, you know what to do if you know what to do. But we can move swiftly onto the car.
Yeah, so it's been insane seeing people argue with great success on Twitter that a James Bond game doesn't need to have good driving mechanics. That's been really surreal to see. That said, I feel like there was a tweet. It was quote tweeting somebody who was criticizing the driving, where they said that criticizing the driving in this game is like criticizing the combat mechanics in Forza Horizon. Something like that, and there was like 50 or 60,000 likes. 50 or 60,000 people saw that and said, that's a great point. Number one, it's in the game, so it should be good, fundamentally. If you choose to include a sequence in a game, even if it's a small sequence, even if it isn't what the game is primarily built around, it should be good. The idea that you can argue that it's okay for it to be mediocre or even bad because it's not the focus, like, dude, don't put it in the game if you're not interested in making it quality. Number two, the developers themselves have said that they put effort into these sequences. They wanted them to be good. Like, this was not an afterthought. They recognized it was valuable. And you might wonder, why would they think it's valuable?
Did they get like devs from like racing games or something? I think I saw something like that. Don't quote me.
I read out a whole bunch of it on my stream because it was fucking flabbergasting.
But I think I read that.
And again, you know, you might be wondering, like, well, why would they say that? Well, number three, James Bond movies like have car sequences in basically every film. Cars are like a really big part of James Bond as a series. Like, it's almost insane to see people who would probably like. I don't think I could call myself a James Bond fan in terms of having like hyper familiarity with the series. Though I will say, over the last couple of weeks, I've been just sort of trying to go through it a little bit more methodically to get more of a grasp on the series. Like even like a passing observer of James Bond would have to recognize, dude, like car sequences are like a huge part of, like, someone's asking, does GoldenEye have a car sequence? Sure does, right at the, like close to the beginning of the film. It also has a tank sequence, but it has the car sequence. Like, cars are a big part of the series. Aston Martins, BMWs, like, these sorts of things are, you know, and all of the crazy gadgets and weaponry and stuff that Q puts into them. Pretty much every game has a car sequence. So the idea that, like, a car sequence in a game that's trying to be, you know, a James Bond experience doesn't need to be worthwhile, it's already a terrible thing to say because it's in the game, so it should be good, but it's doubly insane when James Bond movies have really cool action set pieces involving cars. But, like, there's nothing
Agreed.
cool about it because, like, the sequence that's being shown there, that's kind of like, that's as good as it's gonna get. Like, at least in that one, you have to actually control the car, because there are
Yeah.
other sequences where you don't
Yeah,
need to
well,
steer
so-
at all and you can complete it. You have to at least drive the car in this sequence, but
Can you believe
don't
we're
get
at
to
that
fire
point?
any
Like,
weapons, there's no yeah. at
anyone
least
in
you have to
chat who doesn't
control
have
it.
any context here, we are literally saying to you right now, at least this one you have to steer.
Yeah.
That's
At least this one
insane.
lets you crash.
Yeah, well,
Like-
not all the time. It's weird. The
Why
physics
isn't
on the
it-
cars are horrible. They are so horrible.
Yeah, they sure are. Very
When you
floaty,
showed the
very
clip there where, like, your
awkward.
car hits a car which is probably like a significantly heavier. You hit a small people carrier and it bounces off like it's made of some kind of rubber. But you carry on going basically uninterrupted.
They're floaty as hell. The physics for the
And, like,
cars
why?
are so bad compared to just any like the Nightfire cars are way better than this. The GameCube
I just
Bond
don't
game.
understand why there aren't vehicular combat. We'll get to one that we'll talk about, but like,
Yeah.
this should be, because in this case, it's just some random car that he's grabbed. It should have been like a car that he got. It should have been like an Aston Martin or a BMW or something that he had, or a Range Rover, since they also had those in this game as well. And it should have had guns in it, and you should have had to fight a bunch of guys like in other cars with guns. That's what it should have been. It should have been an actual, like, vehicular combat section. And if you're like, yeah, but we haven't written the story to accommodate it, I don't know, man, figure it out. Find a way to get it in there. But there is a sequence at the end of the game where you get, like, a new Aston Martin Valhalla, and they
yeah.
have it under the sheet of, like, ooh, this is going to be really exciting. And then you get in the car, and you're in this small rectangular arena where you just slide around like you're on ice and just blow everything up around you. You don't get to drive it really fast. You actually drive it really slowly, sliding around like a bumper car, just blowing shit up.
I
It's
just went in
terrible.
circles for that because there was no
I saw
point.
that,
It was
yeah.
so obviously easy to do. But then
You got through it quicker
the
than me by
more
doing that.
It took me like
the
30
more
seconds,
offensive thing
that
about that
section. I
though
just
is like you go
drifted
through
and
that
stuck
section
around.
with that car, which obviously is that's been built up, as you mentioned. It's been teased. It's been under the sheets. You think, oh god, that's going to be amazing. You get that small section. You think, well, okay, that can't be it. And then you get to the end of the game, the credits roll. You go back to the main menu, and then the bottom right corner it says, "Coming soon in DLC. You can drive this car in a tax sim."
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yeah.
so that should have been in the game though. The thing we just did
Of
there,
course it
that
should
should have been tax sim. But the thing that you're putting in tax sim later in DLC should have been a mission that we do, an actual driving mission. What a thought!
But let's be real, like it's gonna be crap. Whatever it is, whatever they decide to do with the car, it's gonna be lame. But I just find it remarkable that you would give somebody like a hypercar, you would give them that, and then tell them to drive it around really slowly while firing like rockets just at a bunch of guys that are in a room. Why would I want to do this with this kind of car? Like, why would I want to do this in this kind of car rather than in like a fucking Golf or something? You know, like, why? I don't understand why you would
Well,
hype up this car only to
cannot,
drive it really slowly in a circle.
There's like no health bar too. They can fire everything at you, rockets and bullets indefinitely, and it
Yeah,
just does
yeah.
nothing.
Well, I wonder at this point if this is like a requirement for getting these vehicles in the game, is because I can't remember where I saw it. I think it was in like a White Light video where he was talking about how the destructibility of the cars in Burnout Paradise, because in the Burnout games, like, the destructibility for the cars is like insane, but they're all
Yeah.
generic cars. Whereas in Forza Horizon, you can't really destroy them at all, and that might have something to do with like the licensing for the cars. Is that I'm not sure if that's the case, but something to do with if they're real cars, there can be limitations on like how much you can destroy them, essentially. Like that you have to maintain a certain silhouette or a certain look or something like that. And I wonder if that has any influence here with the because this game's got a whole bunch of licensed, vehicles. It's got the
Yeah.
Aston Martins, Range
A lot of
Rovers,
product
Triumphs.
placement.
I
in
do
general.
love that, by the way, showing me you walk into Q Branch and one of the first things that you see is a Triumph dirt bike that shoots fucking flames out the back. And I think I asked, do I get to ride this? The answer is
Nope.
no.
Nope.
You do not. You don't get to ride the cool motorcycle that shoots fire out the back.
It would be weird
none of
though
that.
if they. I mean, I can fully believe that the rule does exist. You're not allowed to damage any licensed material in a video game. It's a strange rule to apply to video games, given that the Bond movies themselves don't have this trouble. That those cars that Bond uses get pretty fucking banged up. The important thing is they get given awesome action scenes beforehand to establish how cool they are. But eventually they take a huge amount of damage and they might even get blown up, as I think happens in Skyfall. I think when they remember that Bond used to have nice cars and they give him one, that gets blown up.
Well, the
It had
meme
a
is he
little nice
pisses
little
off
action scene
Q,
first.
right? Every time, because Q is like, motherfucker,
Yeah.
that's... Remember the Wild is not enough? He's like, that's my fishing boat.
But man, like at this point, you immediately start thinking, wouldn't it be cool if you had a whole section of the game that was dedicated to vehicular stuff, that you could choose different vehicles and then you could sort of spec them out, and you can choose different, vehicles, or maybe it's like, oh, you can get one of the older Aston Martins that was in one of the, the other films, like the one in Living Daylights or something. You could pick these and then you could spec them out, and then there would be missions that would require you to use them, and there was a different approach. But that would be cool. But never mind, we're not really doing that here. Which I just think it's absurd. Really, like I think that it makes sense that a James Bond game would have more involved car sequences, but
Yeah.
whatever.
You've shown,
Doesn't
like,
need them.
We've seen back to back on stream. These are the two best and most involved car sequences. One of them you get to actually drive, and this one you get a full 6 degrees of freedom. You can actually choose which direction you point.
Well, I like the idea. One of them you get to drive, one of them you get to use gadgets and shit on.
Yeah.
Not at the same time,
Do you get
really.
to drive
though.
no, you don't get to do that. What about? It's like, what about when you go to a left with the Range Rover? It's like, you go off that beaten path. There's nothing to see, nothing to do.
Yeah, whatever. I'm trying to find where the iconic and shared moment of the dumpster truck, right? The garbage truck.
Yes. The garbage truck that you need to control in order to complete the level, as you would expect you would need to do. You would need to, steer it, right?
Yeah, this one went viral for the fact that you do not need to steer this one. You can just hold the gas and that's it.
Mm-hmm. And this isn't the only one that you don't need to steer, by the way. There is another one that you don't need to steer either.
Yeah.
They're slightly different because
terrible.
this one bounces off the walls to direct you, and the other one has drive assist. And by drive assist, it's basically full self-driving. But this is like, I couldn't believe it's the second game in 2 that I was playing. It's like you can kind of test the level of interactivity in a video game. I do now, which is like, can I just put my controller down and play the piano while it's happening with both hands? And it turns out with this one you can. Last time I did that was with mixtape again, so very much a mixtape like this entire sequence. This one, you just hold R2. So I just put my controller down on my leg with the R2 button sort of pressed down, and then just carried on playing piano while it drove itself. And people were defending this as well, sort of similarly to the concrete pedestrian. What I think the popular tweet I saw was, "Oh, don't you understand? It's like this isn't supposed to be like a game. It's like it's more of an interactive cutscene. It's designed to be awesome and epic and to make you feel like you're amazing." And what's the logical consequence of that? Are you telling me that any driving sequence in any older video game in which I actually did the driving is somehow worse and less cinematic than this? Because the one I always go back to will be the Warthog chase in Halo 3 or something like that. So that isn't epic because I don't control it. That's epic because I do control it. That's what makes that fun. Also, it was earned.
You know what's funny though is that with the comparison to Uncharted, they shouldn't do that. It's been weird. This game has made me feel... I do really like the Uncharted series, and I sometimes feel compelled to go to bat for it with this comparison. Uncharted is kind of known, particularly from 2 onward, that every game has a convoy sequence, which is usually like a really exciting highlight of the game. In Uncharted 2, it's very scripted. It's very linear. You basically need to jump from one truck to the next in a specific order. And the game will prompt you to do that by, the truck catches on fire and you need to jump off of it. It's really fun as a set piece, but it's, the interactivity is limited. But even then, you're jumping around and shooting guys. Uncharted 3 gives you a horse so that you can chase after the convoy. You can jump onto the vehicles, take out the bad guys, jump back onto the horse, and move around to the next vehicle. It's still got like a very clear structure that it's following, but it gives you more freedom. And then in Uncharted 4, it's basically like the best convoy mission in that it has the greatest amount of player agency. You have a grappling hook that you can use to hook yourself onto different vehicles, sort of climb your way on and then fight guys. You can jump onto other vehicles, take the enemies out of them, and then drive those vehicles around so that you can then move to the next vehicle and jump onto it. It's like the longer it goes on, the more that even the movie game Uncharted is expanding your ability to interact with the set piece. And it's part of what makes it fun and exciting. It's still cinematic, it still looks great, but it's more dynamic. So, like, the idea that this is the only way that you could do it when even the movie games Uncharted are more interested in giving you an ability to interact with it. And games, I would say, have less of a pretense of being as open-ended as this game sort of pretends to be. It's just crazy to me. Like, the comparison to Uncharted is not favorable for this game, even on the front of interactivity, let alone the movie game element. Certainly not on a writing standpoint. Like, Uncharted 3, it doesn't even have a great story at all. It's got a lot of problems that are still better.
That's the reality,
than
though.
this.
There's not many games you can compare this to favorably. You're like, oh, well, at least it's better than, and it's like anything you choose is not going to be a game that people think is great. And this isn't even. I mean, I guess we could talk about the other.
Argue.
The one where they throw the On Her Majesty's Secret Service
On Her
theme
Majesty's
in it.
Secret Service. Yeah, that's funny. I don't know why. You figured that you'd have that if you were in the snow for a skiing sequence or something.
Oh, you mean
but...
the fucking big
Yeah,
stone hauling
yeah.
truck?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there like a proper name for those trucks? I wonder. It's just a
Probably.
big truck.
My favorite part of this
Don't
sequence is that Greenway says that you need to cover him while he gets the vehicle started, and you can sit there and not shoot anybody, and he'll still complete the task.
That's fun.
And
I
they
didn't
can't
try
hit
that.
you.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
You should try that. That happens in a left at the right at the end before what's his name saves you, and you're meant to be low on ammo. Greenway kept handing me magazines, and I just kept firing them all into the air, and he kept giving them to me. I think he gave me about 20 or 30 magazines.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. If you keep shooting in the air,
the game tricked me
because
I was reasonably fast in shooting everybody in the face, and then the thing happened. But I guess that time was enough for me to think, oh, they give me a gun, then the pistol, then one mag, and then I was done.
Not necessarily jump too far around, but when that sequence started, at first I thought I needed to run out and fight them. But then I kept dying, and then I realized there's an invisible wall. If you run out too far, James will get shot and die instantly, because you're not meant to run out and fight them. You're meant to sit behind the car and shoot them. But you don't have to shoot them. They can't hit you, really, and if you keep firing it into the air, he'll keep giving you ammo, because the game expects that you're going to shoot them, and if you don't, it can't account for that. And then eventually the game's like, okay, fine, you're out of ammo now, we can trigger the cutscene. And it's the same here. You don't need to shoot anything. If you just sit here and wait, he will just get the vehicle sorted out, and then you can jump in. And they can't hit you. The enemies can't find a way to hit you. Eventually, I think you lose some of the plating, but I only lost it right at the end before he told me to get in the vehicle and start driving. Great stuff.
It's just such a shame with like a lot of titles these days that developers and publishers, they're just so scared of you failing. And then they think like, oh, if they fail, they're just going to stop playing our game altogether. Just forgetting that a lot of the interesting things that happen in video games, or the things that I play video games for, is like having a challenge, at least a little bit. Like, they don't need to be crazy challenges, and I don't need to have like a super hard fucking Dark Souls experience, hardcore immersion thing. But I don't know, man, let me fail. Like, if I get seen and they alert everybody and they all come and throw 17 grenades at me and I die, yeah, I gotta fucking try again. That's fine. You give me like 800 checkpoints every level, like, I'll be fine. Let me fail.
No.
It's okay. Let me fail. Let me look around and figure things out. Like, I can find a fucking ladder by myself. You don't need to make it yellow. A ladder is for fucking climbing, so I'm gonna try to fucking climb it. I'm not dumb. Like, fuck. Drives me insane.
Yeah, well.
Don't treat me like a baby.
Game is pretty popular, so maybe you're wrong.
In that sequence, you don't need to steer. That's the point. That one with the big truck, you also don't need to steer.
Yeah.
No.
It'll correct itself eventually and get you going on the right path. The one and only
also
path.
the scene right after you're free again. You drive for like 5 seconds and then you're at your destination.
Yeah.
It's like, can't you just fucking walk?
Could have just
like,
walked.
What are you doing?
I don't know, man.
And then you drive through fucking London for like 20 seconds throw
You
Greenway
get
out
Yeah.
of the
stuck in a
by the way,
traffic
by the
jam
way-
in
And then you get
London.
stuck in traffic
you
and
stop-
cutscene happens.
If you stop, it teleports you. I stopped at the
Really?
bar. When you drop Greenway off, I stopped and I waited for a while, and then eventually it cut to black and teleported me back to James's apartment.
Wait, that's me on screen.
Which is what loads of those sequences should be anyway. Loads of the interstitial driving stuff, which is just going from A to B. Ostensibly, that's quiet time when you can use it for character work, or you can use it for dialogue, or you can use it for plot information. It barely does that. Most of those conversations are restating what just happened, and as a result, it's a huge time waste of a sequence every single time it comes up. It's a bit like when you walk through MI6 headquarters. Like, you have to go all the way up the lift and all the way up the stairs and all the way into M's office and then back all the way down to Q's office as well. That's just a whole load of empty space, which you could just have cut to black and opened up in the next scene, and you would have lost nothing and gained time.
I wouldn't mind talking about License to Kill if everyone's all right with that.
Sure.
So this game was making a Bond game. You got to include License to Kill in some way, shape, or form, or at least they felt it mechanically. And I remember in the marketing, people were already getting hyped for the fact that there's actually going to be a meaningful element to it, and that is that during missions, Bond will receive the License to Kill, which was already kind of weird. He was like, huh? And it's like, well, he's a 00 in training. He's not a 00 yet. And you're like, okay. And you're like, all right, fine, whatever. I'll have to wait until the game's out before I know what the hell's going on with that. Turns out, the way it works is, once an enemy explicitly proves that they intend to kill you, you now have the license to kill them. Before that point, all you were allowed to do is knock them out. And that is the context that this game thinks it's using, and you get that with James says to Isola, whatever, that she'll kill people in cold blood when they don't even know that she's coming. And James is like, that's not the way that I do things. I would never like execute someone that way. And even in the opening of the game, right, where he shoots someone before they shoot him, he has this moment of like, oh my god, a very Tomb Raider moment as far as I'm concerned, of like, oh Jesus, my whole life's flashing before my eyes. I can't believe I did that. I took a life. And it's like, huh? You're James Bond. That's not, what are we doing? It's like origin of character, okay? This is how it works now. We can judge this on two fronts. The first being whether or not that's appropriate. I'd say absolutely fucking not. That's not at all how you should have conducted this character or adapted the work. And that's not what the License to Kill is. It isn't as long as people are attacking you or trying to kill you, you can kill them. Because I think every agent that's ever worked in fucking spycraft would have that, because it's just called self-defense at that point. So nothing to do with a License to Kill. The 007 or 00 License to Kill in general, if you were to draw out what it means from the films, it's basically Bond. You can kill people in ways and places that most normal people absolutely can't, but we're trusting you as our most valued, like, essentially doing all kinds of crazy missions 00, that you've done it for good reason. And the films will explore pieces of it here and there in ways that are kind of interesting about the way that Bond will use it. He'll kill people when he doesn't have to kill some people, but he absolutely will. Because as far as he's concerned, it's better for the world that they're not with us anymore. And yeah, one of the most iconic would be the Alec Trevelyan, where he just drops him from the fucking satellite and splatters.
But he wanted to.
Yeah.
But he did.
And he has the license to kill, therefore it probably won't give him much trouble. But of course, if he went crazy and killed a whole bunch of people, he'd probably lose that license to kill in an assessment.
There's plenty of instances where he'll kill somebody that he didn't need to. There'll be somebody at his mercy and he'll kill him. Like, he's not... Like, he can be pretty ruthless, James Bond, you know, I think, in terms of his willingness to kill people.
They've completely misunderstood what the license to kill is, and they've adapted it horribly. However, if we ignore all of that and take it to mean what they think it does and run with it, they think that you can't use any of your weaponry that's lethal until someone tries to kill you in any of these missions. That's how it runs. Only the problem is, we know the intentions of all of the people in most of these circumstances are to absolutely kill me on sight. I don't know why we would need to wait until they aim a gun at me before I can use it.
They punch you to death. They kill James Bond when they punch him. It doesn't say Bond was knocked unconscious. If James Bond loses a fist fight, he is dead. So the idea that, like, these people aren't trying... I'm
talking about, like, ideologically, too. Like, you know... These men work for people who execute you in cutscenes as well. Like, the fucking Damien will shoot you to death in plenty of cutscenes, punch you to death.
Well, they haven't whipped out the gun yet, so...
That's insane.
You know, never mind that. It's like, that's stupid.
But then,
that's
of course,
really, really dumb.
The other problem this game has to account for, the devs didn't bother, is that James can fucking kill people. He can drown them, electrocute them, and toss them into a chasm, so they die. But he doesn't treat it that way, neither do they.
He can actually do this to people who are, like, more innocent as well.
Yeah.
Because not all goons are created equal in this. Like, yeah, plenty of them are kind of what Mola described, but sometimes they're just dudes doing their jobs, like, that are actually doing their jobs, and you can still... Or they, like, work for somebody who's on your side, and you can still throw them into a pool and then they drown.
Which is very funny. But creates all these kind of fucking ludonarrative problems, which you wouldn't have if you didn't fucking create this stupid rule, and then you also had maybe consequences for hurting innocent people.
And then, of course, you know, when it moves into the gameplay thing, it's like, dude, it's incredibly annoying that the game arbitrarily prevents me from using my full suite of abilities and equipment. That's really annoying. There are so many instances where if I had access to a gun, it could change the way that I approach the level in fun and creative ways that you have decided I'm not allowed to use.
That's where the cynical eye would then tend toward, is like, why would they have put this system in place to hamper you like that? And it's like, because a lot of these sequences don't work as well if you have access to a gun. You can fuck up all of them if you
they want to
use a gun
control
immediately.
your ability to use a weapon, because heaps of these levels aren't built to accommodate what would happen if you shot a weapon. Even as simple as shooting it into the air, the game wouldn't be able to deal with it. It can only deal with it under very specific circumstances, and thus there are very specific circumstances where either enemies will be willing to whip out a weapon and shoot you, whereas in other instances they won't, or alternatively sequences where it is gunfight no matter what. What is really awkward about this, however, is that you could get into, like, let's say you're in an area where if at the beginning, you know, if they see you, they'll start punching you. But then, if the fight lasts for long enough, the license to kill will happen. They'll pull the guns out. You could fight those guys, pick up a weapon, I don't know, shoot like maybe 20 bullets, and so you've only got like 5 bullets left in the magazine. You've taken them all out, and you're not allowed to reload your gun because you don't have the license to kill anymore, because all the enemies are dead, or you know, otherwise dealt with. And so you're there with a gun, and you might need to use that gun later in the level, but you're not allowed to even reload the weapon because you don't have a license to kill.
Alternatively, you can be attacked by a fucking horde, but as long as none of them pull out a gun, you're not allowed to use your gun. A horde of men who are going to rip you to shreds, you can't use your gun.
Yeah,
you can't even threaten to use your gun, right? Hold it up and be like, hey, I'll shoot you if you come closer.
You don't have the license to kill yet, buddy.
Absolute nonsense, and only there to compensate for their already fucking shallow systems that can't handle any deviation from the rails.
It is entirely consistent. The license to kill as a system is entirely consistent with the levels being built such that there are several areas where you can't punch anybody. It's
Look at that.
It's the same thing. Yeah, that's funny.
This no perfect visual. No license to kill, but you can do this. I think that guy is not alive.
Uh-huh. Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I think there's water at the bottom. He survived that.
I don't think he can if that were water. I think he's still dead.
The reason why he wasn't allowed to shoot Isola at that last sequence when he absolutely would have. He didn't have the license to kill, I guess. That probably explains that. What would he have done? If he shot her, they'd be like, you don't have the license to kill. Your license is revoked or something. Get out of here, James.
What's the thing, too? The promise is he's a 00 now. So the next game, they're going to have to account for this, are they?
I can do it whenever I want, right? But that won't be the case. It'll be the same system.
Presumably, yeah.
Because everybody said this game is great, so they won't change
system,
anything.
If not worse. I wouldn't be surprised if the fucking theoretical sequel to this is worse. We've kind of alluded to them, but it's still worth talking about the sort of umbrella topic of yellow paint, I should say. QTEs, walking, talking, cutscenes. A huge swath of this game is made up of nothing. Padding would be generous to call it that. It is so much wasted time in this game. It is insane.
These climbing sequences, which are often longer than you might think, of just extended climbing through vents or along cliff faces or outside of buildings. I would say these are very Outlaws-like sequences, because you might remember that Outlaws had a lot of these sorts of sequences where you would just have to do climbing for about 5 minutes. And of course, we're not dealing with particularly interesting climbing. It's not like Assassin's Creed or anything in an open world. There's one way, there's one path. There's only one way that you can progress through here. And the best part is, unlike in Uncharted, which this game keeps getting compared to by people who at this point I just assume haven't even played Uncharted or haven't played it in long enough, In Uncharted, you can fail the platforming like outright. You can just get a jump wrong and miss. In this game, you can't. All of the jumps, all of the climbing is contextual. So it's impossible to fail a platforming sequence.
They remove your ability to drop down unless it's safe.
Yep.
Exactly. They only let you jump over to a platform, and then they'll show the X button, and then you can jump there. You can't miss aim.
Jumping.
So it was
You know what's
driving me nuts.
hilarious,
I couldn't
way,
vault to a rooftop at all, and I was like, I guess you can't go there. And it's like, no, you got to aim at the fucking yellow carpet. You got to aim at that, and then you can jump.
What's hilarious is that Uncharted received criticism for not having as difficult platforming as Tomb Raider. Like, whereas if Tomb Raider was more like conventional platforming, Uncharted is kind of more guided platforming. Like, yeah, you can mess up the jump, but you know, the game is guiding you such that you should be getting all of the jumps right. And yet, it's gotten worse than that, to where it's like, yep, you can't fail these sequences. It's like, dude, why am I here?
Yeah.
Like, what's the point?
And there's very rarely is there going to be any information imparted while you're doing it. Again, it's just a substantive dead air period, to the point where towards the, probably not even toward the end of the game, almost from the halfway point of the game onwards, I would just use these as an excuse to virtually disassociate. I would just be scrolling chat all the way through this, because there's no chance of me failing. The only thing that would ever go wrong is that I was paying so little attention, I would sometimes accidentally platform back in the direction I'd just come and get lost.
That's it. Oh, no.
There's no other engagement, so why am I paying attention?
It's funny you say that, because a lot of the time they will block off just continuously going back. They'll keep adding invisible walls. They'll keep closing doors behind you, because they like wouldn't want you to go too far back there. Okay, that level's gone now. You're like, all right. And you end up questioning, like, why wasn't this a cutscene? Why wasn't this a cutscene? And that is not. Some people got confused when I was saying this. They were like, "You want more cutscenes?" And I was like, "No." When I say why wasn't this a cutscene, what I'm actually saying is I can't interact with this. So why are you telling me I should? Why are you giving me the controller? What's the point? I don't understand.
You would gain as much from a cutscene as you get from this gameplay section, but the cutscene will be quicker and more efficient, so that you're not losing anything by taking away the gameplay element, because the gameplay element virtually doesn't exist anyway.
That became clear very early when you get to MI6 for the first time in the headquarters, and you have to follow around Moneypenny, and it's like, oh, there's like this big area to the right and left. Maybe there's something there, collectibles, anything. It's like, nope.
So
run into people, but that's that.
You know, if like genuinely try to imagine this hypothetical game launches, you boot it up, and you start with the car driving up to the Carpathian Hotel, I think is what it's called. That's the beginning of the game. You get out, and then they're like, all right, everyone has their jobs. Bond, you're the getaway driver. You stay there. And so we're just like, okay, all right. And then you just you run that mission as a tutorial, by the way, and maybe get into 2 fights. Just cover all that stuff, and then your team get killed, some of them get crushed, whatever. And then you chase the guy, you fail, and then you head over to M and then Q, and then you launch into the major game. Can you imagine, like? And the game's baseline, the first thing you do, the prologue, is you were a part of a set of 00 recruits, and you're the only one that survived, and now there's a bigger plot to have to deal with. You would have skipped, what are we talking about here, like 3.5 hours? And I don't think it changes a fucking thing.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Do you need any of the stuff before it, really? Do you need it?
No.
Do you need the game?
No.
They pretend like there's all these. We do story probably after mechanics anyway, but there's like all these things where they pretend they bond and shit. Like they bond, funny. All this shit, and they're really close, and now it's very sad they died or whatever. And it's like, yeah, no, but you just skipped everything from that, and then just told me they're chill, and now they live together, and that's it. No, they're dead, and
but
now
you wouldn't
we do
be
our
as
Bond
sad
adventure.
when Monroe dies, would you? If you'd skipped all of that stuff, that
Honestly,
that wouldn't be sad at all.
I would probably, with less context, feel slightly more, in the sense that I would be oh, we're doing, it's like these guys probably did hang out, they probably did a bunch of stuff, and that we're joining them at what turns Bond, like this is the first significant event that turns Bond into who he is. I gotcha. Okay, I can imagine a life that was lived before this that isn't him anymore as a result of this event or something. Like I don't. But the thing is, it's like, so what? You would have hated it even if it was like really well done. It's like, no, that's the thing. It's not well done. That's why I'm just trying to encourage it gets skipped. Like when you go to the apartment, I couldn't fucking believe I was playing a James Bond game and it was having me walk around an apartment, pick up things, and go like, this is chess. This is a game people play. These are trading cards. This is a coffee cup that belongs to Monroe. I was like, what are you doing to me right now? I have to talk to. It's like, go to your particular room, Bond. You walk into. It's like, do you like your room, Bond? I was like, this is unbelievable. I just want to kill stuff. I just want to stealth around and destroy things. Like, why?
Yeah, I want
want
to kill everybody in this building because Cressida in particular, because she's just not like. Oh, yeah, we'll come on to the characters later, but yeah, the sum total of information I think you get from Monroe there is that he likes coffee, he likes old action movies, he likes sneakers,
yeah.
and he has a dad who was in the SAS, and that's kind of his entire character. So your counter, like the implied backstory would be better than the backstory that we actually get that's concrete, is absolutely correct. So you can skip all of that. There's no point. And then most of those characters will fuck off at the midpoint of the game, so you aren't even really drawing any attachment to anything that you play that section of the game for. All of that could be skipped quite easily.
What a waste of time. So much padding throughout the whole game. So many cutscenes where people say stuff you already know, and then they say it again in the sequence leading up to the level, and then in the level you do stuff that pads for no reason. We'll get all into that in the story, which... Yeah, can you believe it? We haven't even started talking about the story yet. But I just know, broadly, that is kind of like the experience. It is very sterile. It is undercooked. It is all padded to hell and back. There's so much time wasted waiting. All of it alludes to systems you're familiar with if you've played games for, I don't know, 30 years, and you'll know all of these things from better games, and you'll just be like, why can't it do more? Why can't it do this? And then eventually the story ends, and you'll be like, okay. So anyway. And
it's extremely repetitive structurally as well, just in terms of like, every mission is basically walk around, press triangle till you find someone to eavesdrop on, then they will unlock new area, then you will get cutscene, then you will move into shooting section, then you will have wrap up against one of the Targaryens probably, then that's the end. Then you pick up the next mission, walk around, press triangle, find someone to eavesdrop, unlock next section, have a cutscene, shooting section, boss, next, and it's the same again and same again and same again. There's not even a huge amount of variety in the way that the structure of the game develops, and you might, as you see on the screen at the moment, you might gain a new ability contextually for the particular level you're on, but it's going to be something really small, like the fucking electric stun thing that you get for your gun in the mountains mission. But the actual structure of the level, though, exactly the same as all the previous ones. So the new abilities do not sufficiently hide how repetitive the entire game is. Not only is there nothing in it, but the same selection of nothing happens in the exact same order for every single level.
Yeah, when you're set on one of the paths that they present you, and beware, because if you finish that one route, you don't get to look at the other ones. They just lock you off. Like you can't do all the mini games on the pirate island or whatever. Fellows, I forgot the name of that. LF, right? When you get your 100K, that's it. I couldn't even. There was like a thing where you can infiltrate a group, Scorpio or whatever they call it. There was like the crypto thing I didn't get to do. It's like, oh, I'm just done.
Dude, the funniest one for me was
which is weird.
I'd gotten the gem, but I didn't go to the pawn shop yet. So I just have the gem forever now, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Which is weird because this game has like built-in challenges you can do. And I was like, isn't it like a no-brainer to have like a challenge that says finish all the mini games or get X amount of dollars in a laugh? It's like,
you can soft lock that place, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, so you can infinitely spend money in the shooting gallery if you keep missing, and you'll drain all of the money, and then you can't make any more, so you lose. Because they haven't accounted for that, which, good job. Funnily enough, they did account for it with the gem guy. After 3 attempts, Bond is supposed to say this is a scam, and he won't do it anymore until you use the Q lens. That doesn't always trigger for everybody, to be clear. But they didn't make one for the shooting gallery. You can just drain all your money in it. And it's faster to do it that way anyway.
There is a challenge for getting enough money in that section. Like I think
Really?
it's like 140K. But the dumb thing is that once you hit like 110K, you can't go for any more things.
Yeah.
So you have to do things in a specific order to be able to even try.
To be clear, because like Metal alluding to the Scorpius people or whatever, like that's like a moral imperative as well as a money one for Bond. But the gem, if you talk to the pawn shop person first, she says she really wants that gem back, and like he stole it off her. So you can like it goes beyond money at that point. It's like, Bond, we could just return it to her because she had it stolen off her, and he's like, no, mission ends. No, I won't do it. Like,
This is my gem now.
Very, very strange, but Yeah, I mean, I'm I don't know if you sort of concluding thoughts from everyone here about mechanically how this game goes, because those are the broad topics, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I had the most fun with it when I was just fucking around with people. Like, well, funnily enough, that's what I'm doing on screen right
Yeah.
now. I was just trying to
should-
figure. Yeah, go ahead.
Should we talk about the bluff system?
That's, you know what? Yes, that's actually a really fair thing to bring up, because it's almost it's passed my mind because of just how fucking like unpraiseworthy it is. It bugs me that it's only being praised by people who have, no offense to anybody, but I guess less familiarity with how this has existed in other games before. Specifically, Star Wars Outlaws had this exact thing, and everyone gave it the same praise of like revolution. Oh my god, it's so interesting how it can change stealth forever. It doesn't do anything. It just delays someone catching you, and then you can kill them. And the Bond game does the exact same thing. And I suppose, broadly as an idea, it's like, oh, where could we take this? Like, well, you got to make it dynamic, right? Like, how does the information that Bond uses reflect the person, and where does he get that information from? Can we change that based on the environment? Can they change it based on their familiarity, depending on what they saw or when they saw it? And then, of course, like, if someone sees you or hears you doing that excuse, can you then not bluff them in any other way? Or do you also bluff everybody in the area, which is kind of how it works. It's like a little circle that's worth it, I think. I think you can bluff more than one person at a time sometimes, but it doesn't matter anyway, because if you bluff them in particular environments, you just immediately do a takedown. So it's basically just like a one-button delay. It's like a get-out-of-jail-free card that applies like a sort of
not
a
how I
line
used
from
it.
Bond, which I just don't find that impressive whatsoever. Like, they've
Especially when you hear
implemented
the
this system.
lines that he uses do not take into account anything. Most of the lines are just unbelievable. They're not contextually relevant. A nice idea. A nice idea might actually have been, to incentivize you to go and press triangle and all the things you can press triangle with. So you have to press triangle on certain things to be able to use bluff. In the reality, it's kind of like a point system that you have to have 4 points, which you gain back contextually in order to use bluff. But if you had to go and frop stuff, and then because you frop that piece of information, he uses that piece of information to bluff them, that would be believable. But what he actually does is, like, he might do something totally implausible. Like, he'll drop through a vent in the ceiling and surprise some people, and they'll say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And you choose bluff, and he says, "Oh, I was just admiring the dinosaurs." And they go, "Leave then." And he says, "I will." And then you can just walk wherever you want to walk until the bluff timer times out. You can't use bluff when people are watching, but if you use it on someone when people aren't watching, it may also bluff all the people who were watching at the same time. So that doesn't make any fucking sense.
And the bluff
Sometimes
lasts for about
it doesn't
30
work.
seconds, and then they forget what you said. So if you
Yes.
burst into a room and say, I'm inspecting the doors, lol," and they go, "Oh, okay, fine," they leave you alone. 30 seconds later, they're like, "Who are you?" And it's like, what, you forgot?
You just spoke to me.
By the way, to make it like a real system, to make it something that's actually worth praising, it should be that when you're moving through an environment, there are like eavesdropping opportunities that aren't just one where you press the button and you get exactly the information you need. Characters say shit, and if you actually remember it, then when you have a bluff and they're like, "What are you doing here?" then 3 options pop up, and you need to actually choose the correct bit of information. You need to choose something that's congruent with what you've heard. You need to come up with a name or something that this kind of person wouldn't be familiar with. You should have to be able to act. You should have to do something rather than just press the circle button to get out of jail for free.
Exactly. If you're walking around the hotel and you find a fucking list of like all of the waiters or something, and one of them maybe is turned up late, and you see the names, like, cool. Another scenario where you hear someone at the front desk talking about how a certain security guard hasn't turned up, whatever, and then you get a third one, and then you walk past a security guard and you go bluff, and the 3 options are the waiter, the security guard, or the third person, whatever. And if you choose security guard against the security guard, he'll recognize you. He'll be like, "You're lying."
Exactly.
You create like a rock, paper, scissors sort of thing.
And if you choose one path, it needs to be something that has to be remembered, because someone will say like, "No, I thought you were from this."
Yeah.
You know, like if you say, I'm with the cooking staff. It's like, but you told, James, not James, because you're James. You told Phil that you're with security, and then you're fucked. And then you have to fight them or you run away.
There's
or something,
zero
and then you're covered in
dynamism.
blood.
It's just a delay on getting caught. It just bails you out. That's all it does. And it's exactly the same in Outlaws. It's literally one-to-one mechanic. I don't know why everyone thinks this is the first game to do it. It's not even done well.
Very, I mean, how is there not a persuasion ability? Why is that not that you just I'm just distracted by metal launching those two guys off there. No license to kill, but you can use the shockwave camera to shoot them off the cliff to their deaths.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. It's so great. But yeah, I mean, it's the mechanic, the praise is exactly
Pretty
what
fun,
it
right?
would seem on that. It does. It's a good meme. But yeah, the praise for this mechanic, it's like it's surface level, like much of the praise for this game ends up being on Twitter.
There's
It's just
nothing this game
nothing.
does better than any other game. It does everything worse and less.
Yeah, I think that is just a true statement of this game. I can't think of a single thing that it does that it is exceptional at.
And it actually
I mean-
harms you as well if you've got any experience playing older or better games, particularly if you haven't played too many modern AAA titles, which is the position I'm in. I might come across what this game thinks is a puzzle, and I am actively hamstrung because most of my gaming memory is from a time when games had puzzles in them. So I spend time thinking, could this be the solution? Maybe this is the answer. Do I have to backtrack all the way back here because I remember seeing something vaguely related to it? And because I'm expecting it to be complicated, the game becomes complicated. Whereas in truth, the solution to anything you need is usually right next to the thing that it needs to solve.
Yes.
So like, the clip on screen at the moment is like, I think I was expecting to have to go back and find some way to unlock the door because I'm still not quite... It's just not quite trained in my memory yet that you can just follow the yellow line and shoot the thing at the end of it to open the door. It just seems too simple to be true,
remember-
and yet that is true for all puzzles in the game.
On the way to the auction in Aleph, you can help out a DJ who's about to be killed because he can't fix his system. And he's like, oh God, help me. And he's like, something's wrong with the speaker. I walked over to the speaker and I activated the watch. I was looking if I could zap it, or I was looking around, just I don't know what the fuck. And then eventually I was like, oh, I've overthought it. There's literally just a fuse to the left. Grab that, walk back to the speaker, fix it, done. It's just like, dude, why do I even bother? Why do you even think anything? The amount I have overthought with modern games where I was like, oh, there could be a cool set of solutions. It's like, stop thinking. There is no point. I don't know a better example than the puzzle everyone brute forced in the
I was about to mention
in the Carpe
that.
Diem.
Yeah.
Where it was like,
What a
they
baffling.
have a specific line where he says, "We'll be able to get past this with blind luck." And it's like, yeah, I will.
I've seen a post online where someone actually did it first try.
First
right
try,
after he said
yeah.
that. Yeah.
I did do it first try.
Oh shit! Nice. You should have posted it.
Did
on
you do
the
it first try
Twitters.
because you knew the Chimera, or did you guess?
No, I just guessed. I had no clue. And so
That's
I
great.
went through
It's
the room
really-
and like, what just happened? And then I had
Also-
to stand on the other side of that door for ages trying to backfill what I thought the puzzle was supposed to have been.
What's funny is that, like, I think Fringy, you said you did it the way they wanted you to, right? Like, you saw the note and you were like, "Oh, Chimera, gotcha."
Yeah.
But of
I
course,
didn't even
why
know.
the
I
fuck
saw the
did-
banners on the walls and immediately got it right.
Why did the guys leave a fucking guide to the secret room?
know,
Like, what the
yeah.
fuck are they
And
doing?
the thing is, the reason why I figured that the solution had to be in there was because I couldn't open the door for no reason. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm locked in. I have to go this way. So whatever the solution is, it must be here somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. Cool.
Well, it's also incredibly stupid, like as a locking mechanic, because when you hit the right button, it stays in, and it only resets when you hit the wrong one. So it's like, oh, this one stays in, this is correct, and then you try the next one. Oh, this one also stays in.
The
and
second that happened, I was like, "This is brute forceable. I'm gonna do it." Out of
I
principle.
Didn't even try that. I should have tried that, and then I would have.
What they needed to do to stop the player doing that is to have a blind child in a room on the other side of the building that you have to protect there
Well,
because
it's
you
funny
can't
you
use it
bring that
because
up.
it's braille.
Because it pissed me off in Resident Evil 9, where I was like, I can brute force this. It's like, you're not allowed. It's like, oh, fuck you. At least Bond lets me brute force its stupid puzzles. I appreciate
And then-
it, Bond.
Even somewhere the gem puzzle in Aleph, where it's a standard cup game, right? Which was already unbelievable. So the gem's worth like $75,000. You're not going to risk it in a fucking 3-cup game. But he sets that up and think, well, at least this is a game, and I understand the rules for this game, and this game can be kind of fun, right? You have to just keep your eyes trained on the one that you see and put it under. I was expecting the twist to be that he's the words scammed you and put it back in his pocket secretly. But I was expecting that to be the game it told me it was going to be, and you actually have to follow the thing. But then even that, which is like one of the most simple childlike games that everybody understands the rules of, is just hold down L1. And then there's no puzzle there anymore.
So
there's no
lame,
game.
dude.
It's too much of a game. Even the cups is too much of a game for this game.
So, did someone do it without using the lens? Because I'm curious what happens. Because when I used the lens, I couldn't even see that he was doing anything illegal. It just looked to me he was just doing the game, and then I was the one
I
who
think he
cheated him.
was. Yeah, I think that's how you. I was told by
Yes.
chat, and I don't know if this is true, but if you don't use the lens, then you just never pick the right one. It's
Yeah.
just impossible.
That's what I
But
got.
he's not even doing any slay of
Well,
hand
so
or
that's-
anything.
No.
That's what Bell's.
There's
That's
nothing
the
there.
stupidest thing of it all is that if you don't use the lens, he'll cheat you. If you do use the lens, he will not cheat you. You're like, what? What's happening? And of course, it's not very satisfying, is it? Of all the options you could have, because he does a very poor job of moving those around. It's not going to trick fucking anybody. But why not have that mini game where he does, and he's got 10 layers of challenge, and the more you complete, the more money you win, or anything. Why not?
Because when we talked about this puzzle on the Forge last week, Mark was like, "Oh man, I thought I need to like I don't know use the fart dart on him so he gets confused, and then I'll do it this way, or maybe I need to mark the cup somehow so I can see it with the Q lens or whatever." And then obviously it turns out you just have to hold down the button, you see where it is. I'm just like, oh.
Well, I asked,
Just by me thinking how just because I know how puzzles could work, I just came up with two more fun solutions to this than just hold down the button.
Or make it an actual game, because I was asking chat at the time. I was like, "Have you played Deadly Alliance's Test Your Sight?" And I'd sent for you the video for it. Level 10 on Test Your Sight in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance is fucking hard. There's like 7 of these little pots, and they all spin pretty fast to the point where you can still guess.
Yeah.
But it's tough. Tough thing, but it's satisfying if you beat it, because you're like, yeah, I got it. You kind of, in a weird way, you have to like focus so hard on your peripheral vision, because you focus on a particular thing spinning, your eyes can get lost. But if you really just like sort of, there's a lot of strategies to it. I think it's really neat, and they could easily have incorporated that. In the same vein, the fucking shooting gallery is pathetic in this little sequence.
I was shocked when I did it. I was like, wait, that's it? I thought I had to do like
I got everything.
The payout's
like,
so insane.
huh?
This guy must be bankrupt. Like, how the fuck is he paying this out? Like, what are you doing?
Like 30 grand.
Yeah.
Well, and
See,
I'm
I
sorry,
never
but it's just
found
so
that, but
unsatisfying that you're playing a bunch of like carnival mini games to get $100,000. It's like, why? What is
everyone here must be just billionaires. But if you because I never found the shooting challenge, I think I just accidentally followed the other paths that it wanted me to take, so I never did this one.
Yeah.
But if you do walk around, a bunch of NPCs you'll overhear them talking about the shooting gallery and saying that it's definitely rigged. Is it rigged at all in any way?
He tries to not pay you, but some dude just appears and goes, "Hey, pay him," and he goes, "Oh, okay, fine."
Those are the rules, and that's it. Yeah.
Rigged is a weird word to say that he just doesn't pay you.
Yeah. By the way, before we move on from mechanics, how many of you actually use that Deadeye feature during their playthrough?
Never. I forgot it existed.
Oh, you're talking about the focus thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't need it, so fuck it.
Because the enemies don't move,
I was
so why would
reminded of
you?
it.
I was
like,
killing everybody with the
Stream 3.
vaulting
I
and
was like,
gun throwing. I didn't even need to shoot my guns. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, because when they introduced it, it's like this massively fast spinning fuck thing. It was like, oh shit, I hit that with my focus. So obviously there's going to be a thing where I have to, I don't know, shoot through a vent that has like a spinning ventilator in it, and I need to do focus or something. But no, it's just, I just never used it. There was no need.
By the way, if you wanted to see that thing I was alluding to earlier, so these two, I could steal money from both of them. I pooped out the one on the left. He's available now. The one on the right just turns around for no reason. It's very, very confusing, but, you know, hey, man, creative strategy. Always do the unexpected, right?
Oh, God. I can't believe they put that line in a game that's this on rails.
Yeah, I know. It always breaks if you do anything unexpected.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh. So.
Good memes.
Yeah. I don't think it's very good mechanically. In fact, I think it's quite bad.
I'm inclined to agree.
I think every system in play is actually pretty flawed, pretty shallow, and can't withstand much pressure beyond what everyone is encouraged to do.
I think if you were to think about design philosophies for games as a room, you have certain games, like Uncharted, that I'd say are pretty honest about the scope of your interactivity, you know? It's got solid walls, and it's like, dude, you can have a lot of fun within these walls, but yeah, don't try pushing up against them. They're not gonna budge. This is it. This is the game right here. This is all that's available to you. And then there are other games, more open-ended games like Deus Ex and stuff like that, where it's almost like the room is a big tent and you push at the boundary and you're like, oh, damn, it's like giving way. I thought that I wouldn't be able to do that, and I could. That's really cool. This game is like, it looks like a tent, but when you push up against the wall, not only is it a brick wall, but there's like the big punching thing, like in Jackass, that shoots out and hits you in the face and knocks you back whenever you push up against the wall a little bit too hard. Like, hey, get back in that fucking box.
Either that or the wall fucking crumbles.
You can do. Yeah, and it crushes you.
Yeah.
It crushes you beneath it. Because I've been thinking about this a bit with sort of the conversation about this game and, you know, the vaulting and stuff like that and the weird arguments that people put forward. When you play something like Crash Bandicoot, that game is linear. It's very linear. It is a linear platformer. It doesn't present as being like an open environment that you can explore kind of at your own pace. Like, there's one specific way to go. There's one very specific way that you need to be overcoming the obstacles. That is the task of the game, is essentially, have you got the dexterity to do what we're asking you to do? The only thing that you have in terms of optional objectives is, well, we got a bunch of crates around. You can go for those, and you can stop anytime that you want. If it gets too hard, you can stop. But if you go and get all of them, then you get, you know, a gem, and good job you. And within the scope that game provides, you don't really have an ability to break it. It's not that kind of game. You can only interact with it in a one specific way, and in that scope, it's all fine. No ludonarrative dissonance or any of that shit. It's just like, you do it, game works, no problems, all good. And then when you expand it out to maybe something like Metroid Prime, it's like, well, there's a much more, you know, interactive experience, a much more open-ended experience. You've got more of an ability to move through this world. But like, in Metroid Prime, your ability to interact with that world is not such that you can, like, break the game. It doesn't really make sense. Like, you can't... The scope of your interactivity in that world is fully accounted for. There are this number of things that you can do, and given these things that you can do, the game is aware of all of the possibilities that invites, and it more or less has an answer for all of those questions. And so then you end up with a really good, you know, positive experience. This is a game where it ostensibly presents a whole bunch of things that you can do, but then if you ever start to experiment or try and mess around with things, it collapses. It cannot handle the things that it says or presents or has the pretense of allowing you to do. And, like, I think that should be recognized as being more of a flaw than, oh, all games have exploits, shut the fuck up. It's like, it's a very unsatisfying explanation for these kinds of problems, because, yeah, you can't really make these sort of viral clips for something like Metroid Prime. It doesn't really work. It's not possible.
No.
But in this game, it's easy. It's so easy. It can't handle, you know, look at these enemies. They can't do shit. They don't know what to do.
Well, there's the
They're
thing.
lost
This is
at
one
sea.
instance of like 17 of how you break this game, and it's all with very casual
And you don't have
interaction.
to try yeah, exactly. You don't have to try very hard. This could happen to some rando, you know, compared to people like us, I guess, who are looking at these games a little bit more comprehensively. You know, any regular player could have this happen to them. Any regular player can figure out how powerful vaulting is. Any regular player could accidentally climb onto a ledge that the melee enemies can't follow them onto. These are easy ways that the game starts to fall apart. It's not very interested in you participating in it, unless you do it in exactly the one way that they want you to.
Although sometimes it will lie to you about the one way it wants you to do something. So, like the robots in the sort of penultimate level.
Yeah.
When the robots suck, so obviously the game wants you to really fear them, and it introduces them by very cleverly to establish how fearful they are, showing one that's unable to break through some glass. So that's a good start. Then when it finally does come down and attack you, Bond will say something like, "Oh, bullets, they're not going to be enough. Got to do something else."
Which
How
is
did I kill that
redundant,
robot? I
whatever.
shot it. So bullets were
Yeah.
enough. Bullets were more than
You can't
enough.
shoot him to death. That's
Wait, you
right.
can?
Yep, you can.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Wait, what's the fucking point of showing us earlier in the game? It's like,
What
oh,
is
look
the
at these
point?
crazy robots. Bullets can't hurt them. And then you
What
go
is the
down, it's
point?
like, oh, bullets
Nope.
not gonna
And
do the
the
trick.
thing is
And
as
now
well,
you fucking
because
tell me you can't fucking shoot them. Oh my god.
when
this game.
when you do, because when you shoot them in that section that's designed to tell you they're not shootable, they sort of stagger and sort of flip back. The robots do that when you shoot them normally, and they don't move. So you can just keep them stuck in place, glitching out, while you shoot them
They keep
repeatedly until they
looping,
die.
keep looping around, yeah.
Hilarious.
flailing.
By the way, you
I did-
can stagger them with vaulting as well. I found that funny.
Of course. So this sequence, by the way, that I'm showing right now, if you platoon, I got really annoyed because they were like, "Oh God, the robot's coming! You got to be careful! It's coming! It's coming! It's coming!" I waited around until it broke through because I was like, "Well, I've got my like EMP thing, so this robot can't do anything to me." He smashes through and just goes game over. I was like,
What?
no. I was like, "It's not game over. I'm fine." But like, he's like, "Nope, you lose." I was like, "Okay."
I just assumed that he never broke through because I was
No, he
waiting there for
does.
ages. I love the way his bodies bounce.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just waiting there for ages. So he just breaks it. I guess is your license to kill not activated, so you're not allowed to kill non-sentient robots.
Extremely fucking lame, as with many things in this game. Disappointing.
Yeah.
That's when you just drop down with or supposed to drop down with the elevator. It's like, oh no, there's some tension going on. What am I gonna do to get out of this pickle? And then just these two fucking blue pulsating anuses appear again. It's like, you need to shoot this thing with
Yeah.
your thing. It's like, fuck's sake.
By the way,
I
this
didn't even
moment
start to look around. You just told me straight up.
where the alarms go off, and to be fair, this was a hard difficulty. I don't know what you did with this, Mel, but like loads of guys turn up. I just ran through, and I didn't have to kill anybody.
I just shot them.
Well,
By the way,
that's what I'm getting at. It's like they want you to do that. That's the whole point. There's a whole covered fucking chest high walls cover sequence, right? But I was just like, I'm just gonna run through the target, and it just works. It's like, cool, thank you.
Yeah,
It doesn't force you to move because that thing you're crouching behind there is indestructible.
Yeah.
So actually, it's a really easy shooting area. Not only do they not move, but the first cover available to you cannot be broken.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not particularly interested by this kind of gameplay in any game at this point. Like crouch behind, cover, rise up, shoot thing that explodes or shoot enemy. I'm just like, man, I've had my fill in my life of this. Okay, you got to do something new and interesting for me to care about this, and they absolutely don't.
Hey, now they try one new and interesting thing in this level. You get to control Reki. Except that it's actually not new and interesting because mechanically it's the same as when you tell Greenway to snipe people for you. So it's kind of just the same part of the game.
I love that as well because if you have to aim at the person that you want them to shoot, I mean, why not just shoot them yourself? But then at the same time, it's like there's barely any delay between the sort of cooldown is basically nothing, so you can just have him shoot them infinitely. Like,
oh,
he did that for me.
I just started running and held down the button and just
that's what I did.
Tapped the other one, and then everybody just fell over.
Dude, you know what it is? To me, at that point, it's the mixtape sequence where you have to tap the button to activate the firework, right?
No.
Like, that's all it is. You run through a pre-scripted sequence where you just have to press the button that makes you win, and that's it. In mixtape, it was optional. You got to fail stay in this if you don't. So there's that.
Yeah. Do you want to do talking about bosses at all? Or do you want to do this when you go through the story?
I guess there's the mechanical element and the story side to those. So the thing is that broadly, other than like there's more specific glitches, they all suffer from the exact same problems we've been through with all of the AI and the
I mean, just
else.
More that the bosses are just really lame. Like one of them just takes away your mechanics, and then you have to use the environment. And
suddenly you can't attack one of the twins when you fought two of them at the same time. Now you can't fight one of them.
I actually think it's slightly worse than that because you are allowed to sneak up behind him and hit him once, and it will do damage.
Yeah,
and then it takes the ability away from you. So it's like it's even worse than taking it away at the beginning. Is that it gives you it and takes it away midway through for no reason whatsoever.
Well, they do it Mr. Freeze from Arkham City. That's what that sequence is. A really shit version. For those who haven't played it, it's you have to find a way to damage Mr. Freeze over and over again, but he's like a learning person computer man, and he basically says every single move you make, he'll never let you get him that way again. So, for example, if you sit under a vent and rise up out of it to hit him, he'll freeze all of them in future so that you can't get him. It's like, okay, fine, you create an environmental thing where you spray bat explosive juice on the wall, blow it up. If you ever try that again, he'll zap it before you can, blow it up. And you have to do like 7 or 8 different ones of that to take him out. And it's cool because they're all very different. They all reflect all the mechanics you've learned over the course of the game. In this, it's just like, we've taken away all of your abilities and you have to arbitrarily use these stupid fucking environmental contextualized things. Which, by the way, a lot of people felt like that was one of the strongest parts of the game mechanically.
That's wacky.
I don't know, I think by comparison to everything else in the game, it might actually be one of the strongest parts of the game mechanically. So in the first instance, that he does, it's hard to do this because this is not really a compliment. I was playing that first section against Gary and Targaryen, whatever the fuck his name was. So you knock him out, say, by dropping a chandelier on him, and then I saw him, he was trying to shoot the chandeliers. I was like, okay, so he's learned something. No other enemy in the game will do this. That's an improvement over everything else in the game. But then when he went to shoot it, he forgot that he was standing next to a wall and was just shooting the wall repeatedly. So it's like, okay,
Oh, no.
I almost complimented you for something quite basic, and you can't quite do that right either. But at least he's showing some kind of contextual memory and awareness. But it's really, really basic. It's just that nobody else in the game does it. And when I say nobody else in the game, I mean the final boss, who does the same sequence. He's worse at this than the first boss you do it against.
Yeah,
he doesn't
that's the
remember what you've done.
Thing. He's worse. Yeah, you can beat him like in 10 seconds, whereas this guy takes a bit longer.
Well,
because this guy will shoot down chandeliers to stop you doing it again. The final boss will just continually walk into flamethrowers for you.
What I find very annoying about this sequence is that I obviously can get the jump on him by sneaking up from behind, but it just doesn't work. He immediately turns. Also, yeah, the AI is not great there. Which maybe that's a conversation afterward about how the AI just fucking flumps out a lot of the time. But like, look at that. That's bullshit.
The AI is just terrible this whole game. I guess we've hit a couple of the
around in 2 frames. It's bullshit.
It's really annoying, and it doesn't reward a player's engagement or what they've learned up to this point. It's a completely new environment with new rules, which is really fucking annoying.
I just need to find the thing that will actually hit him so that I can, get him. And it's like, that's all it is. I'm just looking for what can I find in the environment that pops up as yellow when I hold the L1 button to use the watch. I don't feel like I'm being engaged in any meaningful way.
You also don't need really to work that hard for him to be in these scenarios. If he's just wandering around, he can just stumble into them, or you just quickly like, "Hello, here I am." And I don't even mean using the lure mechanic. It's just like walk in front of him, then just run away until he goes to one of these things, and you activate it, and that's that.
Yeah, it's great stuff. On the I was about to say final. I guess the first of the final Damians, you get a lot of Damian boss fights, but
the first of the final Damians.
The first one, you had a funny result with, didn't you, Mel?
Yes.
If I can find it, maybe it's better if we show it to everybody instead of you explaining it.
Well, luckily for you, I actually do have that prepared because I'm a good boy.
Well, luckily for you, I've already got it in your actual stream.
You ruin everything.
But just so everyone understands, the standard way to beat Damien is you have to run him around and turn on lights enough that he goes, "Oh God," and then beat him up. I think you have to do it 3 times, and then you'll get your final cutscene of beating him up. Metal here, the Maverick, he activates the light the first time, and Damien's like, "Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie," and then he does punch, 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 I think, which puts Damien near the edge, and he goes, "Whoa!" And then you grab something and throw it at him, which prompts the end cutscene.
Yes. It's so funny because I was so confused because they obviously show me what to do. Like Bond is looking around, it's like, "Oh, there's the light, so I'm gonna go to the light, activate it," and then I just punch him. It's like, "Oh, what if I just throw something at him now? That's probably gonna do something."
Well, you were clearly slightly confused. You're like, is that okay?
Yeah,
it's a weird fucking boss fight. The first sequence where he's like, I dropped the watch to bait you here. And you're like, okay. And then he's like, all right, time for the big boss pal. I've souped up with my fucking V. Now he's like, what are you gonna do? And you run backward and throw 2 things. And then it's like, all right, phase 1 done. You're like, what do you think? What? Like, what?
It was so weird.
He's really shit.
I was like baffled. I was like, wait, did I win? Was that it?
Yeah.
Because I think he takes like a second dose of his fucking juice there. I was like, oh yeah, now the real fight begins.
If only Bond had pocketed one of them to give him to Greenway, would have maybe saved him. Who knows? Yeah, it's all brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I am the Lord of Rings, so I'm just built different.
So anyway, we could then move into the story if everybody's about ready for that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Ram.
Unless, of course, anyone else has concluding thoughts on the mechanical nature of this game.
Not really. I think
I'm
we.
surprised that I think I'm the most positive on this. Even though I think most of the mechanics are decent, unremarkable at best. And the only one that really falls flat for me is the more public areas, which are supposedly more like Hitman, such as the one where you always zap people's eyes. Those simply don't work for me because
Yeah.
that's where it really highlights how little control over you have of anything. Because I feel like what I would expect from Hitman devs doing that sort of area is that if I want to walk past the security, I will walk past the security, and if they tell me to get lost, I'll say, make me. And then that might lead to a fist fight between me and security, but in this game, you just can't do any of that. They just fade to black and you are out.
Right, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, no, that's right. They can't really account for it because, I don't know,
Yeah.
they're not really interested in it, which, yeah, it is strange given that they're the developers of Hitman.
Yeah, I was shocked, and I keep going back to it because I played it for reference, the Absolution game, when I did the first mission in Chinatown. I was like, oh, I just have to follow around this guy, and people actually react to me shooting random people because they run away, and then also get minus points for that, and it's not a great thing. And yeah, I don't know. There's like so many things. I can either lure him down into some, I don't know. It was like I think it's just like a small alley down a thing. And then I looked through the challenges, like, oh, you can go up and snipe him. You can go up and snipe two at the same time. You can find pills somewhere and drug his coffee, and then he dies that way. I was like, Jesus, that's like more than I've ever had in any of these these open levels. And that Chinatown level isn't even like big. Like it's like decently sized.
For Absolution, it's pretty big.
Yeah, to be fair, I only tried the one thing, so I think if I would have just wandered around more, it's probably like way bigger. And there's so many people in that area as well that react to your things, and then you can like kind of go around, because I took the disguise of the drug dealer, and then he's like, oh, there you are, show me where the things are, and then I lured him down that alley and put him in the bin. It's like, yeah.
And that's one of the scripted things. That's the thing that is missing from First Light, is that even though that sort of thing is kind of technically there, like, I don't know, get the camera and pretend to be a photographer, that sort of thing, but it all feels so scripted and boring, bland.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas in Hitman, you, on top of those options, like I'd say that what you did with the drug dealer falls into that category. But in Hitman, you can also just say that, what if I go into this alley by myself and fire my gun? What happens? How do people react? And that's going to cause something of interest.
Oh, absolutely.
And here you just don't have that option, maybe because it's license to kill, and that's their excuse to not let you do anything interesting like that.
Yeah, and when I was going through it's when you run away from the cops and you go through this area full of hippies, like where they're squatting in the house, and you're like, oh, I can start a little dance party essentially by turning on the music. But also in this other room, there's like a bunch of C4 they have stashed there, so you can just make a big explosion and they all run that way. It's like, oh man, that's fun stuff. Like you either just arm the C4 here, or you grab it, put it somewhere else, and make it explode. There's so many different things. Even though Absolution is pretty linear compared to what I've seen about World Assassination, because from what I've seen of World of Assassination, it's like, here's your big fucking level, figure it out.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Which I'm stoked to play this. I'm really looking forward to that.
But you're more excited for
that they don't have
First
even
Light's
small
sequel, right?
areas in this that allows you to do anything like that. And honestly, I would even be okay with things like, okay, say I just want to shoot that security guard. It's a bad idea. Obviously, it's not going to lead to anything good. Like, let me do it and give me a game over, because that's not very Bond-like. And that would already feel better than just not letting me do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because so many people say, oh, there's so much freedom of things to do. It's like, oh, why do I have to let me get shot first before I get to shoot all the people that are trying to kill me? I mean, we went over this, but it's just one of these things.
Especially when they specifically explain a mechanic how you can shoot people in the legs to incapacitate them.
Yes.
What's the point of that?
I don't know. I've never used this. Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Or shooting their guns out of their hands. You know, it's like, I can use my gun in a non-lethal way even. I'm Bond. I'm clever. I'm skilled.
Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah. Oh, it's like because it's on screen right now. That fucking scene that has fooled so many people.
Yeah.
Because they were saying like, oh, because I told the lady to wait for me in 30 minutes outside, she came here and almost ruined the scene. I was like, I didn't do that, and she still appeared. And I double checked, like, no, it doesn't matter what you do. She comes here even if you tell her to fuck off, and has the exact same dialogue in both scenarios. So yeah, bullshit.
And it doesn't matter what you choose here either.
Yeah,
Well,
because
You
in
can,
the
you
end,
can choose nothing and you still get through it.
What pissed me off is people sold this as Bond's sort of proclivity with women gets him in trouble in this mission. That's how dynamic this game is. It's like they lock you into her. You can't escape her initial interaction.
Yes.
And if you tell her to fuck off, she still turns up. There's no dynamism at all.
That is another thing that really, really bugged me about these social situations. Because compared to Hitman again, in Hitman, if you talk to someone, you might have a dialogue, but you are free to leave that dialogue whenever you want. Here, it felt like so often I was walking through a room and then somebody from off screen decided that, hey, we're going to have a conversation now.
Yeah.
And just pulled me into that cutscene and wouldn't let me leave.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't initiate this. I don't care about this. I would like to go where I was going and play the game.
Yeah, in a different scenario, sometimes I triggered people talking to me that were not really close to me. I wasn't even looking in the direction. They're like, hey, James, what are you doing? It's like, huh? Me? I was just walking that direction. What are you talking to me for? But sure, I guess I'll listen to you.
Yeah, it's those sorts of moments that really just... People talk about immersion. That sort of stuff breaks my immersion so hard when control is taken away from me for no good reason. Or little things like, oh, you are allowed to lightly jog around the Carpathian, except in the chess room. There you have to walk.
Yeah.
Dude, when you're chasing the fucking guy and you think he's about to, like, destroy everything, ruin the 009 plan, potentially put the whole hotel in danger, you're chasing him, and then it's like, oh, you're in the main chess room, you better walk. It's like, no, I'm good, man. I'll run. Even if it means people will chase me, fuck it. They'll chase me to the twins, so fine.
Yeah, arbitrarily disabling controls like that just drives me off the wall.
Yeah. Well, I can't think of a better time now to just sort of jump into broadly trying to explain what this story was, because a lot of people think it's pretty banging as a James Bond sort of. It's like a season of TV, and I'd say a lot of it gets away with people not having any clue what even happened in this story, which I don't even blame them for, because I did not understand as much of what was going on in this as my first time as my second time. Holy shit. Why don't we'll just talk about it. So the Royal Navy have a mission with Bond as an air crewman, just a part of a bunch of guys. They've been sent in to see about a bunch of scientists that have not checked in. That's weird. And they comment on like, wait, we're being sent in for that? And then they're like, well, there's other stuff going on apparently, but it's all classified. How mysterious. Don't know what's going on. Helicopter goes down. Bond's the only survivor, and the MI6 contact him basically saying, okay, we need someone to tell us what's going on down here, and you're the only dude. And it's obviously Moneypenny you're talking to, and she even says, like, I need you to basically promise you'll be a good agent and not tell anybody about what you're going to see. And you're like, yeah, sure, okay. It's like your initial first test as being a 00 has arbitrarily been thrown into this because you were the only one that survived, even though I think he drowned in the opening. It was maybe all of this was a fucking fever dream, because it's kind of weird. You spent a long time underwater, longer, you might even say, than a certain portion at the end of the game, but who can say? Who knows? I
mean, depending on what don't you do, you're just underwater forever, because if you don't hit the buttons in the QTE, you just stay there until
yeah, he's just relaxing, man.
Yeah, he's just hanging out.
Obviously, I'm not going to spend time going over everything. I'm just going to try and hit the broad points, but if you guys want to draw back to anything, feel free. But you get to the big central tent eventually, and you discover a downed satellite. The central computer's been taken out. It's by a group called Arrowhead, who are mercenaries that want to sell whatever was on that satellite. Okie dokie. And so, unfortunately for Bond, during this, he contracts a nerve agent poisoning. And he's like, oh, God. And then Moneypenny's like, you got to get the orange syringe. And he takes 2 syringes. And then he's fine, and this never comes up again. was so bizarre in retrospect. It's like, what the fuck was this? Why did this even happen?
I
And
thought
why?
that was going to be like ultra relevant to the plot.
Yeah, they just drop it. I don't
But
know
no.
why it was in here. I don't know what purpose it served.
Sequel bait, maybe.
But really, like, I guess.
No. I don't know. I have no idea.
An explanation, by the way, that I've read from people discussing this for why it is that he was told to take one injection, but instead took two and was remarkably healthy after it, like no consequences, is because Thea told him to take one, and Thea is flawed.
Oh,
Okay.
Like,
I
All
think
right.
the
it's
idea was
thematically
that-
appropriate.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the idea was he couldn't really distinct the colors because of the nerve gas, so he just fucking winged it and took both.
Yeah.
That would have been my reading of it. But,
Yeah, no. That's not. I'm saying. So he took the two of them being taken means he should have consequences because they said only take the
for sure.
one. But the excuse is it's fine that he took the two of them because the information to take one came from Thea, and Thea's a retarded robot, doesn't know the truth all the time. That's the theme of the game. So what the argument is for people who like this story are like, it's good that he didn't do what the AI told him to do, because that would have been. He might have died if he had taken just the orange one.
Oh,
Wait, does that mean then that they sent Damien to refill the other syringe to make it look like the air was right?
Gotta correct that information. Yes, definitely he did that. So he gets recommended to abandon the mission because the odds of being able to get out safely with the captives and to not damage the asset is a 1 in a million sort of thing. And he's like, fuck that, I'm going to do it anyway. And I thought it was interesting. He takes the earpiece out, which is obviously like a symbol of rebellion against the MI6's instructions, but you may as well keep it in. They might be able to help you. It basically be like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. But simultaneously, I need more information wherever you can give it to me. Because, who knows what she could tell you. But no, he's like, nah, fuck you, and throws it out. It's like, okay. He's kind of stupid. There's a lot of little things that Bond does in this whole campaign that are just like, why are you retarded? Stop doing these things. But of course, this is supposed to be thematic as well, right? That Bond is our symbol of humanity versus the 1% chance likelihood of an AI doesn't understand the decisions that you should be making. We'll probably circle back to this at some point, but this was already a problem for me because I was like, well, if the odds are 1% that you'll be able to save everyone and the asset versus 99% that you'll kill everyone and the asset, I don't know that it's a noble thing to just be like, fuck it.
That it's exactly. That's actually the right decision, the correct one.
I've talked about it before, but like there are way more interesting quandaries about the difference between a colder AI's response to any given conflict versus a human's. And not to get too complicated, we can stick with Hollywood movies, but the opening for iRobot with the whole, I've talked to Metal and Fringy about this, but two cars hit each other, they end up in the water, the driver of one is dead, the driver of the other is drowning, both adult men, and then there's a daughter in the back of one of them that is drowning. An AI jumps into the water robot to save someone. It calculates the likelihood of survival on the man is like double the girl's, and so it takes the man. It's not going to risk a lower likelihood, even though the man like screams that the robot should be saving her, not him, because she's like a young girl versus, again, just the kind of decision that would likely have been made by a human versus an AI that just, it doesn't have that humanity aspect to make that difference in decision, which I think is an interesting angle, which could even be interrogated and accounted for with developing AI. You could probably infuse it with those elements, even if they're arbitrary or programmed, as opposed to like a genuine something that's passing the Turing test or is genuinely human. Like we're getting to replicant points of view, but the game's never going to get anywhere near any of this. It's just going to be like, Thea's retarded. That's you're just like, what? You're like, it's just got bad info.
Point, it's less of a criticism. Yeah, it's less of a criticism of, no, it's using correct information, but it's making moral decisions that, one might disagree with compared to, well, no, it just doesn't work.
Except that it also really does work. It just doesn't work in certain instances.
Well,
we can go on to that.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll get to it. But so the reason Bond is successful in that 1% is because he's just got immense plot armor and luck. That's the only reason. This whole sequence is insane, especially the part where he threatens to blow up the entire place and kill everyone, and then he does it and it works.
Mm-hmm.
Like the idea that it was like, this is because you're a human and the AI could never have accounted. It's like, no, the AI was clearly correct that it was a 99% chance you wipe out everything, and I don't even know why it didn't. It just says that he didn't. Like, you guys remember the visual of this? There's like a fucking tidal wave of flames coming for James and all the people, and then it just cuts to like, he's fine.
The opening, and it's like, that's all good. Yeah, cuts to the opening sequence. So don't think about the fact that this seemingly killed everyone.
I don't get this from a developer's writer's point of view. Like they really think that I'm going to be like, good job, James. 0.1 for humanity, as opposed to what the hell just happened.
Humanity
what?
generally can't cut to opening credits when it's about to die, so it's kind of cheating. Also, a abiding memory of this is that it gives you a QTE. Do you press R2, and if you don't press R2, the same thing seems to happen because I didn't press
it for you. Yeah.
Yeah, it does it automatically. I didn't press it, and it still did it.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, after you.
It's just a trend that keeps happening with these QTEs where I'm just like, if you have a QTE and you can't fail it, and then it also does it for you, don't make me press a button. What's the fucking point?
Well, because at this early point in the game, when I didn't really realize how determinative it was, I was wondering whether is this supposed to be the first big choice moment of the game? Because we've been given the information narratively that there's a 1% chance of success. Here, I seem to have a choice as to whether or not I blow everything up or don't. So, is this all part of the story? Is the QTE an expression of choice in relation to the narrative we've been told? And the answer is no. And it sort of sets you up for the rest of the game going forward as well. But so mechanics sort of working a little bit against the narrative in that sense.
Just an insane visual to show us to say that everyone lived.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should talk about the opening sequence a little bit.
Go ahead.
Am I the only one who finds it a bit tacky that the lyrics for the opening sequence for a James Bond game frequently references playing a game, and game, like, keep saying game over and over again?
Oh, I didn't pay attention to it because it was Lana Del Rey.
Well, I muted it because I didn't want to get in trouble with copyright.
I don't mind the actual song itself, but I find it really awkward that it calls so much attention to the fact that it's a game instead of not giving a shit.
Many such
it comes
cases,
across like what somebody who doesn't really care about or have an interest in video games would be like, oh, well, yeah, but this is the James Bond music for a James Bond game, so I need to have references to playing a game. You know, it just seems a bit lame.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
but I don't actually mind like the song or the visuals. I guess they're okay, but I mean, yeah, it wouldn't rank super high for me in James Bond opening sequences. I really like the Living Daylights one. That one's really cool.
There's a lot of
The
great
Spy
ones.
Who Loved Me is pretty nifty as well. I like that one. And on Her Majesty's Secret Service, cool.
Oh, there's a bunch of great themes. Isn't Lana Del Rey just like a weird choice anyway? Because she's got video games. Is that one of the only songs of hers I actually half know? Isn't the subtext of that like she was in a relationship that failed because her boyfriend played too many video games, and so she was like she didn't like it?
I think so.
And then
Yeah.
they pick her to do the opening title for a video game, which is like, oh, video gaming, isn't video gaming cool? So, well, you didn't say that last time, but fine.
Was this like a situation like that dude who's making the Call of Duty movie who said that like video games were shit or something?
Oh.
But just many such examples of people seemingly having contempt for the medium that they want to extract commercial gain from.
So anyway, this move, by the way, no difference between him doing this and Holdo doing her maneuver. It's exactly the same.
Come on, that move is one in a million.
That was 1 in a million, and this is 1 in 100. So there's a whole magnitude of difference.
That's fair. It's still the same thing to me.
Yes, it is. It's exactly the same thing.
To me.
So anyway, he gets noticed from this whole event by MI6 and M, and they're like, man, this guy, he really came through. He came through where a robot couldn't, and that's precisely appropriate because M has resurrected the 00 program, or at least she has for a certain amount of time, and this is the perfect kind of guy for this kind of program, so we have to get him in. Even though he's apparently very reckless and has loads of issues with authority, which already seems like exactly not what you would want for a very specific, but whatever, it's the element, you kind of need that brashness. They keep repeating this throughout the whole campaign, that these are his traits and that they're not appropriate and in fact very bad, but then are also like, no, that's exactly what we need. I don't know if you remember, but M tells him at several points to like take orders, follow instructions, you fucker.
Like,
but also I like you because you're reckless.
do that.
Yeah.
He won't follow orders.
Yeah, the problem is when they mention it, they do this after we've done everything correctly and everything worked out. And I was just like, why is everybody so angry with me? Everything was okay.
So
I'll get more to it when we get there. I was just very confused.
yeah, broadly, the 00 program got ended because of the favoring predictive AI. The universe we're in now. There are no more 00s and haven't been for a while because AI took over. Specifically, 12 years ago, this happened, and human assassins, they're biased, they're short-sighted, and they're prone to error. But M is relaunching the 00s because she believes AI can't replace human flourishes of the heart, human adaptability is what she talks about. The thing that struck me as fucking odd about this immediately was like, well, wait, the 00 program is a subset of agents that are on very specific missions and do specific things. You're like, right, i.e. carrying out orders, right? And you're like, yes, from people like M, presumably, or other handlers. So even if you scrapped the 00s in favor of Thea, you still need agents to carry out Thea's orders.
Yeah, like you're not actually sending robots to do that.
So it doesn't even make sense to say that Thea's replaced the 00s because they're not related. They don't function the same. They don't do the same thing.
Yeah.
If you had it that Webb's robots did, but that would be silly.
Yes.
Yeah, because what they basically imply here is, oh, we got rid of our super duper mega agents that did everything very, very well. And now we don't need them anymore because our agents just do the things we tell them, including missions that are very dangerous. Don't you still want your super
really good agents? Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah,
doesn't really make
what are you
sense.
talking about? Because then now it means like, oh no, we have like, it's so good at predicting shit. We can just send everybody we want, and it just works out. I was like, oh, okay. So nobody has ever gone rogue of these agents was like, oh, I'm not gonna do this mission
What's the
where
thing?
it says I need to kill all these people because of reasons or whatever the missions might be. It's just a bad example for me.
This undermines the entire thematic through line. We don't want Thea in charge because we want humans in the field to be able to make choices based on what they think is right and wrong. It's like, but they're doing that already. Thea gives them instructions and then they decide what to do. They can follow the instructions, or they can, because of their flourish of the human heart, decide against it, i.e. what Bond did, which is precisely what your agents are going to be doing under Thea anyway. They'll be in the field, and they're told, hey, Robert says you got to shoot that kid in the face. And you'll be like, I don't think I should do that. You'll be like, no, it's 100% guaranteed success rate if you shoot that kid in the face. And just be like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, of course, it's unarmed and a kid.
I won't kill it. I will, however, throw it into the abyss. Here we go. So
I can't shoot at M. It didn't shoot at me now. I don't have a license to kill yet.
As if to not add to the confusion, we find out M is here because she was dependable and reliable and wouldn't rock the boat, but then she did.
Then she did, yeah.
They apparently hired her because they were hoping she would just, be a pencil pusher who just accepts all the ways that things are, and then she just didn't do that at all. And is ruining everything.
First thing she did is revive the 00 program. It's like, oh, that's the opposite of
if
what
Webb is in so
do.
much control, which we're getting to revealing everything, but we might need to be able to address these things early on. Why wouldn't he have just had her killed? She's resurrecting the 00. She's putting humans all the way back in. She's ruining everything to do with Thea. Just get rid of her. You've already killed loads of innocent people.
He wouldn't need to have her killed. So the setup, again, obviously this all is revealed later. Webb is in charge of Thea. Webb basically controls the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary sets the budgets for MI6, and there is a part in the game where M just goes along with something because she wants to get more money for MI6. So the same thing works in reverse. He wouldn't need to kill her. He'd just need to have his pet Home Secretary say, if you revive this program, we will cut your funding and I'll probably have you fired. That's all he would need to do.
Yeah, and there's an implication that they don't like that she's made this decision, but it's been going now for months.
Several months. James Bond has actually showed up pretty late in the process.
And it's not like it can be a fucking jump scare to these people. She would have had to have done loads of preparation and put through all kinds of orders and regulation stuff to make it happen, and they didn't stop her.
Yeah, and the funding has to be massive because they have Q labs with all kinds of crazy fucking tech. They probably have a gajillion dollars.
It's like, so that would have gone through Parliament, I presume. So how'd that go for you?
Sounds like some bullshit to me.
Nah.
But whatever, don't worry about all of that. Bond is then off to Malta to be trained by Greenway and meets all of his friends, as we kind of mentioned.
Oh, I enjoy, I know it's gameplay related, but the fact that you have to sit in the car as he drives you over there, I couldn't help but be reminded of Metal Gear Solid 5 with, Skullface, I think was his name.
Right.
And there's this
yeah.
part where he needs to drive you from one location to the other, and the conversation doesn't last that long, so it's just him and Snake staring at each other while the song is playing. Like, whoa! They're just slowly moving in this little Jeep staring at each other.
By
I
the way,
couldn't help but be reminded of that here.
what really annoyed me, the first impression with Greenway, like you get off the plane, is like, John Greenway's like, yeah, you're late. I was like,
What do you mean?
I
It's
didn't
a
fly the
plane.
plane. Like I got off
You
the
want-
plane and here you are. Like I don't know.
You want me to poke my head out the window and start flapping my wings?
Yeah, it's just like, yeah.
But
I
that's
know,
the
do we
meme with
dilly-daddle
Greenway. He's
before we-
mean to you all the time because he's truly got a heart of gold and he'll come through at the end.
Jackass. Okay. All right.
But yeah, you know, broadly, you pass, and Greenway's just like, nah, he's not. We don't like him. He's bad. I don't like him at all. And you're just sitting there like, yeah, but you will. This is the only fucking
Of
story
course
you're
you
gonna tell.
will. It's
Yeah.
the only arc that's available to you, Mr. Greenway.
So yeah, then you get, there's so much exposition. It's crazy that I'm just going to cut through loads of it because I just don't think it's that fucking relevant. But yeah, M's the head of MI6 and has been for 14 months. There's been no terror attacks, no dead agents, no blown covers, no unresolved conflicts, and never before have they had such a high success rate or precision or safety or intel quality or conflict resolution. Completely unrivaled worldwide because of Thea.
And she says all this while taking this new recruit who is untrained in to see the most sensitive national security asset that the country has ever possessed. But this is like already broken. It's so broken, given what we know what the game is about to say about what Thea is and how it operates. Either Thea makes mistakes and is totally unreliable, or Thea is totally 100% reliable and the mistakes are just a price you have to pay for that. That's what the game actually sets up, because this can't otherwise be true. I mean, granted, M says she's only been in place for 14 months, so it's not a huge test area in which to, take your data from. But if you're saying that Thea is so successful that there is no longer any such thing basically as terrorism, then it seems like you have to have a conversation at some point when you introduce that Thea also sometimes makes mistakes. A conversation about what is and what is not an acceptable trade-off for ending terrorism, cybercrime, all dead agents, like doing all it, because like that tells me that Thea is the most successful computer program ever created, and actually it's done a huge amount of good for the world, and that maybe the trade-off of it sometimes making mistakes that have to be cleared up is an acceptable one. The game doesn't treat it that way, but that's the dilemma that the game needs then to really grapple with, and it doesn't understand what it's done.
They say it synthesizes millions of data streams instantaneously, and since the activation, they've never had more success. And that Bond's decision to go against the odds proves that M is correct, that he needs the humanity aspect, and that, his decision was insane and shouldn't have worked, but with the information, as it was, it's actually crazy. It just, wow, good for you, Bond. It actually proves that the AI was wrong. But even she says, like, well, it wasn't wrong. You just were lucky. Which goes. This is where M is already broken. She's defending the AI being correct in that situation, even though she wants Bond because he was correct in that situation to go against the AI.
Yes,
I don't think
contradictory.
It doesn't really fucking work.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't think she is the right character to have the mode of like, we need the double O's back. I think if she's been here for 14 months or whatever, and she's had a 100% success rate thanks to Thea, why would she think you need the double O's?
Surely it would reinforce the opposite direction.
It would. She's introducing a huge human error component into a perfect system, or a system that she believes to be perfect. All she's doing is increasing the odds of dead agents, increasing the odds of failed missions, increasing the odds of terror attacks and everything else that she's praising Thea for having stopped in their totality. So for someone who's so on board with everything that Thea does, which M is basically all the way through the game until quite close to the end, she has no motive to want to do this. This makes no sense.
Nope.
You're introducing a non-negligible 1 in 100 chance, 1 in every 100 missions that something goes terribly wrong, where currently that isn't the case, as she believes.
And this thing, it's just cascading because you then go to Q and his POV, he wants to give like a point about how the double O's are a good move, and that when it comes to AI, information isn't knowledge and knowledge isn't insight. And then Bond says back, torture the data and it'll confess to anything. And I'm like, I'm sorry. So both of you are saying that Thea is unreliable fundamentally because it's AI? And yet you've just decided
What does that
Q.
mean?
Well, does this make any sense with what Q says later in the game? For anybody who doesn't remember, Q
No.
says that basically we trusted everything the AI said because of confirmation bias. We just assumed it would be right about everything.
Oh.
Motherfucker
Yeah,
makes
that's
this like
right.
philosophical
Okay.
statement about the nature of AI and its impossibility to be accurate, while simultaneously saying, "I trusted it because it's AI."
What?
Thanks.
It's,
Very mean. Like already, it's like everyone has fucking been praising this shit for being anti-AI and making like a good point against us. I was just like, dude, this game is completely bonkers when it comes to trying to understand what AI even is.
Mhm.
Torture
I mean,
the
they make no
data and it'll
attempt to do it.
confess to anything. It's such a funny line.
But it's like in the Boys season 5 when they spend like all the time before anybody even knows it's a possibility. They start talking about Homelander after his powers have been removed, and say A-Train will do it even though he doesn't know that's the plan or that there's any prospect of doing it. These writers are just very insecure about theme. I think they think this constitutes really great setup and payoff work. Like we introduce here, even though it breaks character to do it, that nobody actually trusts the AI and everybody believes it's all complete bullshit. Because that then we can say, look, we paid it off when it turned out that that was true, even though that isn't really what they paid off anyway. But nobody had any reason to believe it, and then they don't act as though they believe it, and then half the rest of their lines contradict it. And that's because the writers are just being too clever for their own good. Their brains cannot handle how clever they think they're being.
I don't believe that Q would have this perspective the same way as M wouldn't want the double O's. Q should be like, dude, Thea's kind of broken the universe. It is so amazing. We can't do anything wrong. We've had you can't. If it was a month of successes, I'd still be kind of like, you don't buy it after this long. But we've been doing this for 12 years. 12 years, 100% success rate. Now we know there's a truth behind that we can talk about in a minute. But I just mean from Q's perspective, 12 fucking years. He must be blown away by Thea.
Yeah. You should probably almost say, like, I don't even know why we're back here. I mean, it's kind of cool I can fuck around with QLab shit again, but Jesus Christ, like, I don't even know why we need
what's the
to.
point? We don't even need this shit.
I can send fucking Jim Bob over there to just do whatever Thea says, and it just works.
And it would have been a good early instance to give, to define what Q's character is going to be and his characterization is going to be in this game. Because he has to be one of the most, probably not one of the most, he is without question the most boring and forgettable Q I've ever seen. You could have introduced him, like his attitude toward Thea will tell you a huge amount about his character, and then you can use that for character beats with him later. If he begins here by thinking it's the best thing ever, then you're telling us that, he loves technology. This is technology, and he's almost been blinded by the success of something he loves. And then it's a moment of like the shattering of faith later when he realizes what the truth is. Or you can have it that, well, Q is kind of an old-fashioned technologist. See, he's been here long enough to know that, the people up the stairs, they get blown away by every new revelation. They think it's the next big thing, and it never proves out to be. And I know because I've made several of them. And it's like you could tell us so much about who he is, his attitude, and then give him a little mini arc of his own. But instead, it's just he just says what the writers need him to say in any given scene in the most boring way they can write. He's not a character. He just tells you stuff.
Yes. I will take this opportunity to just be like, what a fucking boring Q. I know that he's up against a juggernaut in Desmond Llewellyn and even John Cleese as far as I'm concerned. But this guy to me was so fucking dry. Just like, hello, I speak poshly, and here's your gadget, and I don't like your current watch. Here's a new one, and here you go, here's your car. And it's just like, bro, do you want to like put some pizzazz in there? Any kind of anything, please? I'm particularly fond of Q as an element of Bond. This was so disappointing.
This entire experience, not just him as a character, but his entire lab. Every Bond film I remember, which is like, I remember the Brosnan ones most clearly, but every time Bond goes in, he starts fiddling around, touching stuff he shouldn't. He causes accidents. In the background, you see Q's poor staff get attacked by his own creations, and it's all comedic. So I went in this thinking, shit, right, finally, if I press triangle on stuff, loads of fun stuff will happen. Nope. Virtually none of it, to the point where I was so bored walking around a Q lab that I got lost several times because there was nothing there to actually remember.
It's draining,
I mean, if
man.
you try to press it, they go like, don't touch this, Bond. No. Like,
Well, yeah, it'd be like, here's our rocket, and then you press fire rocket, or they fire the rocket, and then like, whoa, that's a rocket, and then Bond's like, I want to fire the rocket, and they're like, don't you fire the rocket, Bond. Next. That's
Also
basically
funny,
summarizes every one of them.
when they I think in the first time they're testing out the concussive camera mechanic, and I just walked into the concussive blast and nothing happened to me. I was like, oh man, make me fall over and make them say something to me or something, something fun in my video games.
I think the GoldenEye Q sequence is the best one in all of Bond. Like it's so fucking lean. There's jokes constantly. It's a brand new Bond Q dynamic with the actor, and it doesn't feel like that. Their chemistry is fucking top tier immediately. All of it's set up for the different gadgets he's going to use throughout the film, and then it even plays with the meta, right? That he picks up the sandwich and it's like, don't touch that. My lunch. Like we'd all expect the sandwich to explode or to fly away or to do something, but it's just like, no, it's just his food. It's just like, oh. In the same vein, Pierce Brosnan playing it as he's just a curious Bond fucking around. But then they also have that moment where they sync up on the whole, pen is mightier than the sword, thanks to me they write, and then the writing's on the wall after it explodes. The scene is glorious. It achieves so much. Just a handful of minutes. This one takes fucking 10 years, and it does nothing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Also, it's just because I'm getting more cynical with age, I guess, but just walking around, it's like, you see these things like, look, it's the briefcase that explodes.
Yeah,
that's a reference. Look, it's the blade shoes. It's like, you're doing like a new origin. Can you like do something fun of your own? Maybe. I mean, I don't mind the occasional nod and winks. Like, yeah, that's cool. But when all the achievements are called something from the Bond movies, and you find all these things from the old Bond movies, like, yeah, whatever, dude. That's just cheap frills for nothing. Like, I don't care.
In the world is not enough. There's a jacket that turns into a big protective sphere, and it happens to be extremely useful because they had to put an avalanche. That's just how Bond gadgets end up working. And it's in this room, and they activate it, and I think one of them is like, it'll be really useful if you just happen to be in an avalanche. And I was like, fuck off, dude. Just like all you have with all of these is just the commentary everyone had for the gadgets at the time, being like, whoa, that's crazy. Like the fucking jetpack. It's like, wow, what kind of idiot, crazy person would ever wear something like that? It's like, yeah, everyone thought it was crazy. Yeah. Good job. Are you funny? Like, do you have anything? Like, oh, the man-eating couch. It's like, yeah, that's from a movie. Good job.
And the more I think about it, the more obvious it is. You go down here for the first time in this game, and actually it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look rich and expensive. He doesn't have 15,000 people working for him. It's actually like a forgotten basement of this place because technology has moved on. And he's kind of, he's kept on the payroll. He's the guy who used to make the gadgets for the olden days, back when we had old-fashioned spy type people. But, no one's interested in Q anymore because everyone does this AI shit. And Bond goes and meets him, and, they form a little friendship. And he kind of appreciates the rustic nature of everything, and then you get an interstitial payoff later once the AI stuff is revealed. You go back down, and then all of a sudden Q is the most useful person in the world because you can't trust the new technology. And then you can even make use of these references. It's like now you're those goggles, the irises you wear that give you all this tech readout. You can't trust any of those. It's time for some good old fashioned spycraft, Bond. Now pay attention. And then you get a whole bunch of the old references to actually use as tools because you've been cut off from the new reality. The new reality wasn't what was promised. And Q goes from being the old kind of forgotten doddery old chap to the man who helps save MI6. That's like the obvious fun story to tell, which gives this way more character. But instead it's just he looks like he belongs here, which is kind of the worst thing that can be said about him.
It's funny. That's like fucking sizzled into my brain, like the delivery of, now pay attention, 007. Like from it's just you should have taken more care. But then again, I feel that way about every element in this fucking game. So whatever, it's of course they wouldn't get this right either. Anyway, there's a training mission that comes in after this that really pissed me off. I don't know if it gave the same impression to you guys, but basically Greenway says in the morning the SAS troops are going to be ready to sort of simulate a big mission where you guys have got to collect the flag. They're actually doing some prep right now, as in they're setting up the place for tomorrow, the SAS guys, and you can imagine with that information that half of them aren't even doing that. They're probably chilling out, talking, having some beers, maybe making some food, which you see evidence of. And so Bond is like, well, spies always do the unexpected, right? So what if we go in there right now and take the flag, and then we'll have it for tomorrow, and we won't even have to do work tomorrow? And fucking for some reason, Cressida and Monroe are like, that's an amazing idea, Bond. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So,
Like,
long story short, they go through the whole area, they collect the flag, they piss off all of the SAS guys, and they escape. And then in the morning, they're like, hey, Greenway, already got the flag, baby. And he's like, whoa, what did you do? Oh, that's crazy. And then they're like, yeah, nice. Always do the unexpected.
On top of that, there's this fucking guy on the side that's like on his tablet, it's like, yeah, we got this all set up. It's like, bro, like in my playthrough, I killed like 5 of your people and gave all of them concussions.
Matter what playthrough you even did, they know. The cutscenes show them chasing Monroe as a huge fucking horde. They know. So, of course, Greenway would know. Everyone would fucking know what they did. And what they did was sabotage a test fucking, like, setup such that it's useless now. And you'd be like, what do you mean? We did the unexpected. It's like, no. They didn't even know the fucking test was on. The bluff you use relies on that reality.
Yeah.
You end up saying to the guy, like, hey, man, we're doing a birthday party for Greenway. And we just wanted to, let everyone know and stuff. And he's like, oh, cool. And then you take him down. You fucking knock the guy out.
Yeah.
He's an ally. He's a friend. It's fucking SAS. And then, of course, like we said, you can throw people off ledges, beat the shit out of them. All of these guys are off duty. They're like, what are you doing? And it's like, I'm getting the flag because I'm so awesome. I'm Bond. Oh, here goes the team. It's like, this is not only a completely botched training exercise, this is fucking rude and not at all what Bond would do. He has way more respect for the SAS than doing this.
Doing the unexpected means just fuck with these guys, hurt them, and throw glass in their face.
Even if we would accept this as a thing they would do, this is what I meant earlier. Was like, this is like one of the missions was like, you just have to not be seen at all. Like, you have to sneak all the way in without being seen, grab the flag, and then the next day, like maybe even plant like a fake flag. And the next day you get there, set this up, and then you show them the flags. Like, see, we got this flag. And everyone's like, whoa, we didn't notice this at all. Like, this would work better. But then again, you still have like, eight people altogether or 7? That's like only for 3. Like, the other ones still need to do the test.
Yeah, well, too bad. Shit. Everyone's fucking in hospital.
Exactly. We'll do the test, but someone beat up all our people.
Extremely annoying, but for some reason the game sort of like co-signs this as, they're kind of awesome and they're the best spies ever, these 3.
Did it.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't think I agree, but whatever. He used a bunch of shitty tactics to ruin an exercise. Good job, Bond. You gotta love it. It doesn't even matter anyway, like how you approach it. Like I said, if you clear out everyone, this is something that you would have noticed as well, Mel. The cutscene just respawns every bad guy anyway in the area.
Yep.
So, too bad, I guess. Which is funny because obviously I wanted to do that on my playthrough. I was like, I want to fucking beat this is where I learned about the whole like throw thing, takedown, throw thing, takedown over and over and over again. And I don't even know what Monroe did, but he just ruins everything. Like, he just comes in, he's like, haha, look at me, and then fucking falls over.
He's just gone the whole time, then appears in the same room. It's like, I'm going to use this wrench to rappel down, and he falls on the table.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot. Like, even if he would have made it, they would have seen him, I think. No, I don't think it was a little wall. It doesn't matter. It's just really funny. He just appears out of nowhere.
I don't think we need to talk about the nightclub at all. So all 7.
No. I actually have a question about that one.
All right.
Because I'm still not sure. Was that like a planted mission that leads to nothing, and it's just a okay? It was just
everyone involved is like an MI6 sort of. It's all fake. It's all just designed to train them, which is like it's whatever.
Okay, but then my next question is: did they know they're about to go to this club? Because that seemed like a pretty impromptu thing they were about to do. Like, Bond was just chilling on the bed, learning or something, studying. And then Cressida's like, hey, let's go get fucked up in the club. And then they're all in the club, and then it's like, the mission is on. It's like, oh, okay.
What if they went to a different club?
Yeah, I was wondering about the setup.
I guess MI6 accounted for all of that.
Oh, okay.
They have Thea. Right. Thea's impeccable.
They are going to the club with the toilets.
So,
people.
The 7 of them get told about a mission where they've got to find 009 because he wants to meet with Greenway specifically in order to reveal a conspiracy against the state. And he wants a pardon for the information he's about to reveal after 10 years of being wanted. Like, ooh, an evil 00 that we gotta bring in, I suppose. He's a master infiltrator, and so we need this team because we need all eyes and ears available. And of course, you should be wondering, like, oh, they're in training, dude.
Yeah, like they just did their first proper mission.
And they didn't do it well.
They're not ready for this. Yeah, exactly. So
And one of them is the daughter of the Home Secretary. Like, i.e., the person you cannot afford to let go on field missions in any kind of hostile situation, because if she gets captured, all the leverage is over the UK government at that point. She's just a walking liability. So not only are they children, but actually they're the worst children of all the children to send.
Yeah, this is some goofball nonsense. Like, our team of young adults get to go on this amazingly important. You're like, no, it'd never happen. Sorry, nope, never would. But whatever, I guess it is happening. First question. So this information 009 has is incredibly important because everyone in the universe is retarded and no one could have figured it out. So him having it is super important. He needs to get out there. He's decided, I want all of you, well, sorry, I want Greenway specifically to meet me at the Carpathian Hotel alone without any backup, and I will provide him this information, and then you will give me a pardon. We good? It's like, why do you choose that hotel? It's like, well, because it's public, it's open, and he assumes you'll be safe like that. It's like, wow, that's really stupid for someone who's extremely clever, because now all of the MI6 are aware that's the goal, so they're just going to send loads of people in like they obviously do. And then Thea's going to know, which he knows Thea should not know, because if Thea knows, then Webb knows, then every one of the cleanup team knows, the people who framed him know, and then they'll be out there trying to kill him to prevent him from revealing the information about Thea.
Yes.
He's a fucking idiot. All he had to do was email Greenway.
But Thea would read the email. What's he supposed to do?
Oh no. What if the information 009 has gets to someone else? Like, who cares? Who fucking cares?
doesn't matter.
Get it out as fast as you can. Put it on YouTube.
You just give it to the New York Times. Just send it to all of the fucking journalists in the world ever, because that would have the same effect that he wants. All he would miss for that is a pardon, which he could negotiate after the fact. But his goals are met by just publishing the information wherever he can publish it.
How the hell did this take him 10 years?
He was gathering information.
Bloody
He went on
hell.
sabbatical.
What an idiot. Don't know what to say about that. Yeah, just good job, man. So, M tells Bond to do as he's told regarding all of this, even though she hired him because he doesn't do that. It's the weird shit,
First of all,
man.
that, and of today, I've got through this place a second time and listened to all the people that are scattered around here that get like all their little backgrounds and stuff for the chess tournament, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, M tells you, well, what you could do is listen to what you've been told. And at this point, it's like, okay, we've done the training we've been told to do. We've done the mission like we've been told to do. I would even say very well, better than most of the people there, because not only do we all the things we should have done, we also fill in for Monroe because he doesn't match the description. And we do that and get this done. And then all that happens after is we're like 30 seconds too late because the fucking weird drunk guy decided to get his friends and beat us up again. So we have to take care of them real quick. And by the way, it doesn't matter how fast you do this mission. The outcome is always the same. So you can't even influence that anyway. And then you walk around and all your teammates, all your training teammates are like, oh man, you rascal, you really done a thing there. You should be happy you're out here anyway. And it's like, I'm sorry, I had the vibe while we're doing all these missions that we're all like on the same page. And even like Monroe and some of the other guys are like, oh yeah, I can't believe Greenway is like so mean or something. But then all of a sudden they're like, oh man, you should be happy you're around at all. It's like, when did all this happen? You didn't show me this. You're lying to me. You're just saying he's a rascal because you think he is, but I haven't done anything weird at all.
Well,
so I don't believe you.
Adjacent to that, I guess, is they say in his like report that he can somehow charm everybody. And I was like, you don't see that a lot. A lot of people just like make fun of him, or in Greenway's case, hate him.
Yeah.
Like, Bond doesn't do so great in a lot of social circumstances where people are shitting on him in this game. There's a couple of times where he's able to get like a a hit back, but a lot of it's very feeble. You'll be like, you know, it's sort of he'll say something that someone else will just be like, "Shut up, Bond." He'll be like, all right. It's just like, kind of doesn't feel like he's charming. It doesn't feel like he's witty and gaining the trust of someone.
Yeah.
The best you'll get is just scenes with Greenway, but Greenway, like I said, is the person who hates him the most throughout most of this game. So
Yeah. Also, I think there was one thing. I need to double check my footage. I think Dina and Nash, I think they're like a team up in the chess tournament. And when you talk to them before you go to QLab, I think Dina says that, "Oh man, you know what? I think you did great there." And
Yeah.
Nash says, "Oh, you shouldn't encourage him." Then you talk to them in QLab, and Dina says, "I can't believe they even let you go on the mission." I was like, "Hang on, like 5 minutes ago you were on my side. What's going on?"
Well, I mean, you know, they say he's charming. They say like he's likable, and he is Bond after all. But at the same time, he uncovers this whole plot before it happens, but none of the team buy it. They're all like, "It's Bond. He's being a fucktard. He's doing the thing where he tries to make it all about himself. He's reckless. He's an idiot. Don't trust him." It's like, damn, dude, what a fucking reputation you've built for yourself, where you can't even tell your team that something is extremely out of place and is taking you off your mission without them being like, "Report him. He's doing the thing
Although-
again."
The one time I actually did get spotted by another person on my team, they said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "There's something wrong here. You know that. I just need to go and investigate." And they said, "Fine." So it's like, it's not even consistent.
Bond is so bad at explaining things happening.
Yeah.
Well, when he sees the fucking one twin guy throw a trolley down the ditch or something, he's like, "Oh, there's some guy mishandling luggage," and it's like, "What? I think there's a body in there that the guy killed to get his thing. Should we check that out and then tell the other people that, hey, clearly someone else is infiltrating this whole mission. You should all be very careful."
Yeah. Well,
No.
it gets worse because the dialogue's just awful. He at one point says the chief of security has been attacked, and Monroe's response is, "What does that have to do with 009? Like, are you broken? Like, why? It's the chief of security in the Carpathian when we're doing this mission with 009. Do you think that's not relevant?" And he's like,
Yeah.
and then like a few seconds later he goes, "Yeah, so I found the chief of security stuffed inside a laundry cart in the basement." It's like, I think that's bad, dude. I think that's really bad.
Well,
And,
luckily it has nothing to do with 009, so we're good.
you know, and you know, you have all that insanity happening, and then Cressida says, "This is insubordination, Bond." I was just like, this is so
Like,
shit.
You guys need to catch up with what's happening here.
Yeah.
Also, it's worth making clear at this point, at one like stage in the game when they're describing the twins, Moneypenny says they're highly adept at improvisation and social infiltration when the major clues for them come in this sequence because they've pissed people off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They can,
Well, and it's even just that the only reason that Bond is on their trail is because they did something really fucking conspicuous in plain
Yeah.
view.
Nice. So anyway, Bond finds Monroe dead. It's tragic.
Whoopsie.
This
We're all
is so
very
funny.
sad.
I can't believe that they're like, they wanted you to feel sad because look, they didn't like each other, but then they became friends, and now he's died.
Yeah,
How
they had
sad!
We
Yeah,
helped
It's like,
him
I don't-
pick a poster for the wall. We took his side against Cressida. She wanted abstract art, and he wanted an action movie poster, and we picked the action movie poster.
yes,
because
everybody
he's our
picked the
friend.
action movie.
Of course.
Obviously,
Yep.
yes.
they had a massive kaiju fight and then they became friends.
Yeah, it's so tragic,
They
dude.
destroyed half of Malta together. Fun
Yeah.
times.
I will
By the way,
say,
on the topic of Bond being not very smart, I listened to like an optional dialogue today while I was fucking around in QLab, and you find the ejection seat of the Valhalla and you press it and it goes around, and Bond is like, "Why the ejection seat when you can have what are the fucking the cushions called that explode when you have a car crash? Fuck, my brain.
Airbag.
Airbags,
Airbag.
yeah."
Bot
It's
back.
like, why an ejection seat when you could have just airbags? Like, Bonds, those have very different usages. Why would you even ask that? And then the fucking fucking doctor lady, gadget lady says like, "Well, why have burgers when you can't have steak?" It's like, what the fuck was this exchange? What is happening?
So something the I think would piss off a lot of Bond fans if they knew, but something that Az got very pissed off by because he's a fan of The Spy Who Loved Me. Sorry, on Her Majesty's Secret Service. Actually, the reason I say is because it's technically. But anyway, there's a line that gets said when there's I almost don't want to spoil it. Something sad happens at the end of that movie, and it regards a certain character being in a certain position, and Bond says, referencing a line that was given to him in that movie, "They have all the time in the world," and this game decides it wants to take that and imprint it onto Bond and Monroe.
Which is just a bit of a piss take.
It's
lads.
fucking weird, dude.
They say it once before when he grabs him from the
Yes,
from the pillar of the bridge. So
that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
That's the setup. This is the
Yeah, I
payoff.
know.
But like, it belongs to a very different relationship for Bond in a very different context, and it's just like, what are you doing? And you're like, well, it's sad because someone died. You're like, okay.
I
Yeah.
barely know who that is, and I do know who the person who dies in the film is. They're not the same.
Like I said, it actually really pissed Staz off. For me, it's just like they keep doing this. They're just spamming all these famous lines in random context to be like, look, we're Bond. Like, yeah, you're trying real hard in some ways, I guess, but not trying very hard in others. So very sad, yes, he's dead. And Bond is then ambushed by the twins, who fail in any way to deal significant damage to him when they had the complete upper hand and the ambush. They got Monroe, but they couldn't get Bond. Really fucking
It's
stupid.
2-on-1.
Yeah. And then there's this bit where they throw him into a wall and he hits like an armor set and it drops a sword and he picks it up, and it is the most obvious setup for like, you're about to hit them with a sword, and then he just drops it and they run away. Because
The alarm
what the
goes off.
fuck?
It's like, surely later on we get to use this source. No.
None of that shit.
They do this a lot in this game, where it's like a very obvious setup, or at least you think it is a very obvious setup, and then they just don't do it.
But like, you've got a choice in this specific scene, right? Because that sword's been on the wall the entire time. It's like, well, you can use items against the twins, but it's only wine bottles. So they had a sword there, and they thought, no, wine.
You say you could use the wine balls. Like, yeah, if they're not fucking near enough to you that Bond doesn't recognize that. He's like, I'm gonna grab him. I'm gonna grab him. He's like, grab that bottle, Bond. We've been over it. It's okay. I still have trauma, but
Yep.
yeah. There's a bomb, and you get a QTE sequence of
I
just slowly
yelled.
pulling pieces out, and Bond basically being like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna pull on this wire, and it works. And it's like, cool. Guess we could have done an actual like setup with Q Labs about diffusing bombs that paid off here in any kind of minigame fashion. I guess that's just awkwardly pulling it until it works. And then a different bomb goes off, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, multiple
Just
bombs. Like, oh, whoops.
too bad, Mr. Bond. But yeah, Cressida's been crushed by a thing. Others have died. It's all a tragedy. 009 is escaping, and he's clearly responsible for all of this. And Greenway's like, get him, get him. And I was just curious, like, so did the meeting ever happen with him and Greenway? I guess they never got to that point.
I couldn't tell you.
I guess
have no
they
idea.
must not have, because obviously the first thing you'd say is like, hey, Greenway, so I've been framed by your stupid robot for 10 years plus. Do you mind? It's like, but whatever.
Can you imagine if he'd been clever and like he'd left that information in a briefcase and left a trail of clues that only Greenway would know how to spot, and then he'd followed those clues and found the information in a briefcase waiting for him, and then 009 would have been fine. Everyone would have been fine. Because he knows Greenway really well. He knows how
Why
to
are
lead him
we-
to different places.
Just write it in an envelope and post it into his fucking apartment. What's the deal, bro? Why are you treating this like it's just bump into him on his way to work and be like, hey man, don't shoot me. Thea sucks and I was framed and it's really sad and here's all the information to prove it. Bye.
Yeah.
It's just so convoluted and stupid that it almost costs the world by everyone being this retarded. But Bond has to fight through what feels like fucking 100 enemies, just shooting them all. Turns out all of them are working for the web cleanup crew. So they're trying to fix all of this and capture 009 to prevent, obviously, Thea's incompetence from being revealed. But it's just insane to me just how many members of the conspiracy are left here dead. Like, and if you interrogate any one of them, presumably that just blows open the whole thing. But there's also just a reveal then, reasonably, that there's got to be more than 1,000 personnel who are aware of Thea's incompetence. and it's
Yeah, not
never
one of
gotten
them has
out.
ever leaked. Yeah, which
But
is just
a sensible
impossible.
person might respond if they hadn't played the game. So, but it's not like Webb or Damien would go around just telling all of their workers what the plot is, because that would be insane if they were to do something like that. But it turns out later in a cutscene that is exactly what Damien in particular does. He shouts the top secret thing at his subordinates in full earshot of Bond. So these people theoretically all know. If you'd held a gun to any one of their heads, they could have told you what was going on.
I almost want to explain the context of that now, but I'll wait. It's so funny what that is about specifically. That whole sequence. Anyway, so he fights through it, gets onto the plane, and throws his watch into it. Like this.
The way he gets on the plane is so stupid. A giant vehicle comes tumbling towards him, and he somehow catches it and gets inside.
I don't know what the fuck they would do with this. It's so stupid.
It's so stupid. What the hell?
Yeah, so I guess
Oh,
whatever.
and also, yeah, it's probably worth noting. I'd say it's a bit of character assassination that James Bond would just kind of like readily fuck with the controls of a plane such that it could crash just anywhere, and you have no idea what it could land on. You have no idea where that plane could fall. It doesn't, but like it could. I mean, he's making it so that it's like tilting at these extreme angles. I don't know about that, man.
It also just seems really unfair that he tilts it and everyone in there is permanently disabled, but he's fine. Like,
he's all good, yeah.
This sequence is so stupid.
The way that they fall when they hit the flaps, they just floop off the plane.
Kind of sad because it's probably the most interesting thing they've done with the Q gadgets. Like, oh, yeah, I can do a little thing with plane and do something with the environment. But yeah, as you said, still, it's like, oh, yeah.
When you can't fall out.
You can't fall out, yeah.
So lame. Always lame. Everything's lame. But, yeah, I mean, moving forwards, you get to the funeral. It's all very sad, but I think everybody who plays this is like, oh no, Monroe and wait, who are the other two? Like, who even died? What were their names?
Well, here's a funny thing. They tell us that Nash is missing and he never comes up again.
Yeah.
Did they actually say that? I just assumed they dropped out of the plot. I thought they were still alive and they just left for some reason.
No, they say Nash's Emma is just missing, and
he just doesn't come back. Yeah,
again.
If he doesn't want to be found, you won't find him, or something like that. Moneypenny says, but like a lot of people assumed apparently that he was going to be the surprise mole, and that's why like Thea and whatever knew so much. It's like, no, he just doesn't come back.
He's gone.
Okay, that's fun.
I'm just watching the parachute section on the stream at the moment, and just like how the one time I touched my controller, I lost, and so I put my controller down and I won.
Don't need to do anything. If you just fall, he'll get to the bad guy eventually.
Do you need to press the QTs when you grab them? At least
you have to do the QTE, yes.
See?
But yeah, you have to do it, but it's very generous. I think I didn't do it for about 30 seconds, and he still held on. Might even show up on this portion here that you're playing, but yeah, that's the one thing you need to do. You do need to engage in the QTE, but you don't need to control him. He'll get them.
Well, good for the game, I guess. Anyway, moving forward, so it's all very sad, it's very somber, but I think everyone with this, especially like at this point, Webb talking to you at the funeral, it's like, this must be the villain.
So he's a bad guy, yeah. Why is this random
he
old
showed
dude
up,
talking to me?
I'm the guy who controls the AI. It's like, oh, okay.
It's crazy they think this is going to be a twist. It's like, guys, come on.
It was instant for both. So this guy turns up, it's like old white dude in charge of AI, he's evil, and then later on it's old white dude who's a politician, he's also going to be evil, and lo and behold, they both are. It's so easy to tell.
Yeah. So Webb asked Bond why did you do what you did with the 1% thing? Bond's response was, I couldn't do nothing. I was like, writers, that's not, you shouldn't be focusing on that for the, like, especially for the thematic side, but also character. Shouldn't he be saying, like, it was the right thing to do? it wouldn't be that he couldn't just abandon people, that he knew the odds were actually a lot better than what he was told, and that honestly he didn't even care what the odds were, because without like gunning to care for like the people, the innocent people, the rest, he was like, there's no point in even being like doing this job. Why would I even be a 00 if I didn't care to protect the innocent people in this world? Like, that's like the whole fucking reason. So the idea that I could escape with my life, but there's a 1% chance that I could have risked to save all of them, it's like, I'll take that every time. You know, that's the kind of speech, instead of, well, I couldn't do nothing. I feel
Like, you have no philosophy at all.
It just didn't capture at all what I think the game was even trying to go for, and also just doesn't capture anything for the character. It's very lame. Like, okay. And of course, Webb is like, yes, I feel the same. Like, that's why I do all my crazy shit, you know. Anyway, bye. Like, so M's really mad because 009 has now fucked up everything and made a huge diplomatic upset because of all the people who were important who were in that big mansion. Which again, it's just like, why the fuck did you guys agree to meet him there when every important person ever was apparently there too, and now blowing it up makes everything worse everywhere? Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck was 009 thinking? What was M thinking? What was everyone thinking in this scenario? Did Thea not account for this? Did Thea not go, hey guys, if we blow up the mansion, we might end up with like, this could cause ripples. I'm just saying. But you know, whatever, I guess. Thea has concluded that 009 is now in Mauritania, and that M is going to send Greenway and Bond because they're basically the only people fucking left in the story. And, you know, again, I don't think this makes any sense. You need some veteran agents. This is incredibly important and sensitive, even more so now than it was before. And the records show that, like, you know, Bond didn't listen again. Obviously, he found something that was, like, important, but she keeps saying, like, you gotta follow orders, and he just never does. They're just like, all right, time for you to... And Greenway doesn't want to work with him because he's so, like, awful, and he's their assessor, and he's not even... You think his word would be the most important, but it's just not. And you're like, yeah, but they're creating conflict, that he doesn't like each other. I'm just like, no, it's just, this doesn't make any sense to me. Has MI6 not got any agents left? Who was doing Thea's fucking work at MI6?
Yeah. No one.
Who knows? So, on their
It
way...
also it really bothered me when she did the things. When Green says, oh, I can do this on my own, I don't need him. It's like, open this bottle for me. And he uses his bad hand. And I was like, bro.
Yeah, one-handed with the... It would have been better if he used his mouth in his hand and then, you know, actually does it.
Yeah, I was like, just use your fucking thighs to lock it in and use your other hand. And it was like, see, I'm not stupid. Like, I can figure it out. But then M could just say, well, yeah, but this is an order. You got to take Bond with you.
Well, it's
because
also...
at some point you
like,
might get in trouble.
Why would it be Bond? Why would it be anyone else? Why Bond?
We're the protagonist. Shut
He's
up.
the one that opens the water bottles, okay?
He's the water bottle opener.
So, Bond and Greenway have got to go contact Bavma in Aleph to find out where he's probably hiding 009, because 009 is probably working with pirates, and he's the pirate king. That's what we got. It's like, okay. And they mention like 3 different times in Bavma's opening that he has a sister that's missing. Like, he's, by the way, he's like, he did this, and he's got a missing sister. And then he did this, and he was still looking for his sister. And he did this, and his sister is still missing to this day. You're like, okay, I wonder if that'll be relevant. Who knows? But, you know, not just the fact that they're sending Greenway, who is injured, with Bond, who is fucking green as hell. Why is it only 2? Don't you think you might want to do more? Are we worried? Because, like, if this was the veteran 007 we know who's amazing at everything, it's like, it's way more viable. This is a fucking newbie who just got off the training with a guy who is kind of past his prime and also broken. What are we doing? Doesn't make any fucking sense.
These veteran agents around and teach Bond some stuff, and I don't know, have some of them die on the way when we care about them, and I don't know, do anything but this. It's just so lame.
So, Bavma's introduced as man who cares for all of Aleph. He's such a great leader. Oh my god, you just got to contribute and he'll look after you.
So funny.
He then finds out that there's a guy who wasn't contributing because he put his money towards saving his child. And then he's like, well, we will care for that child because we care for everyone in Aleph. She'll get the medication she needs. She'll be safe. However, you didn't do your contribution, so I'm killing you.
Okay.
What the
and
fuck?
this just happens to be happening in public view right when James Bond shows up and is like, "Oh, hey, that's him."
That's the guy you need. Yeah, it's very just fucking strange. The guy's head gets chopped off, and their reactions are kind of like out of character, I think, to establish that this is a guy who's getting his head chopped off for trying to save his daughter from death. And then Bond is like, ooh, trouble in paradise.
It's like, actually, that sounds pretty bad, man. Like,
Pretty
all of it.
weirdly
That's-
cold Bond, like almost bafflingly.
Well, he
But,
might be thinking to himself, look, there's two people up. There's lots of people up there, actually, but I know that two of them are important because one's dressed in yellow and one's dressed in blue. So, that's how this game works.
Oh my god, you're right.
How else are you gonna know you need to get to these guys?
I didn't make that connection. I hate video games.
So Bond discovers you need to make $100,000 to get into the auction that they need to get to do what they're doing next in their fucking mission. And you're like, Moneypenny, can you help me out? She's like, no. There's no
Why?
expense account. There's no compensation for doing this mission. So basically, if they can't make the money here, the mission's over. Let's just say it.
Yeah.
Like, okay. And they don't give you any reason at all. And Greenway even implies he knew this would happen. It's like, oh, did you want to do any kind of prep? Do you want to mention this before we came? He's like, nope. It's like, cool.
It's time for the minigame area.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just extremely stupid to me. You guys could sneak in. You guys could use the gadget shit we've already done. Could you not barge your way in? Could you maybe have a key piece of information that could get you in? I don't know. Probably not. Don't worry about it.
No, that'd be crazy. That'd be insane if they could
Luckily,
have just
though,
something right now.
Between a fucking guessing fucking cup game and a shooting gallery that's meant for children, you can make about $70,000 immediately. So it's like, cool.
Dude, I want to go there.
I know. And yeah, you quickly make the money, it's whatever, and you get to the auction, which is constructed of a series of polygraphs attached to people who are auctioning for a big old...
Man.
This scene is bizarre. I don't even know what to say. Like, all of the people who are participating, they want to try and get the big TX-1000... whatever that is, big drone ship thing.
Kind. Yeah, but they don't gamble money. They gamble, like, favors.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, that's probably... So the opening bit is like, I will give you total independence and immunity for everything and free access to all of the ports in whatever country I come from. And the next guy is like, I will give you all of that plus whatever the fuck else I can think to offer you. And then Bond's like, ooh, what can I give him? I will give you solar panels. And he's like, oh, that sounds really interesting. And the only reason, because you drive in and the whole place is ringed with solar panels. And so like, well, I know he likes his solar panels and this is more useful to him than national and international immunity from all crime. So I'll give him solar panels. And he's really interested by those.
I just find it very weird that considering what is on offer here for you to get things, I don't even understand why there's an option for you. It's like, yeah, you can come to this auction for 100,000 and an invitation. First of all, why the fuck do I need another 100,000 when I got an invitation already? Because obviously you need an invitation, which means they know you have some considerable power to, I don't know, help you with whatever the fuck they do. I don't even know what they want with all these trade routes or whatever. I guess they can just trade all kinds of crazy shit or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just finding it incredibly weird that there's even an option for you to buy a ticket, essentially. Like, I don't understand why we need an extra 100,000 after having the invitation. And then when you start going in, Bond's like, I give you $1 million for this. And I was like, okay, that's not gonna cut it. That's not what we're gonna have an offer here. And then they go around doing all their shit, and then Bond's like, I'll give you all the information of MI6 from the last 30 decades, and I'll give you that guy. I was like, what?
Well,
you went from $1 million to that? Like, that's incredibly suspicious.
But, like, with each of these offers, they have to put their hand on a polygraph thing to confirm they're telling the truth, which is totally not how these fucking machines work.
You're out. You never get to come back. And also, I just find it funny because, like, polygraphs are stupid at this point. Like, I thought everybody knew that.
Like, they can't distinguish enough between lies, truth, stress, anxiety. Like, it's so much
people can cheat
information.
them, innocent people can fail them. They're not admissible in court. they're just kind of like a silly thing that lots of stuff in movies likes to use because I think it's like, we can have fun with this. It's like, but it's dumb, and I thought everybody knew it was dumb at this point.
Well, and like the guy that Bond sabotages, and they're like, "Oh wow, so you're lying." It's like, do you want to try another machine to make sure?
Maybe double test. Yeah.
No, you're out. You never get to come back to this place forever for the rest of your day.
That guy's the representative of a major Chinese company, which is by extension a representative of the Chinese government. I don't think the Pirate King wants to piss those people off.
Yeah, well, he failed the polygraph, so fuck you. It's like, okay.
Bye-bye, see you later, forever.
But yeah, I
You're
thought
gone.
Bond revealing that, like, you can get 30 years of MI6 intel and you'll get Greenway, was like, wait, if you say stuff like that to the fucking Pirate King, what stops him from just being like, I'm just going to capture you guys now? Like, I could just get that anyway.
Well, he's good because he likes solar panels, so he wouldn't do that.
Well, so the counter to this apparently is like, well, yeah, that was going to happen, but then they suggest the whole coup thing to him, and so he's like, oh yeah, I guess I wouldn't capture you guys now because now you can help me do that.
Incredibly smart they were about that as well.
Well, so yeah, basically, like once this is concluded on the auction side of things, we all drop it in favor of basically Bavma fucked up with 009, and so MI6 are going to fucking level this place to dust. However, if you depose him and take over as the Pirate King, we maybe won't do that, and we can work with you, and then you can give us at 009's location. He's like, okay, I guess. This is all, I think we should just reveal it now because I don't want to have to jump back and forth too much. This is insane, the amount of work we've had to do to get to this point, when what the conclusion of this is to wipe out Bavma as a Pirate King guy. He's going to be gone if this plan works. You know what information becomes completely fucking useless if that plan is completed? Just so you know, guys, Greenway knows where Bavma's daughter is, or sister, sorry. That's extreme leverage, hyper leverage to the point where Bavma will do anything you tell him to do if you have that information, and Greenway has it. But Greenway doesn't want to give that information away, and he says it's because if you can get something for free, then don't give up the information. And it's like, Greenway, this is explicitly not free. Like, this is
free.
It cost us a lot of money. It cost us the 30-year intel, the reveal of the MI6, and then the promise of we're doing a coup with the pirates. Do you think this is costing us nothing? Like, what are you talking about? And then, of course, like I said,
you're good at something, don't do it for free.
That information, he doesn't want to give it up for free. It's like, you won't have information to give up to anyone worthwhile if you kill Bavma.
Succeed, that information is meaningless.
So this is all
no use to anybody. You're doing a whole bunch of work to make information that you're trying to preserve redundant.
And I know this isn't the order of events, but fuck it, this will make more sense to someone listening to this who hasn't played this. It is discovered that there's a coup happening, and Bavma just kills the guy they were talking to. Ali is his name. He's just dead. Yeah. They're like, "Fuck you!"
Almost
fuck
like it's
coup.
a really stupid idea to, tell him about, hey, we could do this coup while all of the fucking goons are still around him. Like, obviously, one of them is gonna snitch.
Well, they start up as if they need to explain it to us. Baba's like, I have ears and eyes. I know everything that happens in LF. And it's like, well, yeah, it wasn't exactly very private, dude. Like, he just sort of announces the coup in front of everybody, but whatever. So they're screwed. He's going to feed him to his menagerie of horrifying crocodigators. They're gonna eat them, and it's oh god, it's going to be horrible. Unless, of course, Greenway just says, "Yeah, I know where your sister is," and then Bavma's like, "Oh,
if you don't swing at all, then Bond gets munched on."
Yeah. Well, interesting about the rails for that. So you have a choice to say two different things or say nothing. If you say the two different things, Bond will end each of those with, "Come on, Greenway, back me up." If you say nothing, he just moves into saying, "Come on, Greenway, back me up." It's bizarre because I chose nothing and I was like, "Back you up." You didn't say anything. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, they haven't, they haven't made enough options, even though they think they have. A lot of the time, they think they can get away with just skipping to the next cutscene. It's like, not if it begins with context from the prior thing said. You fool.
I also love how we have to go on foot to this whole thing, and the fucking guy doesn't tell his goons. He's like, hey, there's gonna be a guy coming through. Just don't attack him.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, because you end up having to. You go on foot because you need to hit the boat at the front while Greenway goes at the back because 009 might try to leave, and therefore you have to fight through a series of. You have to kill like 50 guards. It's
Yeah.
just like, yeah, can you just
Gonna
do
look
that?
real. Gonna look real good on the new king when it's like, hey, this one guy we're working with them. He killed Frank. Like he was
Yeah,
my
man.
buddy.
Yeah.
Poor Frank the
fuck, dude?
Cube.
Oh no, that's
Oh
a new one.
no! Stop. That's next year.
So anyway, yeah, you Greenway just tells him about the sister, and it's like, so when we arrived at this stupid place, if you had just started with that, we would have avoided all of the slow walking, the interactions, all the fucking talking, all the money raising, the auction, all of it would have been skipped.
Yeah, and I would say, having this massive leak as an option that, compromises all of MI6 and possibly the United Kingdom, I think that's a pretty good option to just use your best information to just get to him as fast as possible. But that's just me, I guess.
So, when you approach the boat, there's a whole bunch of booby traps, and I thought it was fucking hilarious that he's decided as a, I guess, like, enthusiast of plants to have set it up by accident that his interest in them has provided a way to see all of his traps. Like, you turn on the fucking water sprinklers and you can see all the lasers and stuff.
Well,
Like,
some
nice.
pigeons almost blow his entire boat up. That's how you're introduced to the concept. Is that you enter this boat in the garden and some birds fly away and knock a plant pot off, and it almost triggers a bomb. But instead, it just reveals the bomb, which is good of them. But it's yeah, and then the way it's described is they're connected by lasers, right? Some of them, and if the laser is interrupted, then obviously the bomb goes off. So what we're going to do to reveal these things is we're going to turn on water sprinklers because water doesn't interrupt lasers apparently, and that's how you see them. I don't believe any of that, but fair enough.
Yeah, it's so extremely stupid. And what's funny is when they finally enter the main room, they no longer care to search for booby traps. They just assume they're safe now. It's like, it might be the least safe in there, boys, but whatever. So the conclusion is that 009, because they find him dead, was killed by his own men, probably over money, and that's that. Greenway is like, good, done, we can move on. But Bond is like, nah, I think 009 was trying to tell us something, and he left out a thing that points to the trans-world boat, and you got to go over there, and then you'll find the thing that leads to the thing that might lead temporarily to knowing something that's going on. Again, if he just left an actual explicit note on the floor, like, Thea is broken and evil and frame me.
So he leaves. I mean, there is a lot of information in there which is sort of semi-relevant only to, because it makes subsequent beats make no sense. So that you can go around exploring this room and you find out that the 009 has compromised not only a huge part of MI6 and has been keeping tabs on Greenway, but he knows where Bond lives. He's been keeping tabs on the intern's house. Yeah. Which is kind of important information because it means you know that your safe house is busted, so you can never really go back there. Because if someone came and killed him, then it follows that they probably know where you live too. The game doesn't make that connection though.
Well, it's fine because there's no danger in the apartment at this point as well. So
no,
all good. But yeah, so they. Again, just so stupid on the part of 009, but whatever, he's dead now, so he can be stupid in hell, I guess. That's when the capturing thing happens and they break back out, and then Bavma's just like, okay, there's like a scene, I don't know if you guys noticed it, he says like, I'll get you back your Land Rover because someone else wanted the Land Rover, and if you want it back now, you can have the Land Rover. And then Greenway's like, yeah, it's good that we can get the Land Rover back. It's like,
okay, yes, I know you clearly got some sort of agreement with fucking Land Rover for like, oh, look at this Range Rover. Wow, that's some cool shit. It's like, all right, guys, chill. I get it.
And so Greenway and Bond make it through to the ship. They get the stash. They got the clues. They put it in a briefcase. It's a cube briefcase.
I'm reminded in this sequence, it is funny that the Uncharted comparison, because Uncharted 3 has this weird pirate section that is like an erect sort of pirate shipyard that in that game is just like, why are we here? Like, what are we doing here? And it feels similar-ish here of just why is this like a location that we're in right now? Just this abandoned, scrapyard with all of these like, derelict ships and everything. So strange that they both have a similar sequence.
Well, because that's where 009 hung out with the pirates. That's
In the pirate city.
pirate land
Okay,
with the
yeah,
pirate
sure.
king. Yeah. So you find a Q briefcase, and Greenway has to warn and explain to Bond, a 00 agent that works with Q, how a Q briefcase works, and that if you find one in the field, you got to be careful because it'll explode or whatever. Do you remember? We've already come across one of these in the prologue. There was a briefcase that was exploded because someone opened it wrong. Like, so these things can be found in the world. This is not novel. This is not like the introduction. I think it's from Russia with Love, right? That they have them.
Anton Chekhov is he's poking his head in, seeing like, what are you doing with my sort of narrative idea?
I'm just blown away by the fact that they hadn't warned Bond about this as part of Q-Tech. It's like, yeah, these briefcases that people have out there in the field, you need to know how to fucking open them so you don't kill yourself. Like, cool. But no, they don't do that. It's like, whatever, it's just a fucking reference, really. Anyway, Thea cleanup crew turn up, led by Damien, and Bond and Greenway only narrowly escape because Bavma saves them.
He coming in clutch.
How is that possible? How is he countering Team Thea and Green like Webb's cleanup crew? How
what
the
does that
fuck?
say that he's in a position to actually stop them? It's like, oh shit, how powerful? Because they want to be like, yeah, he's a pretty powerful agent. It's like powerful enough to stop like the ultimate bad guys of the game that are like massively well financed, well resourced. They even have an Antarctica base.
They have Megatech.
I don't know. Yeah,
there's so many of them. It's absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. Get over it. And it does. I would say, ridiculous amount of game has passed for the amount of story we've had. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, this is this is like the halfway point, isn't it? Or close to it.
I think you could argue that, yeah, for sure.
Because this took me until my 3rd out of 5 playthroughs, so I was pretty close to about the halfway point. It's like, dude, that's mad. And think about some of the choices that have already been made. It's like you're hunting a rogue, 00. Oh no, he's dead. It's like,
this I'll say as well. This is the first major. So, like, Greenway's already a prick, but this was like a big moral failing. So he managed to read some of that information, and it basically just makes the point that 009 was set up. But unfortunately, the briefcase falls out of the car when it fucking crashed from an RPG that Bond didn't warn Greenway about. He just said, brace yourself, because he's a moron.
It's like, brace myself against what? Bracing myself for a speed bump versus an RPG is probably going to be a different situation. It's a different response, I guess.
But, some goon picks it up and blows it out. And it's like, I'm sorry, Team Thea, who's mopping up every mistake made by the AI that works for the MI6, that simultaneously, you remember later, have technology to counter all technology from Q and MI6.
They don't realize.
They don't know how a Q briefcase works.
Nope. That's pretty stupid, man.
No makes mistake, idiot.
So annoying.
It makes mistake. Yeah. It makes mistake. It's the best get out of jail free card. Whenever they miraculously succeed insanely, it's because Thea is insane. But anytime they fuck up, it's like, yeah, well, Thea makes mistakes, guys. Like, man, how convenient for you. How nice for you.
The moral failing for me is that after this is all settled, Greenway just decides, yeah, it's over. 009 was the one who did it. Fuck it, I'm out. It's like, bro, you serious? You're like the primary poised person to be able to exonerate him and to expose something, and you just give up. Like, such a loser. And of course, he does this even worse later.
His spirit hasn't been rejuvenated yet. It is yet to be rejuvenated.
I just don't like that
Bond is well on his way.
He broadly gets away with this in the storyline, like being this awful
person.
No, I mean,
I think the storyline views him pretty favorably. It's like, yeah, he lost sight of things, but ultimately, he's got heart just like Bond. He is simultaneously a cautionary tale while also being like an aspirational figure for Bond. Sort of trying to straddle that line. But yes, I'm inclined to agree that it's broadly pretty frustrating.
So Greenway goes to the bar that he likes, his favorite watering hole, just to have some drinks, and Bond heads to his very compromised apartment and walks into his very compromised bedroom to then get very compromised.
I'd like to add that during some of the conversations in this apartment, they say that this is considered a safe house from the MI6, and there's just 2 assassins in here now.
And yeah, I mean, he
Safe.
knows it's been compromised because he saw all the material on it back in the pirate shipyard. He should
Yeah.
know that this isn't safe. But instead of like thinking, "Oh my goodness, I wonder if this is compromised," he walks in and says, "Oh gosh, Monroe and your shoes."
He says he comments on so much shit in this play. My favorite was he's like, oh no, Monroe's razor. He would trim his beard with this. Like, Bond, you stop. You're being fucking weird about this. I don't care about Monroe. Move on.
Everywhere I look, it reminds me of him.
And then he gets the picture like Wolverine, runs his hand down Monroe.
So you find the suicide note written by James Bond. When I saw this and we were reading it, I was like, wait, how have they let me get so far that I'm reading the fucking letter?
Yeah.
That's great.
What are they doing? And of course,
God, because of my mistakes, I could have stopped it, but I failed. It should have been me.
and of course, they've got the complete upper hand for the ambush, and they fuck it up because, of course, they do. Send one guy to physically attack instead of Eddie's set of guys with tasers to just nuke Bond.
Suicide note. I'm sorry.
They do the "he's right behind me, isn't he?" meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, dude. Man, I'm just reminded of the fact that he's a Zoomer. Technically,
Yeah.
this is Zoomer Bond.
Just so funny because I think what they're trying to do is because you see the guy, the second one, just fiddle around with the stove. That I think they're trying to imply he was trying to like open up the gas and make it a fire, but then the suicide note will probably burn up. So I don't know what that's about.
I'm distracted. Someone in chat said Monroe's Japanese peace lily. That's a good reference. And then
That is a good
you've
reference.
got Webb and all of them sitting there with their cloaks. Like, that MI6 will discover James Bond having tripped over and tragically broken his neck.
Tripped over and tragically hanged himself. Like, oh.
And then what was it that fucking Angel said, like, when he holds Danny with a knife, like, back off, or you have to explain how Danny tripped over and accidentally cut off his own head.
Yeah,
No,
it's so funny because like, oh, you just attack him instead of shooting him or whatever the fuck you're trying to do. Like, shoot him and then put a gun in his hand.
Choke him out.
It's the easiest way,
yeah.
but then we do choke out.
And if there was an
Obviously-
argument of like, yeah, but that wouldn't look like a suicide. It's like, yeah, but you do realize if you choke someone, like they're going to be able to figure that out too.
Exactly.
Forensics
yeah.
is really good at this point, man. Like
No,
it
this
really
is Webb's
is like
team.
the game-
Webb's team are 100% success rate. Webb's team are amazing.
What are
Even though
Webb's-
every
yeah,
single
but
time we see them do
will Webb's
anything in this
team
game,
know
they
to cover
fail.
up bruising on his neck.
Yeah.
If they
And
choke
then
him out,
obviously
how they
you beat up
Once
the
the
guy
fight
in your
happens,
bed.
it's game over.
Yeah, you beat the guy in your bedroom up, and it's like really loud, and the guy in the kitchen is like, doo 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 doo.
How's it going? Have you done it?
Yeah,
Have you killed him?
But
It's-
it is
like,
pretty funny
super
because
dead.
as soon as the fight happens, it's game over. Like you can't frame this anymore. I
Mm-hmm.
guess unless you were like, "Oh, Bond was so angry he destroyed his own apartment before he hung himself" or something. It's just stupid.
He dragged 2 cloaked people in here and then killed himself. This shit is crazy.
This happened in real time for me, but when I got rid of the second guy, I was like, so they've clearly come after me because of the Aleph stuff, which means Greenway is in trouble. And that, by the way, is the kind of payoff you get in so many different movies, where it's like a duo team and one of them
The
is
character
hit.
realizes,
Yeah, it's like the other one as well.
Like, oh no, Greenway! And then
So,
they gotta go.
Bond
and
does
get
not
Pick up,
realize
damn it!
Greenway is in trouble for about 6 hours from now. And it's not because he thinks of it, it's because someone says it in front of him that they're going for Greenway. He's like, oh my god, they're going for Greenway. It's like, yeah,
They probably already got him.
I think
my
he's
man.
dead.
He-
Like, it's too
He's
late.
probably
dead.
already hanging from his ceiling.
But yes, no, excellent plan to send 3 dudes to get Bond when he's already fucking done a genocide in Aleph at this point. Like all the dead pirates. Like I don't even know. They just underestimate. I do like though
love it.
one of the twins is just waiting with a sniper in case everything
With a
goes
sniper
catastrophically
rifle,
wrong to
yeah.
just tear up the
Which
entire
again,
apartment
At
building.
that point, I mean, there's no cover up anymore. I
No.
mean, even if he landed the shot, it's like, yeah, James Bond killed himself with a fucking sniper rifle.
from 7 houses away.
After
Yeah,
obliterating
with
his
a 50
apartment and leaving two
caliber.
men dead. That's the other thing. He
shot
has
himself in the heart with a 50 caliber sniper rifle bullet. Like,
Bond takes the
okay.
phone off the first dude, not the second dude, and these phones have correspondence in them that are all about like covering up Thea shit. So it's like, oh, just hand it to
Oh, you
MI6
win.
and we're done.
Yeah, you win. You've won. Mission accomplished.
Like, good job, Bond. But no, we use the phone to track where Twin Man is going, and that is it for that phone in this campaign. Good job. Excellent stuff.
Well done.
And they'll make
Idiot.
several references to how they just need just one example of explicit evidence to take down Webb and his entire system. That's all they need. And it's like he's holding a fucking nuke in his hand for that, but never mind.
And it's not even secured because they have the setting on where if there's a text, it just flashes to the front of your screen, even if your screen is locked. Like that's their level of operational security. So you don't even need to worry about breaking into it.
Yeah.
Unfucking believable. But you
Just
know,
wait for the next text. Hello, this is Sir Nicholas Webb. Did you kill Mr. Bond? No response.
Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna take your silence as a yes. That means I can continue with my evil plan. Have I told you about my evil plan? Well, it all started back in 2016.
About 12 years ago.
but yes, Moneypenny traces. Oh, well, sorry. I guess I'm just skipping over. This is such a stupid thing with the sniper chase. The guy drops his gun. Bond doesn't check it to see if he could use it himself or for ammo. He just keeps chasing. And then the dude is just like standing on the other side. I don't know if you guys stopped and looked at him, but you're in range of gadgets, but they just don't let you use them.
I think I tried that, yeah.
Such bullshit. And then so you jump, you fail, and because the twin doesn't have a sidearm, he can't execute Bond. He just kicks him. And that doesn't work because Bond's got plot armor thicker than it's just so thick.
So
Nothing can penetrate that thickness. Anyway, Bond has Moneypenny trace that signal, and it takes them to an anniversary gala for Webb. And on their way in, Moneypenny's like, if Webb is the next target, because they don't know he's the bad guy yet, then we've got to warn him. And then Bond's like, no, don't warn him, because that might clue in the twin guy, and then we'll lose him forever. It's like,
yeah, but that also means the Webb might die, so I guess you're willing to make that trade. I mean,
that feels unethical again.
Bad guy yet. Yeah, we need to use him as bait, and if he dies, some of you may die. But that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
He dies.
Not only do I think that's not in character for Bond, it's hyper not in character for the character they have. This Bond is even like more ridiculously, yeah. So not sure what they were doing with that one.
But yeah, no, not this time.
But,
sorry, buddy, but you gotta sacrifice yourself for the greater good.
This whole sequence is long and filled with nothing very interesting.
Oh God, I totally forgot about this. Yeah, this guy, he got stuck on the door, and then when I walked up to him, I think he did eventually come in. He did walk in if you bump into him.
That's funny.
Maybe he's just prep. He knows he's building himself up. Okay, this is James Bond he's fighting. You know, this is a big deal.
There is a lot of this in the game. I know that we talked about it before, but the AI, beyond its general incapability of, being able to essentially respond to a lot of situations, sometimes it just gets stuck. It walks into a wall indefinitely, or it stares at the wall while you've just run past and then stand behind it, or he can't get through the door like this. There's a lot of that in the game. I would not describe this as a particularly polished video game. I guess it had enough polish, though, more so than Star Wars Outlaws, so that people didn't realize it's as bad as Star Wars Outlaws. If only Star Wars Outlaws launched with fewer bugs and it wasn't a Ubisoft game, then it would have been the best game of 2024, or whenever it came out.
I almost want to, I think I'm just going to skip the whole, getting spiked drink, being an idiot, getting captured, and then getting released. I don't know if any of it's... does it even matter?
Well, I mean, it's a bit awkward, right? Because you meet Damien kind of for the first time here, and then 2 minutes later, he's the bad guy, immediately. It feels like we're not really seizing these opportunities. What's the point of having the twist be something where you introduce me to a character and I find out that he's evil 3 minutes later, when I've already basically clued in that they're probably going to be the bad guys because, old Webb Senior, whatever, he you meet him, and it's just like, dude, why are you here? Oh, you're probably the bad guy. I don't know why you'd be talking to me at a funeral like this, other than if you're a bad guy. It's you know, it's a lot of these things. If this is meant to be the origin story for James Bond, it feels weird that it begins with him hunting down a rogue 00 that he has no history with. It feels weird that you're introducing like this bad guy and essentially revealing who they are immediately. It feels weird that you're going to have him essentially leave MI6 and go rogue. I know we're jumping ahead, but like that's kind of crazy to do for the first game.
That phone, you track it, you find it in a bin, and Bond picks it out, and the screen is cracked, and he tosses it. It's like,
no, you
are
can
you
still
stupid?
access the hard drive.
Yeah, like the screen.
That's
screen
the
is
twins'
not the hard
phone.
drive, actually.
That's like
You
a
might wanna keep
high-end
that.
assassin that we've encountered on all these. It's like, bro, why are you so stupid? You're an intelligence agent. Like what?
Yeah. Also, there's another instance where Bond just gets saved by a person again, because Isola is just the one who
She
gets to use her
escapes, yeah.
knife to get out. It's like, oh, but we still have our watch. Why can't we just use that to get free ourselves? Like,
Nope.
I don't mind when they have like these convenience save things. Like it's a trope, but man, if you do it like 5 to 7 times with your main characters, like, man, my main character looks like a fucking dumbass, dude.
You do get
Yeah, bet.
the twin boss fight, and he dies by getting impaled on a trident, and Bond says that was for Monroe.
Wait, hold on.
Take your mother's
What's
trident.
great is, I think when he threw it, I said that was for Monroe. You know, just as like the mocking, like, isn't that what he would say? And then he literally says it.
Oh, that's
And I
funny.
think I
Yeah.
burst out laughing. It's so ridiculous.
When I was seeing it, I was just thinking about if it would be so funny if he said that was for Becca. We'd be like, oh no.
And then as the guy's choking out, as he stop fucking suck your dick, please. I'll do anything. You want me to eat shit? I'll eat your fucking shit. Have you guys seen Eric Kripke released his original pitch for The Boys, and it is embarrassing. I don't know why he released it.
He's such an
It's
edgy
like the most
man.
cringe, edgy Reddit shit. It's so unbelievable that he would release it. I think one of the no, we don't need to. We're done with The Boys.
So Twin Man dropped his receiver, Bond put it in, and now he's able to try and like figure out more of everything, and everything's falling apart, and it's all because of Bond. And you might be like, well, yeah, but that's suitable, right? Because Bond is a special. It's like he's not doing anything particularly special. A lot of this he gets bailed out. The whole system is cracking down because some guy has just sort of been around. Like Bond doesn't do anything great in this game. It's a lot of the major elements where he needs something important to happen. It's Greenway, it's Isola, it's someone else.
Or it's Isola, yeah, because she's a lot better than he is. She's
it's not even close, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I need it to be understood too. There's a team that have been dispatched to take out Greenway, and they know he has a sling, and he's an old dude in a pub, and it's been hours, and they still haven't got him. And you might be like, yeah, but he's kind of
really
an old
good.
wolf, that man. He knows what's up. You know, it's like, no, not really. He says that
His arm don't work.
And that he only noticed that someone was after him because they were in a pub and they weren't looking at the game. They were just looking at him. It's like, so they were completely fucking useless.
Bunch of idiots, dude.
I enjoy that as well. They weren't paying attention to the football game, yeah? They weren't interested in who was going to win. So I knew something was up.
Why even just kill him? Fucking hell. Like, oh god,
yeah,
so
you might
awful.
as well. I mean, especially when the twin is using a sniper rifle to blow everything up. It's like, well, yeah, clearly you ain't that interested in being subtle. So who are we kidding?
They refuse to get M or MI6 involved at this point because it's just like there's an implication here that there's so much difficult shit to work on all of a sudden, and it's all so quick, and it's just like we've got to get more people because Moneypenny's on a date, and that's why she can't provide more help than she is, because she's trying to hack shit in the toilet. Which, by the way, did you guys catch the she talks about this guy she's on the date with, basically saying that he's kind of annoyed and he's never gonna call her, sort of thing, and then Bond's like, oh yeah, good riddance. It's like, dude, she ignored him through like the whole night and went into the toilet.
What do you mean good riddance? He has no idea what she's doing. Of course
yeah, like he doesn't know you're trying to save the world. He just thinks that a girl is ignoring him on the date. It's like, well, I guess I'll go.
You ruined his. He's gonna go home and cry.
I was more concerned Moneypenny didn't just fucking ditch him immediately after she heard that they were about to be fucking killed.
Yeah,
Like, oh yeah,
instead of
she
Especially for a
elevated,
messing
work
so-
around, yeah.
emergency. I mean, that's
Oh, God.
all the excuses to kick off a date. I think the future of the world might be one of them. But with the good riddance line, I wondered whether they were going to like start kicking off Bond semi-flirting with her. And I get to the end of the game, and I think I'm not actually sure he ever did. I think the writers
I
may have
don't know
thought
why
that he did, but he didn't.
I don't know why she's called Moneypenny, really. Like,
Oh,
they
their
don't have that
relationship
dynamic
sucks.
at all.
It's just
It's incredibly stale and bland. You
she
don't
just
have
makes
that
fun of him all the
playful
time,
sort of
and he's like,
undertone. Yeah.
okay.
Well, it's because that's what his whole thing through the game is. He just kind of smirks at things that happen around him. He doesn't actually say like witty things. He's not really
This is,
a driver of the story a lot of the time.
That white light quote we played on EFAP before. This is absolutely a game where all the dialogue was written as if HR is in the room. Like that's totally applicable.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yep.
You better be
definitely.
careful.
You guys looking forward to Wolverine? You looking forward to that? It's going to be great. I'm sure that they're gonna say, well,
Sterile. It's gonna be great. It's not
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
just
just
find
like
it
this or
insane
anything.
that he tells her like, yeah, someone was in her apartment and got killed, and she essentially tells him to open a ticket with the fucking service desk about it. It's like, what the fuck are we doing?
If they'd gotten MI6 involved, they could have gotten agents to help them, and all the information would be out, even if it is something that can be circumvented or whatever. It's just like, just get it out. The whole mistake from 009 was he didn't get it out, and now you guys know, get it out.
and now you're doing the
Yeah.
same thing. You just need to get it out there, regardless of whether it's believed. As long as it's out there, it means that when you die, it doesn't die with you.
You may as well call the police if MI6 are fucking useless. Just like, whatever.
Exactly.
So yeah, well, we may as well just do it quickly because it does annoy me. They even lampshade this. Bond just accepts a drink and drinks it straight away, and then gets knocked out by it. It's like,
Mm.
nice one, bro. And then Damien is like, yeah, accepting drinks that could be spiked from strangers. Did they teach you that in spy school? I'm just sitting here like, are you? Yeah, that's my criticism too, Damien.
Don't call attention.
Like,
Don't call attention to it, dude. Don't do that. This game doesn't need that. You need to not call attention to these problems, okay?
and so during this torture scene, you have to be careful of balancing Damien so he doesn't punch you to death, because that can happen. But simultaneously, you
I
need.
didn't realize
That
that was
sucked.
what. I didn't
It's just
realize that was
dumb.
what I was.
I also just don't like. I think it's just lame as fuck that you can be punched to death by him in
Well,
the scene.
I think it just doesn't, it's not working properly. Like from a standpoint of the way this should work, because you obviously expect it to get like more extreme with time, right? So he punches you once. I was like, okay, good, yeah. I'm obviously not gonna do anything now to wait out. I have more than enough health. And then the next time he punches you twice. Like, oh, okay, so now I obviously have to wait until I get to like at least 60% health so I can take the next hit as well, because he's probably gonna kick me in the face or something that deals even more damage. And then I wait 2 times and then it's game over. And it's like, oh, because he only punches you
What?
once. I was like, oh, I guess I just talked shit after waiting once.
I just don't
Which
like
is
the.
really weird. It's just trial and error. Like I did it on the second try, but it's just like, okay, there's no skill involved here. I just needed to know when he does what attack.
3 punches to the face and a punch to the stomach should not kill James Bond. That sucks.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Well,
I'm reminded.
Oh yeah. Because the way
Well-
I failed is because he sent his goons in at this point and he just didn't return. Then it just fades to black and says mission failed. I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh. God, it's just so
Um,
stale as well, the entire conversation. Nothing interesting. I'm reminded of in Grand Theft Auto 4 where Nico and Roman get tied up in a similar situation where they're getting interrogated as when you meet Faustin and Dimitri. And it's just like, dude, all of the dialogue in that scene, it's like 2 minutes long. The cutscene's like only 2 or 3 minutes long. And there's so much funny dialogue. Establishes characters so rapidly, whereas here it's just completely sterile.
And stupid, because you need him to get close to you. That's why you're trying to encourage him to punch
To
you
hack
somewhat,
the
but you also
phone,
don't
yeah.
need to, lose health. If you hack the phone successfully, it puts you into the next part of the mission. Hack Damien's phone. Hack Damien's phone with your tech from Q. The tech that specifically Damien and Webb have counters for. They say this
Mhm.
in the campaign, that you can't use Q tech on them because they basically own Q tech.
Except for in this one instance, we're not up to the level where we do the alternative
So
where you can't
fucking
use tech.
stupid again.
Also,
But, oh
you
well.
shouldn't need to get him close anyway, because they're very inconsistent with how
Yeah.
far the scanning goes. Like in the in the club mission, first you have to tail the guy to actually get a message, but then a cutscene kind of happens when you get in there with the tablet of drinks on it, and you're pretty far away from the guy, and like the hacking just goes through fine. So it's just all bullshit.
Well, I love that we're hacking Damien's phone for the specifics of, like, we just find out, oh no, Greenway, we got to get the location of the teams we can go help Greenway. And it's like, my dude, you just hacked Damien's phone. That's like the second most important possible phone in the world you could hack. Do you think maybe there's more to it than just finding out where that strike team is going?
No.
Do you think maybe we could get the entire plan? Every message this unhinged freak has sent to everyone? Do you think maybe his emails might have some stuff in there that's super interesting and useful? Do you think maybe you should copy all of that and put it on a fucking hard drive and send it to everyone ever?
No.
No. So anyway, Bond gets to Greenway and saves him, but he doesn't save him because he was already safe, and it's all very strange because you wouldn't have thought that Greenway could wipe out the entire web strike team himself when he's got one arm in a sling and they had the fucking upper hand, but that's how it goes.
These
Great.
strike teams are supposed to be able to outfight ISIS.
Everything,
one old dude in a
everyone,
pub?
100%. They always nail it, but yeah, they lost to dude in pub. So anyway, they decide with this revelation that instead of going to MI6, which I'll give the explanation for in a bit, that Bond and Greenway are going to go to like Web Industries, the building. Moneypenny will breach Web's central database and insert identities that allow Bond and Greenway to get through this building up to a point. And what they need to do is get to the perch, because that will have the storage of all the really incriminating information. Now,
I'm reminded with this, because we didn't talk about it in the gameplay section, this is the worst level in the game, I think.
it's horrendous.
It's so boring.
It's a nightmare.
So you might be thinking, this is a bit risky, Green Bond. Like, this is a really bad move. If you guys get caught here, you'll just get killed and it's all over. The world will never know. That's bad. It's like, yeah, but
Sure is.
it's also, it could work out really well. We could get everything we need and escape. That could also happen, right? Like,
You'll just be walking
wow.
through corridors in full view of CCTV cameras, and he knows what you look like, and he has an AI company that can do face recognition.
It is.
And
so
they don't seem to
fucking
account for
funny.
that, and yet it comes up later.
Well,
It's like, aha, we
Yeah,
caught
I
you
was
on the
laughing.
camera.
Because when
wrong,
we get here,
okay.
it's like, man,
They've uploaded
Yeah,
fake
go ahead.
identities for it via Moneypenny, which you would think they would be on extreme high alert after everything that's happened with their strike teams trying to kill these two, that they failed, and that now there's two guys entering really late at night suspiciously, and if you look at them on the camera, you go, oh wow, that's those two, kill them.
yeah.
I don't understand this at all. It's like, oh, there's some weird suspicious activity going on levels that everybody's fucking retired. By the way, double suspicious activities, not just Greenway and Bond. Easel is also doing shit as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's so bad. And then it's like, this is the one incriminating place they can get information on. Probably should lock it down like real hard, have everybody looking around specifically for these two. Like, nah. Don't worry about it. It's all fine. Apparently there's a code white happening where they're doing an information purge, and the purge is like the only place with the information that they can get access to. So apparently Webb is panicking, right? He's heard about all of what's happened. He's like, okay, everyone delete everything. Fuck it. It's like, what?
Well, hold on. It's not quite as simple as delete everything, because that's something you can do with a button. He's told them what you need to do is you need to go and physically dismantle everything with angle grinders for some reason.
Yes.
I don't know why.
Shut it up! Chop up the data!
Chop up the data. Get a scissors. You gotta chop that data now. I don't even, like, wouldn't he just announce that Greenway and Bond are traitors, tell the MI6 before these guys can, that they've betrayed their country, they're leaking information to blah, 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 and then have it all set up, ready to go, because Thea can do that? Isn't
Even
that
it's a bit that comes up at some point, right? When they say, "Oh, they've been branded as traitors," and there's an
It's
arrest
right after
warrant
this
out for
mission.
them. It's after
Yes.
this mission.
Yeah.
Arrest warrant, and then Bond just casually walks out, and everyone who works in the building says, "Oh, hey, how are you?
hey Bond?
Good
Good
to see
job,
you."
Bond.
And then of course, why does he have confirmation data in his building that tells you everything about the frame job on 009? Why would you have that?
Yeah, it seems pretty stupid, doesn't it?
If the job is done, you'd think you would just get
Just
rid of all the
Get
evidence.
rid of it, yeah. It's all done. It's all wrapped. No one knows. It's all good. Why would you? It's like the file that has all of my sins on it. Chapter 1. When I was a child, I burgled someone.
Isn't that on there because they needed to train the AI, so it kind of has to stay in there? At least
No.
that's how I would understand it.
No. Why the fuck would you need that to train the? What does that even mean? Like,
I mean, that was
train
like
it
the
on
whole thing. They
mistakes?
needed to. Yeah, that's what they told me.
No. I
In the
don't mean
game, at
train
least.
it from like recognizing failures. I mean train it on mistakes, as in it makes a mistake and then you train it to trust that was a good move, the mistake. You understand what I'm saying? Why would
Yeah.
you should extra purge it if that was the purpose.
Right. Yeah.
Because the all the 009, all that shit happened because Thea accidentally labeled them as traitors, and then Webb was like, whoops, well, now they are traitors, fuck it. Why would you ever want Thea trained on that was a good move? Like, that was a terrible... That was 3 decorated 00s that they just lost because their robot malfunctioned. Unbelievable. Anyway, do you guys remember the part where Greenway doesn't know how to get to the next room and just says, can we have a heart-to-heart and just talk about my life?
I was so taken aback. It's like, okay, let's take a breather. It's like,
And he says it
why?
right after we need to rush as well. He's like, "Oh, we have to hurry. We've got to get in there." Anyway, briefly, let's talk about my dead wife or something. I don't know.
This was the part where I completely zoned out the story, and I have no idea what happened
Yeah.
afterwards.
Well, I don't know if this has been helpful for you, but I've tried to streamline it somewhat.
There have been many parts where I'm like, did that happen?
I don't blame you, man. It's like you do like all these boring ass missions and cutscenes that we're just like, yeah, I guess.
It's like for me, like, I'm not into spy stories to begin with, but when the story is told in here's a walk and talk, here's a cutscene, here's not something quite interactive that pretends to be a gameplay segment, I just can't be bothered to pay attention to it. And this particular level especially was like half an hour of absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like no one to talk to. They pretend like this building is completely empty while you just fucking climb in the middle of it. It's like, oh, but there's like you told me there's a code white happening, so there should be people flooding in. Not flooding
They're
in,
all
but there should be
upstairs.
people around.
They even say it's the most locked up, secure building in the world. Anyway, go ask its robotic Hoover to open the door for you. And that works repeatedly.
Which is
That
funny.
feels like
They
an
introduced
exploit,
this as a
doesn't it?
mechanic. They introduce this as a mechanic, but then the way you progress is by climbing a thing. It's like, wait, no, the way you do it is to introduce a mechanic, then you use it to progress. Like, what is
No,
happening?
you use it once.
No, it does.
It's
Fucking stupid.
it's so annoying.
And what also drove me mad is, I guess it's like more mechanical, but they do the thing where you need to look at the door mechanics in a specific angle to open them. And obviously, what they're trying to go for is you need to see the thing properly to interact with it. But when you do interact with it in this way, you fuck with it physically, but you hack it remotely. If you can just hack it remotely, you don't need to look at it from this angle. You can just do it from the other side, unless for some reason they want me to believe that the other side is, I don't know, they put aluminum foil in front of it so you can't hack through it. They should have just made me use the laser to open it up. Then it would make a bit more sense, but I don't know. Just
Overall, I think that every way you open the door in this section was really convoluted, considering
I
how
know,
you're supposed to be using all these gadgets.
I got stuck a
Yeah.
couple of
It's
times
supposed
on
to be
stream
intuitive.
because I was like, my brain had left. It was so abandoned at this point. Like,
Yep.
I expected to follow the yellow paint and the little directions every single time. I was just like, just tell me what to fucking do, you useless piece of shit. At one point, it was like, no, you got to figure it out. And then I had to do the thing that Mel was talking about. I was like, why can't I? I kept pointing at the door. I was like, this is it. Why isn't it letting me do it? Then it was like, you got to do it from behind for some reason with two.
Yeah.
It's just like, fuck you. And you're like, okay. Like, I've seen some people access it by standing off to the side just enough that it prompts it as though it's behind the wall when it's not. It's
oh, right.
I don't know.
I meant
Sounds very
to
possible.
try this on my.
It's just so
replay.
lame.
Yeah.
I did that in some other places.
Yeah.
It wasn't consequential, but that is definitely a thing you can do.
So the Greenway says they're not going to bring in M or MI6 for their own protection, when I don't think there's any argument you could ever make about the protection for them when they don't know that Thea not only doesn't work, but could randomly label you a traitor and have you killed.
Mm-hmm.
And has done to other agents. Like, I don't think there's no concern you could have that would be more concerning than a robot that is rewriting all of history and killing people for it. It's like, I think we need to deal with that. Obviously notwithstanding the stupid elements that don't make any fucking sense, but if that's what they believe right now, which they do, and everyone's getting killed over it, but whatever. So I think that this is actually the Greenway makes mention of the strike team event, and he said he left through the men's room window into the back where the team were waiting, and he said, if the sling hadn't thrown them, I might have actually needed your help. Which I think what he means by that is that they saw him with the sling and they were like, "Oh, this can't be him," or something. When they definitely knew that was him, they knew him by the sling. I don't know what he means by if the sling hadn't thrown them, I would have needed your help.
I don't even remember that piece of dialogue, so I have no idea.
I got the impression that what he's trying to say is that I got the jump on him because they thought I was like defenseless or something. And I've just been like, they know you're an agent, they know you have one working arm, and they know you have a sling. Why would I just don't buy it. Whatever.
Also, if they're in this, you find them in the alleyway. Like, it doesn't even matter if he has a sling or not. Just fucking shoot them with your guns that you had. But it's whatever.
So Isla meets up with the team, and she's also breaking into this fucking building the same night.
Dude, I lost my mind.
Well, my brain had melted pretty solidly at this point. So it's like, you're here? What's happening? And like, it's just she's gonna tell you guys what to do, even though she is a enemy agent with other motives. And Bond is like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna fall for that shit. And then Greenway goes, yeah, I will.
What's the plan?
It's like, okay. What? And then she's like, right, I want things. Bond, you go that way and do things. Old man, you're with me. I was like, how do you know she's not just going to kill you? What is going on? Why do we trust her? And, yeah, the first job, I like that you just fucking, the game froze on you here, Fringy, but...
yeah, very funny.
So you enter a room, new chapter, very exciting, and it's like, so, Bond, this staircase, it doesn't work. Why? I think the power is out. Let's look at this door. Oh, you need to reset the fuse because the power is out. Burst through the fucking door, burst through another door, there's a switch, pull the switch, walk back out, the stairs work again. This might be one of the most singularly infuriating things they request of the player ever. Like, what the fuck was the point of all that?
Just make the stairs work. To the one door that's here, then you can progress by pressing the triangle button.
There's exact similar thing right before the first boss fight with, I guess it depends on how you count the boss fight, but the Mr. Freeze fight. Right before that, there's a room just like that where you just have to go in a dumb loop for no reason to hit a switch.
They're doing it to manufacture space for dialogue, because that is one of the things that some games will do. Like you have to manufacture space for it, but there isn't any. That's the point. They're not saying anything useful. They're talking about what you need to do. I was so bored, I just did it while they were telling me what to do, and I think I finished it before they finished the explanation.
Oh, I did it a couple of times in this game when you check out the telescope. And while I was looking for the telescope, Bond's like, maybe we should check out the telescope. It's like, yeah, I'm already looking at the thing you want me to look at, but you go wild, baby. Before this even happens down here, when she tells you what to do, she tells you the plan where she needs to be in like 3 places at once. And I was like, how the fuck were you supposed to do that by yourself? And then Bond asks the question in-game. And she says, what can I say? I work well under pressure. It's like, fuck you, game. What a shitty lampshade.
Well, yeah, because they got to give something to do for everybody, but then they realize, like, but wait, if we do that...
Greenway needs to go to a different fucking floor to check the security.
She was going to do all of it. Shut up.
It's so
stupid. So anyway, yeah, you have to figure out a password, open a safe, blah, blah, blah. You get the information you're looking for. And unfortunately, Webb and Damien enter the room while you're in here. Oh, my God. And so they're like, wait a minute, Bond. Wait a minute. if you record them, this could be the smoking gun if we just get a line from them. And one of the
Yep.
things Webb says during this is, I do not fear one man. Go to Vietnam and make it clean this time. So Greenway says, that's not enough. That's too vague. And I'm like, too vague.
Too
Well,
vague.
We do have all of Damien's phone. I don't know if that's of any use. And it's like, nah. Okay, never mind. It's worth a try, worth pointing it out, but don't worry about it. So it's worth knowing in this sequence, if you let them see you, it'll always play a cutscene of Damien shooting you to death, like straight away.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but not
And-
before he has a little one-liner dialogue thing happen, which takes like 10 seconds. And
They
you're just
want-
not allowed to do anything.
This is so obviously a mechanical thing because even Isola says, "Careful, James. Damien will kill you as soon as he looks at you."
Yeah.
In fact,
hmm
I think they get the dialogue fucked on this. I don't know if it's the actress or editing. I don't know, but she specifically says, "Careful, James. Damien will kill you as soon as look at you."
Well, yeah, I mean, might be because we haven't really talked about the acting broadly, but I
Yeah.
think she's probably the worst performer in the
Yeah,
in
she's
the
not
game.
great.
They're
I
all
am
terrible.
stunned
Though.
at times. I don't know that I'd say that they're not.
I think
The
they're
problem
like
is it's
fine
like
for the most part. I don't know.
Greenway, he's a good actor and he does,
Yeah.
I guess, a decent enough performance with the material that he's got. The guy who plays James Bond, it's like, I don't even know if I can, it's just nothing really. Whereas in her case, I was like, ooh, that line delivery was not great. I think what was funny is someone in my chat was like, well, she's French. It's like, what? Why would you say that to me? Like, oh yeah, if you don't speak English as your first language, you can't act in something that's fucking in the English language.
Yeah, tell me about it.
It's the Gal Gadot defense.
Yeah, they
It's,
pulled that out for years
it's-
for her. They gave up though.
It's just well, yeah, eventually. But yeah, no, I was particularly distracted by a lot of the line deliveries. Like, could you be any less enthused with all of the lines?
So yeah, you don't get enough on the recording, but I think you have more than enough fucking anyway at this point, but whatever. So you get to the perch eventually. This is the silly part where you go through like a huge, it's not an alarm, but it's a timer to get to a certain place at a certain time. And you have to go through a whole bunch of dudes who all see you and you have to fight them and shit. This is where I did my very famous first vaulting technique. Which I think Fringy had a little bit of fun with for a moment there as well. But
Yeah.
the timer's all very like high tension. There's people running around everywhere. It's like, oh god. And then you get to the perch and it's just like it all chills back down and everything's back in stealth. And it's like, but loads of dudes just saw me and I specifically went in the perch elevator and I feel like, are we not under hyper alert? Do they not know? And it's like, nah.
No, we're in lab area now. We're back in.
And you've got to pass like ID checks here. No one's been told to look out specifically for these two. No one at all.
We have Green has a lab coat. He's
got a lab coat. He really
right
does. True.
But James, you don't have a lab coat, so you can't come in. Go get a lab coat so you can come in. Like,
Yeah, but here's the thing. I didn't get a lab coat.
Do you just
You might
pooped
have-
out
how'd you
them?
get in?
Well, there's yellow on the left there, and I was confused why that's there. I was like, wait, there's like a little thing you can go through, but there's a guy in the corner. And then it was like, what? How do I get him away? Like, this just seems weird because I have to obviously go in this one direction where these other two on the table or whatever they're on is. They can see me, and they even told me off. So I don't know what that's about. And then I somehow found the lighter. And you can set ablaze that bin right back there that you're looking at right now in the footage. And then the guy just walks all the way over there, and then you can just pass through. And then the next one's like, hey, where's your lab coat? And you're like, oh, I forgot it. And then you just move on.
Oh my god. That's awful.
It is.
Can you just poop dart him though? I assume?
I don't think I had a poop dart
laser?
available at this point. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think I tried. But
Fair
yeah,
enough.
it's so funny. He goes all the way back there, and you can just walk through. Well, there's two people behind you right now on like a little table or whatever, and you have to walk past them. They can see you, and you just kind of
Of
squeeze through
course.
the side, and it's like they don't react. I was like, that was really great gameplay.
I'll say this is the most intense anyway because loads of shit happens.
Oh,
It's not worth mentioning. just going straight past it into the next
Yes, I see when
cutscene.
I got the up there on the top where they where they couldn't get me.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
So Webb catches Greenway and Bond right when they discover the truth and all the framing and all the horrors. It's like, oh my god, and how tragic that they won't be able to get out of here because they're locked in, and then Webb starts up a green fart gas that's gonna kill him. It's
Dude,
so
when,
over.
when he started talking about, oh, this is all gonna be worth it in the future, I was like on stream, I was just putting my head back into my chair and just was like, boring.
Dude, I
I've
hate
seen all of this.
Please take me back to 80s business guy bad guys. I need to go back to the 80s business guys. I'm tired of the tech bro fucking loser bad guy. Please take me back to just 80s bad guys that just want to get money for their share. They're only motivated by money. I prefer that way more than this, like, oh no, they have this like retarded philosophy. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of tech
there's
bro.
even. Did you get the thing on his chair in his office in the mountain base? His little manifesto.
Maybe I probably didn't read
I'm
it.
not
though.
sure if I did.
It's where it basically sets out his entire philosophy in about a page.
Oh,
And his
I
philosophy-
did come across that. I opened it and I was like, I ain't reading that. It was
Yeah.
too long.
I read a bit of
Well,
it.
I mean,
It was-
the thing is when he had the painting that was, what was it, like, what's the basilisk thing? What was it? It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Are we actually doing this shit? Oh, I can't remember its name. It's like the idea that if AI becomes sentient, it will punish the people that didn't actively help it exist. So it's like meant to be some sort of wager that you make that if AI is inevitable, then you need to help it, otherwise it will punish you or something. And he had a painting of that, and it's like, oh my god, get me out of here. Like, I can't deal with this.
The green fart cloud is funny. It's like, oh no.
He's there with two guys with guns. And he thinks, no, slow-acting fart juice. That will
And
be
he
the thing that
leaves
gets them.
immediately. He's like, you better not
Brock
escape
goes back,
now. You
yeah.
better not escape. Dude, every time I'll just phase into fucking Dr. Evil. The doors are closing, and then Scott is like, hey, you're not gonna watch them die. And he's like, no, I'm going to assume it all went to plan.
Dad, I have a gun in my room. We can go down there and shoot him
You know what's
together.
funny? You know what's so
don't
funny is
understand me.
that the Goldfinger, you know, the laser thing gets parodied so much, but like that's a really tight scene.
Yeah,
It's actually like quite good from a writing standpoint. The situation that he's put in a position where it's as was pointed out by Goldfinger. No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. It's like, yeah, no, that's the situation. He's just gonna kill him, and he's kind of there in the room, and Bond needs to get out of it by using his wit and ingenuity. And it's a really good idea that he's heard something, he throws it back at him. Goldfinger even points out, yeah, you might have just heard that just somewhere and you have no idea what it is. And then Bond's wager is, yeah, but can you take that chance?
Not only
it's some
that,
good
but
shit.
you know, I get replaced the second you fucking kill
Yeah.
me. I'm out. A
Oh,
new
it's gonna
double
get
O is
me.
on the way.
And
So
he's like, yeah, okay, sure.
I
buddy.
really like it.
I
It
mean,
feels like Goldfinger's like, that's fair. That's actually it's not so bad actually. Yeah, okay, fair.
It gets made fun of as the sort of stereotypical Bond villain, you know, going to an elaborate length to kill Bond that gives him an opportunity to escape, but yet it is a much more coherent scene. I mean, it's just a fantastic movie, Goldfinger. So good. But I just find it funny that even with all the lessons learned after decades of Bond stories, that it's like, you're making this stupid mistake. Here, I'm just gonna put some gas in here and then leave the room. Like, what?
I'm just wondering. I just don't even understand why he has fucking gas chamber as his
I don't know.
fucking server room.
Why is there
Like
a
I
gas
don't get
chamber in
it.
the server room? Why?
Because it's so funny because when you go around the area and do your little quest in there, you find like these goo fucking pouches you can blow up to get the. It's like, why are those here? We're so confused. And then there's just gas everywhere. It's like, is that why they were here? And why? It's just so weird.
One thing Webb does say that I suppose adds to his motivation is when people die in cars all the time, nobody really cares. But when a self-driving car gets someone killed, it's front page news. People are short-sighted. I thought this was funny because it's like, well, of course people care more when a fucking self-driving car kills someone because that's, first of all, rare and new. So it's just that makes it news anyway. But secondly, when you have a car crash with people, that means someone's made a mistake more than likely, which is a lot more mundane and unfortunately commonplace. So yeah, whatever. However, if it's a robot that did it, like, oh shit, So what are the self-driving cars? What happened? Did it drive off a cliff? Did it crash into something? And why? Did it, like, was there a malfunction?
Yeah.
Did it decide that was the thing to do? Because people still talk about the whole, like, what does a robot do if it has to choose between two things to run into? Does it run over a little girl or does it crash you into a wall? Like, how does it decide these things? You know, so that's just, like him saying this, I was just like, yeah, people are going to be more interested in a self-driving car killing its passenger than a casual car crash.
And also, it is kind of funny because he raises the point, but I mean, people do make the argument in terms of reducing like car speed and car traffic and everything anyway. Like they do argue that, so which would surely be like a counter that he would need to deal with as well. It's like, yeah, sure, cars are, you know, valuable and useful, but there is a conversation to be had about whether or not there are things that should be changed about them to reduce the impact that they have in terms of death and injury.
And then there's the fundamental of, unfortunately, car crashes and deaths are going to be a fundamental part of the freedom to be able to drive freely, as in
drive. It's an inevitability. It is unfortunately inseparable from humans driving vehicles. People will make mistakes. People will get lazy. People will speed. People will do stupid things.
I mean, you do run into people who, you know, very, very keen on the AI future, who believe quite sincerely that in the medium-term future, like individuals driving cars will just be banned as a result of this. It's the human element that makes them dangerous, and the death toll is so catastrophic each year, and self-driving cars have a way better safety record, and when they get even better than that, then the only cause of error on a road is human, and so the obvious thing to do from a public health perspective is to get rid of them. Like, people do believe this stuff. And it sort of ties into the game's broader problem with AI, and that, again, it's given us an AI that successfully stopped terrorism at a minor cost of some illegal activities. There is a genuine cost-benefit analysis to be done. There's a debate to be had here.
Yeah. It was especially the nature of the fucking web cleanup team. We'll talk about that in a moment when we get the references in Vietnam, okay? So, but Webb talks about how all that shit, then he says, like, with Thea, it needs to be used in order to reach perfection. Like, it can't get to perfection without making mistakes and without working. So it needs to be going in order to get to where it needs to go. Therefore, he has to protect it, because every single decision that goes wrong, it's all in favor of eventually reaching a perfect state. Which, according to what they've read, Thea's results are like catastrophically awful, and that Webb's team has to be the one that makes up for it all the fucking time. Which I think is like, he's like the opposite of M. I'm like, how are you dealing with this, bro? How you, like, your team, your crack team have made it so that terrorism isn't a deal for you anymore. Like, I think they're just really good at their job. I don't even think this has got anything to do with Thea at this point. Like, it's kind of weird in that way, and I don't know why that would have not changed your perspective in any way, shape, or form. But then, of course, why do you need to test Thea on real consequences? Why can't it just be running in the background and give it opinion? And you don't. Like, what, when, so say for example, Thea goes, I believe there is a traitor in our midst, and it is actually 009, and they go, oh, da da da, and it's like, okay, you were wrong about that. We haven't told anyone. Just scrub that. Just we'll delete that. That's not good information. Moving on. And then next time when it's like 0010 is a traitor, and it goes, oh shit, he is. Nice, good job. Yeah, we'll keep that. That's okay, good stuff. What I guess I'm saying is, why not treat Thea as a resource, as opposed to we have to do everything it says all the time, and anytime it says anything is true, it has to be made true. What is that? What are you doing? Like, I just feel like Webb has made this so much more difficult than it needs to be. Thea could have always just been a resource that tells you shit based on analysis across millions of data streams, as they said, but that it's also not 100% reliable until it is. And then you can implement it further. But the fact is like, so does he want it fully implemented so that people further and faster trust AI only? It's like, well, he's not doing a good job if the 00s just got reinstated.
This is laid out in his little manifesto. He basically says it's actually illiterately written. It actually, because it's not written properly, it seems to say the opposite of the thing it's trying to say. But basically, his argument in that thing is, society's been brought up on the myths of the monomyth and Hero of a Thousand Faces and the Knight in Shining Armor. But actually, humans, they're unreliable, and what we need is a benevolent technocratic overlord, an AI that removes it. But he says that he writes, I can't remember exactly how it's phrased, but it's like, we need something that is less unpredictable. But then he goes on to say, how the fuck is it? It's like, we need it less But then he adds then the next section, like succession of words, is stuff he wants it to be. But he begins with less, so he ends up saying, "We want an overlord that is actually less competent than humanity, less good than humanity." It's like, oh, because like, I don't think the writers were making an ironic point with that. I think they are just illiterate fuckwits. But basically, his entire methodology, his entire philosophy is, yeah, humans, they're not capable of looking after themselves. It can't be left to the rule of one man. It should all be put under the jurisdiction of one machine, which I happen to control. And that's his approach.
Makes so much sense.
Yes.
Immense clarification
And
because
yeah,
Webb
to
is a
do
genius.
this, he sticks it in the heart of national security, the one place where it might actually get caught.
Yeah.
So,
Well, don't worry. Q said he trusts it. He just automatically trusts everything from it. So it's all good. Also, it's worth it if you have the stream
Anyway.
up. Fringy's going to demonstrate with gameplay here the throwing the gun exploit
Right.
and just how powerful this shit is. I was trying to show visuals for it
Oh,
earlier, but in
yes,
case
yes.
like this
actually,
sequence is
yes,
just a really
that's right.
great representation of just how far you can go with it, and that they just did not account for it. Maybe one day they'll update it so that they could deal with this, but it's funny as well because
But by
already
then,
look how much you're
nobody would
fucking
care.
around in terms of punching them shit and like all the bullets that just haven't hit you. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Mhm.
But,
Speaking of maybe updating this, it's getting really late. One thing I would like to bring up is what do you guys expect this game to get in the future? Given its IO and you haven't played World of Assassination, I'm curious, like, what do you think is coming?
Taxim will get a bunch of missions, but they're all going to be a remix of stuff that's already in the game, as far as I'm concerned. They'll probably
then
give a
there's
car
that
mission
story
where you get
DLC,
those
I guess,
machine
right?
guns and rockets, but also on like a stretch of land, and maybe some cars come in. But I think if they even do that, it'll be awkward as fuck because the game clearly isn't ready for it. Maybe a few more skins that reference movies. I don't think we're going to get much, honestly.
No, probably not. And then I guess they'll start working on the sequel, since this game will probably get a sequel since it sold like something like 3 million copies, right? So
And it's critically
Yeah.
acclaimed. People love it.
it is, even though it feels like the conversation around this game has already sort of come to an end.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's sort of moved on. There's all these other, it's kind of exactly what I thought with all of the, you know, the not E3 stuff. It's like there's a whole bunch of games that are now dominating the conversation that are coming out, you know, not even that soon. And it feels like it's already kind of over. But yeah, I imagine there'll just be a trickle of like new missions or something, and that story DLC, and that'll probably be the end of it.
And I doubt, well, none of us are probably going to return, and I doubt many of the people
absolutely
who
not.
claim to love this game
Love
will
the
return
game.
either. Yeah.
No, they won't. They're done with it. I think a lot of them are finished with it, and yeah, they're not going to think about it much, and they might even be surprised when you know, the Game Awards rolls around that like this is one of the games that would be up for consideration, and I don't think that anybody's going to seriously advocate that it's actually going to be the best game of the year. I think it's the reason why so many people have said it's a Game of the Year contender, because nobody's really willing to almost commit to the idea that it would be the Game of the Year. I think people would be more willing to fight for Requiem, which I think makes sense, because I think Requiem is like the better video game,
It's
even
better,
for all
yeah.
of its problems. It's
Yeah.
more of a game for sure.
On on that note, right, the coming back to the game, it's like the replayability is horrendous in this game. You have to go through fucking 3 hours of boring shit before you actually get to the game, in which you can make different choices from your previous playthrough, but all you'll discover is you can't. And then you're like, I'm bored, I'm going to play something else.
Yeah, but the thing that's interesting to me about Taxim is that they've basically done that exact same thing with Hitman, but Hitman is much more about the gameplay. So people who play Hitman play it because they like playing Hitman. And I don't see how people who like this game, like those people who say that this is a Game of the Year contender, are those people gonna come back for Taxim? Because this seems like just one and done, story is over, where I've seen everything now type thing. And I just
No, I think so.
I can't
Yeah.
picture Taxim bringing those people back.
No, it's something that really jumped out with Taxim is that you can't build a mode like this for a game that is as inconsistent and kind of flawed as this. You can build, you know, because it's kind of adjacent to like Horde mode or zombies or you know, firefight or these sorts of modes. You know, your optional challenges that are strictly focused on the mechanics that are presented in the game, and it's just not robust enough in this game that I could see that anybody would want to be playing it for its own sake, for the mechanics on their own, compared to maybe how much the game gets carried by, yeah, well, it's cinematic and there's all these set pieces and there's a story that I maybe am interested in, even though I'm not, I mean, with all of the analysis so far. So yeah, I don't think it can survive on that. Which is really awkward because it does seem like there's probably some degree to which the success of this game is determined by post-launch live service stuff. But yeah, I just don't see it happening either.
No. Playbase is already kind of dwindling naturally to some extent, but also because I just don't buy many people being able to keep playing this.
When you
Whereas-
do all the challenges in Texim, I think that's a pretty fast thing you can do.
Yeah.
'cause
2 hours.
Challenges are not
you know.
really that interesting. It's like use your shotgun only in one of the missions. Like, oh wow, that's crazy.
Well, yeah, would somebody feel very compelled to do that? Is there any reason why anybody has a strong preference on any of the weapons that are available to them in this game?
Not
Especially
really.
when you
Challenges
get
are
some
not
of them
very
in ammo.
impressive.
No, they all
But-
seem like kind of just simple ones that people pulled out of a hat, almost.
Yeah, and just doing the missions themselves in Taxim, like based on like 10 years of Hitman, chances are you're going to be able to beat whatever they add in like half an hour.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
they add a new one in like 3 weeks.
Well, yeah, and they're still adding content to Hitman now,
yeah.
right? They're still, yeah, like which makes you wonder. It's like, well, surely Hitman will still remain as the more healthy ongoing ecosystem for
I would
for
imagine so.
IOI. It seems like it. The fact that Hitman, given its history, right, that kind of after Absolution, it was like unclear whether it was going to continue, and then IOI becoming like an independent publisher, and then sort of almost restarting with Hitman with all the episodic content and kind of rebuilding it. It speaks to something, right, in terms of that game. And you got to wonder if this game wasn't called 007, if it was called Hero Man First Light, if there would be nearly as much attention on this game.
Well, I mean, Bond is a big deal right now for culture. He's a major character that's been left in the fucking dust, and this was the first thing we've seen in a long time. And a lot of people are like,
Yeah,
oh
5
man,
years.
he should be the Bond for the movies. I'm just sitting here like, please don't. No offense to the actor, this was not Bond. But not to hold
with
you
better writing, maybe.
for any longer there, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And before you go, if you want to
Thank
let
you.
people in the chat know where they can find you and what you get up to on your channel.
I mean, I do Hitman stuff. That's my main thing. Whatever sort of speedruns typically lately I've been doing a lot of Absolution, which is probably why I'm so immune to all the plot holes in 007, because Absolution story is way dumber, and I kind of love it for that.
I've only started that game just to check it out. It's like this is kind of crazy. There's some cowboy mercenaries and shit.
Well, and then there's the nuns as well, the assassin nuns that you
So
have to
good.
fight.
It's so dumb.
It's
Kinda love
interesting to think about Absolution's reputation at the time compared to how it might feel to go back and play Absolution today.
Well, I can say that I personally absolutely despised Absolution when it came out, but I think a big part of that was that it was such a betrayal compared to the previous Hitmans, and that it also
compared to
felt
Blood
like
Money,
it
right?
killed the series. Like, would there be another Hitman after this blunder? But now that there is a new Hitman, it's easier to look at Absolution through a more forgiving lens and be like, oh yeah, it's a bit different.
You didn't ruin everything, so it's all good,
Yeah.
mate.
The
Right now, I'm
prequels
looking.
effect.
Maybe I'm looking 007 in a similar way, where I'm hoping it's successful enough that IO can feel happy with it, but not so successful that it gets a sequel.
Like, Io, you did a great job. Go away. Like,
Yeah,
you don't need to
please
do anything else.
something you're good at again.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. And best of luck with whatever Hitman stuff you get up to. Hopefully you do get another great Hitman someday. A new one.
Hope so. Yeah, have a good one.
Nice.
Thanks, dude.
Catch you later, dude.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It is you do wonder when it comes to the, because I get the impression so much that a lot of the people who are saying it's Uncharted meets Hitman, they may well have played Uncharted and don't really remember the experience, but you wonder how many of them actually like played Hitman for real,
Yeah.
or certainly got themselves immersed into it. Because yeah, like if you enter into it with Hitman expectations, kind of like what he was talking about, it's like, damn man, it can be a little bit of a bizarre experience. To sort of, especially with those open. I actually caught because I saw a bit when you were playing Absolution Metal, where like
Yeah.
you went into the first area in Chinatown and just like fired your gun to see what would happen. It's like, yep,
Yeah.
all of the NPCs, they react to it because of course
Yeah.
they do.
A massive circle forms around you. They start running away. The police that is around just comes your way and starts blasting you like crazy because of course they would.
Well, yeah, and
And then,
that's
of
how a
course,
game
like,
like that
it-
enforces consequences. It's
Yeah.
not like an instant fail. It's like, well, the world's going to come down hard on you now. That's like
Yeah.
the consequence.
And that was fucking 2012. That was fucking 14 years ago.
And
It's
it
like-
wasn't considered a good Hitman game. Like,
Yeah.
that's the big thing. It wasn't viewed favorably by Hitman fans.
Yeah, I started the game up, like, even before I started the stream, just to see if everything runs okay. Because sometimes older games fuck around. They did fuck around a little bit, but that's besides the point. The first thing I do is I strangle a guy, and it's like, hey, you can carry him around, and now we can dump him off this cliff because we get a little prompt. It's like, oh my god, this should be in Bond. Like, this is so normal for any lame ass stealth game out there. But no, we just don't get that at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Web,
again, you
Anyway,
get like
that's
all
the
the
nightmare.
minus points when you just blast into the crowd. Like it's considered a failure on your part if you kill anybody but the
Other
target.
than the target, yeah. And then you get points for more creative ways of taking down the target, which, you
Yeah,
know,
and
it's
then-
just a point system. Probably could have helped this game, but oh well.
And then you get more unlocks, like better instinct points and better regeneration, better aim, all that stuff. It's like, yeah, that's. I feel like that's how it's supposed to
video
be. but we
games,
don't
everybody.
get it. Yeah.
Mhm.
So with all the shit Webb was saying about why and whatever, Greenway has this theory just like, you can rationalize it any way you want. It doesn't change a damn thing. And then Webb goes, I change things all the time. I changed you.
Oh, okay.
Like, I just thought it was such a funny response. Like, you know, Greenway is saying is like, you're still a monster no matter what. And he's like, oh yeah, well, things are actually getting better, so fuck you.
Yeah. Which,
And
by the
the-
way, again, you have like this little conversation with Webb, and it just doesn't fucking matter because he's like Greenway's just gonna come in at the end and just
Yeah.
starts yapping that shit. It's like, oh, okay, how very interesting.
Well, they escape in a remarkably ridiculous plot hole ridden nonsense fest with plot armor everywhere. It's just all just crazy. But they get out, don't worry about it. And Greenway decides
Yeah,
with all these
this-
revelations that he's just going to abandon everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, just really quick, I just love like, yeah, I got this rocket pen. You should use it. You probably need it. And then 2 seconds later, oh, I need the rocket pad here for this panel so I can get out.
Yeah. I
And-
don't see why they blocked one of the gadgets for that fucking long. And if they do make a
I
new
don't-
game plus where you get all your gadgets from the beginning, it's going to be so funny.
It's just also so funny because you run through the farts and you're just like, oh, there's like a red fucking line that
Yeah.
leads to the exit immediately. It's like, oh no, the exit is closed. Oh wait, there's more blinking
that was-
lines that lead to the.
That was a radical form of design. You look down, you're like, where is the yellow? Where is the blue? And they're like, no, it's red now. It's
That's red.
red. That's red.
From
just
the
love when they
perspective of
try
all
to
the
make
characters
these-
here, it's very so I was confused because I thought, well, we've just seen all of Webb's secrets, so a bit weird that he's doing a depersonalized form of killing us rather than, you know, killing us on the spot and making sure that he retrieves any data that we've stolen. And then we go through and we get out, and then Greenway's like, well, I'm done now. I was like, yeah, but don't we still have, well, surely we have all of the information, do we not, that we just took from that? We didn't just go in there and look at it. We were there to gather the evidence that will take down this entire operation.
record. They just didn't.
Yes.
Sorry.
But it took me a little while to realize that that's what was going on.
Yep.
So I was very, very confused until I realized, oh no, we genuinely didn't record a single thing.
Yeah, because that's
Didn't
what Em
download it.
says. She's like, you idiots, you didn't get any evidence. And Bond's like, good toys. I really should have thought about that. Damn. They're
Just-
talking
I
to
saw
Webb
it.
about his evil plan
Trust
and they
me, bro.
don't record it. Like, fucking hell.
It's really funny when we shortly after this is like, by the way, here are these glasses that you could use to record things.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they might have been useful ages ago, but whatever. But yeah, this is a huge stain against Greenway's character. He is now like morally obligated to save the world. He knows everything down to the last detail, and he's one of two people who can do everything about it. And he's just like, nah, I'm going home. I feel bad.
Yep.
Like,
He's the
dude,
He
fucker
was,
with- is a fucker with all the agency. Like he should
Yeah.
be super invested in taking down Webb right now. It's like, man, he made me go after my well, from what I understand, my friend essentially, and he's now dead because of me not looking into it, and because I thought this AI was doing the good thing, and now I want to take this fucker
And
down. But no,
all this for
I'm sad now. I'm
is to make him
leaving.
turn up later and be like, yeah, I guess I should do something about this. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy. What an arc you
to
went on,
fucking
bro.
save you again.
I thought he was
course.
going to be my candidate for the worst character in the game at that precise moment, and because they obviously that's insane. But then the game has a few more twists in store for certain other characters that makes them even worse than Greenway.
Oh, yes. So M plans to continue using Thea to appear as though everything's totally normal while sending Bond on a like off the books Black Ops mission without Thea to try and get as much information as possible to prove the evil that Webb is doing. This seems kind of insane, considering Thea is basically poised to kill everyone now who will know anything about all of this, and that it's very reasonable to assume that Bond and Greenway would have told M and Moneypenny, meaning that they are... Like, Moneypenny and M are actually working with Bond, and you're like, yeah, Thea's probably going to figure that out since I can figure that
Yeah,
out.
so they're targets.
So you guys should, yeah, you're basically dead. Like, you guys are in serious fucking trouble, especially because it just makes a lot of sense for Webb to kill M at this point. She's only getting in the way. But no, they're just like, no, we're just going to pretend like everything's fine. Don't worry about it. It's like, okay, then. I'd say as well that I can't believe they didn't record anything, but like, we got to do more missions. The game has got to keep fucking going. So they don't want to risk like a lot of the things that Thea can do in relation to like branding them terrorists and like as a whole, or all the horrifying elements that we now know it's possible. But we also know that all of that information is forged like every time, and they treat it as though it's basically like bulletproof forging when it obviously just wouldn't be. The proof with Thea is that it's done by other people. Basically, it's like the threat of Thea is no different than a rival intelligence agency or like terrorists at this point. You know, like, oh god, if we don't do this way, then Thea might make us all fucking terrorists. And it's like, yeah, so it'll be discredited at that point, and that only works when Webb's team can actually do it, which, you know, you can get in the way of now. And if you come out ahead of it and all that sort of stuff, I don't know. There's just so much stuff here that doesn't make any sense anymore. But they treat it as though Thea's like unstoppable until they don't. There will be a point in the plot line where we'll be like, no, we can just take it on. Don't worry about it. So anyway,
surprisingly easy as well.
Bond gets to talk to Q, and he's like, "So, how did this happen with Thea? This is insane." And he's just like, "Confirmation bias, I suppose. We saw what we expected to see. Thea was supposed to be infallible, and so no one searched for evidence of the contrary."
Absolutely insane claim.
And it's the entire opposite of how real life works, where everyone disputes facts with like their own facts at this point. You know, like, let alone made up shit. People dispute reality regularly. So I don't even know why the fuck they would think this is how it would work. And then to tell me the spearheader of this whole thing is fucking Q. Q of all people is like, well, it's an AI, bro. You gotta trust the AI. AI knows everything.
Yeah, why would it ever make a mistake? Me, the science thinky man. Why would I think about this?
When you first met him, said, you know, intelligence isn't knowledge and knowledge isn't insight, and you can't necessarily rely on AI. It's like,
anyway, I
what?
trust artificial intelligence unflinchingly.
I love artificial intelligence. That was harder to say than I thought it would be. I ruined it.
So, the next mission, the reason they're going to Vietnam is because it was said in that conversation they recorded that that's where Damien is heading. Damien is heading there because Thea, unfortunately irrelevant to all of this, is fucking on the fritz again. Thea's decided there is a man called Caliban killing people in Vietnam. Only the problem is Caliban is dead. So... and has been for a while. This means that Damien now needs to go to Vietnam and kill people and stage the kills so that it looks like Caliban did it, even though he's not alive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know where to begin. You need to simulate like serial killings at this point to cover up Thea's retarded fucking like glitches. And it's so funny because Damien is just an unhinged psychopath. So he's not very interesting as a character. But I am amused by the idea. It's like, oh, what's come down the pipeline, Dad? It's like, you need to go to Vietnam and slaughter a bunch of innocent people. It's like, why? You're like, well, this one's weird. Thea's just like assumed that some guy who's definitely dead is not dead and that he's killing people in Vietnam. I don't know. It's just.
I also found it weird when she says like, yeah, we assume he's gonna be there because this and this happened. And I was like, no, I know he's in Vietnam. I heard him say it in his fucking office. Like I was there. We actually recorded that part ourselves. So I don't need this information from Thea. We should probably just go to Vietnam anyway.
I just they're gonna dispatch a whole fucking team to simulate all the crazy, and they've been doing this for 12 years.
What is these? There is the statue.
Oh, no.
If it says that Osama bin Laden is still alive and is killing people, does Damien do like the Team America transpogrification and dress up as bin Laden and go and kill people?
Oh my god, Thea, no.
Your voice just went all robot, and it was funny because random words coming out just like Osama bin Laden.
Am I still robotic or is it fixed?
Yeah.
Very
No.
roboty. It sounds kind of cool.
Yeah. Also, by the way, what a shitty fucking AI. I meant to mention this earlier. I was like, yeah,
Well,
we're training
yeah.
it for 12 years and it's still making all these mistakes. Like, did it get
And
better,
again,
like, at all? Like,
why
I'm
not?
sure.
Why not have actual Thea in your basement and you look at everything it says and you're like, wow, that's stupid. We're not going to. And then when it goes, boogly boogly dingle dang, this thing is 100% true, and you know it's true, you're like, send that over to MI6 and make them think that that's actual Thea. We will not allow our stupid Thea to learn from its stupid mistake. Because you understand how bad this is, right? Hey, Thea, tell me what's going on in the world. And it goes, it's this. And then you go and make that true. How is it learning? It will only learn to do awful shit wrong constantly and keep going. It's had 12 years of learning off faulty information that it's constructing itself. How do you imagine this thing's getting better?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is supposed to work. Like, my theory, at least, would be because they have, like, the dual setup that we
Well,
learn off
Hyperion's not
through-
even relevant to this yet.
Yeah, but at this point, it should just be bad data. At least the Thea they have in MI6. So it's
But he
just
loves Thea.
weird.
Thea's
Even-
like his brainchild of like that needs to, because it's in MI6 and it's supposed to be, that's why he keeps covering up for it. What I'm getting at is, why not clean the data before making it official in public with the MI6?
Yeah, he should. He should.
Because if it
Absolutely.
says, like, oh, by the way, everyone in MI6 is evil, kill them, you'd be like, yeah. Okay, we're not going to do that one. No. We're not going to send that to the MI6. But, let it send all the neutral or good stuff or whatever and make up whatever. It's such a stupid plan. And the idea that they just have to wake up some days and it's like, hey, kill everyone in Poland. You're like, oh, God. Really, Thea? And it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone just died in Poland from fucking Jumbo virus. And you're like, oh, God, we have to create a bioweapon. Like, Thea, no. It was no, I wonder how far it would have had to have gone before they were like, okay, I don't think we can do this. I think Thea's gone too far. But hey, whatever, so Bond goes to Vietnam. And the broad strokes are he needs to find the most likely people that are likely going to be murdered to fake Caliban's killings by Damien. And you can skip all the way to the nighttime where they're...
There was one thing I found odd, though, before he gets there. Because Moneypenny says, oh, I'm going to take one out of 009's book. And we just use this thing that goes to Vietnam. It's like, yeah, this flight has been booked a year ago. I was like, wait, did you mean he had that booked for some reason and you took it? Or did you just have that lying around, which happens to go exactly where you need to be?
I
found it
guess
very
the
confusing.
latter. I don't know.
Yeah, I just found it very odd.
So at night, Bond finds that two of the targets have been captured. One deliberately, which is Lorca, and then the other guy just happened to be there because he wanted a booty call. And this is where you get the line from Damien where he's like, "No, you fools! Caliban never allowed collateral damage. This is going to make Thea look retarded. You got to fix it. We can't be doing that. Oh, damn it! We'll have to clear it up in post or whatever." And it's just like, why is it every single time we've seen anything from Webb's team, they've been extremely stupid? And you want me to believe they've been running for 12 fucking years doing this? They make mistakes constantly. All of them get killed constantly. It's just so awful. And by the way, Bond records that, so it's done. It's over. And it's like, oh, well, there we are, I guess. And Bond kills the remaining twin, saves Lorca, but unfortunately jumps out of a window that blows up, and so he gets knocked out, and then he's captured. I don't know why she isn't captured, though.
She ran away.
She ran away, that's all.
All right. It seems like they would have got her and him, but sure. Before Damien can kill Bond, where he does his villain monologue shit again, Greenway saves him, as we kind of mentioned. He just shoots everybody on the machine, gets Bond up, and it's like, oh, thank goodness. But he does start teleporting around in order to pull off the shots he's doing so fucking fast. Greenway is unstoppable as a sniper. Except, well, no, he's unstoppable as a sniper, very stoppable without the sniper, unfortunately.
Yes. He was so unstoppable as a sniper, though. It was kind of annoying to the point where, like, the first bit, before the bit where you get to trigger his sniping, where he does it automatically, I was just going around and like, well, at least I finally get to shoot some people. But then he fucking killed everyone. I was like, let me do something. And then eventually I just sort of sat there and waited for him to finish the job, and then I carried on.
One way to do it. Also, yeah, Greenway had full selection to shoot anybody, and I think he shot Damien like in the arm. Like,
yeah, he aims for all the non-plot relevant ones, even though he's like the only other person besides us who knows who the plot relevant one is, so he has no excuse for that.
Can't kill Damien yet, it's too early, even though he really, really wants to, obviously. So Damien took Bond's Q watch, but not his receiver, so he can still hear everything. Just a genius. And obviously didn't get access to the lenses that are scanned on with microfilm or whatever, which is, I'm curious about all that, but I'm just going to leave it alone because it's like, what the fuck? Even though he knows exactly what tech they have at MI6, by the way. Like, down to a T, he knows all of it, but don't worry about it, it's fine. So, this means Damien is now trackable because Moneypenny just has to give Bond the coordinates for his Q watch because Damien took it off him. And I think there's quite a subtle, underrated, major fuck up here. So, first of all, Damien knows exactly how the fucking tech works, so why would he take a watch that gives away his position? That would be stupid. But secondly, do you remember when Bond threw his watch on the plane? He says to Q, I did that because I knew that just like even in a fucking toaster, everything's got a tracker in the Q labs. And Q's like, oh yeah, fair enough. And I'm guessing you know how to turn it off as well. And then Bond's like, and I thought when I first played this, oh, that's going to account, that's like their excuse for why when he's on his rogue missions that no one can track him, right? Because if he had a tracker, Thea would find him, and then it'd be over, because Webb would know where he is. So, while in Vietnam, Bond obviously would have turned the tracker on his watch off. Which means when Damien takes it off him, there wouldn't be a tracker because it would be off. However, if it's on, that means that the tracker for the Q watch that Bond had this whole fucking time in Vietnam was on, which means Thea knew where he was, which means Webb knew where he was, and which Damien knew. So they're all just like, hey, by the way, Bond is like 3 meters away from you. You might want to just look into that. But no.
That's a good point, yeah. Shit.
It's quite funny how much of a catastrophic little set of failures that is, honestly.
Yep.
Anyway, the recording he made with the glasses, Moneypenny says they're finished from that. And, you know, I will admit, it's like, yeah, it's good evidence and everything, but, like, surely they can mount a pretty good defense of that. They've got AI. Like, they can just say you made it up, right? Like who's going to believe the recording of my son is in Vietnam threatening to fake Caliban murders? This sounds insane. Why would he do that?
Did he actually try that excuse? I might be hallucinating. I think when obviously after all this happens, and then when you sort of regroup at MI6 headquarters, don't they even say like, oh yeah, that stuff was just dismissed as troll farms and deepfakes or something?
The dude in the Antarctic just says it to
that's the
you as
one.
like a suggestion, but he's just like a random guy speculating. The truth, like what actually happens is Webb just threatens major blackmail. He just says, "Fuck you, I'll destroy Britain if you carry on." It's like, oh, okay, but we'll get
We
to that
comply.
anyway. Yeah. So Bond eventually catches up with Damien and kills him embarrassingly, as we pointed out earlier. Well, kills him. You know what I mean. We'll get there. Unfortunately, Greenway took a bullet and he just bleeds out and dies. And I just don't know what to say. Like at this point, I was just like, okay.
I'm surprised they didn't. The obvious thing to do is Damien shoots him, and then you have a vengeance motive because obviously, like you want to get back at the guy who
Well, not
killed
only
your friend.
Damien shoots him, but the Greenway takes a bullet for Bond. Isn't that what you'd
Yeah.
want to do? He gets shot by some random dude when they step off the
Yeah.
big truck. I was like, what? That's so lame. What the fuck? All that storytelling potential flushed.
Yeah.
Gets killed by random McFlame. It's like, I got it. This is nothing. It's just a grazing shot. Then he come back. It's like, I'm dying.
And now this, after everything in the game between these two, everything said, all that conflict, what do they have for us for dialogue from Greenway to Bond on his dying breath? And he says, in total, you've got heart, Bond. I don't know why I didn't see it before. Do me a favor. Don't let it change you.
And yeah, when
So
he died,
generic,
my game
dude.
disconnected. From the server.
So, first of all, that's very funny. Secondly, I as the scene was playing, I literally said, I think I had 3 suggestions, and one of them was, "Don't change, Bond. Don't let this. Don't let you change. Be the you that is you, Bond." And then he said, I was like, "Fuck off, man!" Like they didn't think for 5 seconds for this. There's nothing for them to say to each other. I just love that it's like, you got heart, Bond. It's like, oh fucking hell. And that's the thing. It's like, well, you had written something better. It's like, well, no, I understand the challenge. What do you have these two say to each other? It's like, well, this was shit. Like, yeah, man. Anyway, bye.
One step away from him saying he was 2 days away from retirement.
Yeah.
That would have completed the scene. But like, we made this sound really efficient. This scene goes on for fucking ever.
Yes, it is
during all
long.
this time, it's like, Bond, what does Bond try and do? Does he try and save him? Does he try and put pressure on the wound? Does he try and put a bandage on it? He's wearing a whole fucking tuxedo. He's got plenty of fabric and material that he could
Go
at
get
least
the
try
venom
with.
juice.
The funny thing is as well, it's like Bond is like, I don't know what to do. What should I do? And Greer just doesn't say put pressure on the wound. Blow. He's like, no, just don't do anything. Just sit with me.
I just want to die. I hate this
I just
world.
wanna die. This fucking sucks.
Which, to be fair, if I had assassinated 2 innocent men and lived with that being the truth and good thing for like 12 years and ignored all evidence to the contrary, even current ones that spit in my face, yeah, I guess I'd be a shameful fucking asshole and would probably feel a little bit like I don't deserve to be on the planet anymore. But, you know,
Yeah.
different strokes for different folks.
It's actually insane that the only character traits we had about Greenway was delivered through him being angry at Bond and the one random talk we had in Web Industries where we talk about the wife or something, and that's it. Like after the whole Web Industries thing, I think we shouldn't even have teamed up there, honestly. I think we should have had the team up on this mission here, and then we have like some scenes where they bond, or just have the scenes more fanned out overall when all the shit goes down. But they don't use their time at all. Like we have 2 full missions with Greenway, and all he does is like, "Man, Bond, you suck. I hate you. I hope you die," or something like that. And then here at the end, it's like, "Oh, you made me see that I need to do something. Anyway, I die now. Goodbye." It's like, oh, that sucked.
I just noticed as well. So it's like, how did you skip the Bond QTE? And then someone else said, "Oh, I think they did that in gameplay." It's like, no, I think we actually didn't. We didn't very much highlight that. That was horrendous. I guess the
which QTE?
Bow tie.
the
Bow tie
QTE for the
QTE?
Bond tying his bow tie because he doesn't know how to do it, and Q has to teach him with QTEs. It is horrendous, an awful
I
idea.
wish I would just never think about it because I wanted to jump through my screen when that started happening.
Oh, yeah.
Just the worst, man. Obviously, we talked about QTEs, but that one might be the worst in the whole game. It's just fucking ridiculous.
He calls
It's actually-
Q to tell him to fucking tie a bow tie. You have the internet. There's YouTube tutorials.
He should know. He should fucking know.
You should just fucking know. Yeah.
Bond.
That actually offended me quite deeply. Is like anyone who's ever made anything with anybody else, like where any amount of money is involved, like movies, short movies, fucking video games, like the difficult decisions that have to be made if you don't have bajillions of dollars to work with, and all the good ideas that you have to throw out because they would be cool, but they would be too expensive, so you have to do something else within budget. And these were really good ideas that you had to throw out, and then you see these fucknuts with a $200 million budget, spending time on animation, graphics, everything for a fucking bow tie QTE. I'm not even sure if I've seen a bigger waste of resources in a game than that. Maybe all of Mixtape, but besides that, I'm not sure if I've seen.
So, M announces that Webb is threatening to leak everything about MI6, including sources, assets, agents, and destroying the diplomatic standing in the world. So they're going to have to leave him alone.
So who else at this point thought the game was over? It's like, okay, we're
I
doing
was
this.
so sure it was. I didn't realize I wasn't paying enough attention. Holy fuck. I thought it was so funny too, where she's just basically like, he's threatened to blackmail all of Britain and he's definitely going to get away with it. So we're just going to leave him alone, even though he's like the most evil person in history. I'm just sitting there like, I'm sorry. I thought his whole goal with Thea was to like give the best boost to the intelligence agency and help the world and stuff, but now he's going to collapse all of it if you reveal that he's a piece of shit. Well, I think you're going to have to take that risk, because keeping Thea instated or to allow him to get away with it, go different places, do different things, is like all of it, everything is so fucking corrupted. It's insane. But it's just like, yeah, but he'll reveal all agents. Just like, I think he already has, man. Thea's like in the middle of everything. And, I think it's intuitive that he has access to all this information and is going to be able to sell or move it to different places, make use of it, maybe even have it copied on, I don't know, some other computer, maybe,
No, that's impossible.
No,
you can't. That's
don't need to worry about
beyond
that.
the realms of science fiction. They even say that in the game.
Right. That's fair. That's true. So it's been decided that Webb will be granted immunity. We do this to protect the country we love. It is time to stand down. What a worthless leader. Like, fuck you. Absolute piece of shit. Yeah, so Bond sees her and he's like, what are you doing? You can't let Webb get away. And then she says, what we do is my call. The world isn't fair. I thought Greenway taught you that.
Up until this point, it was like, oh, she's clearly just talking bullshit to all of the people. She's gonna get Bond. It's like, hey, here's our actual plan, and then you'll be 007. It's gonna be awesome. And then she, as you just said, she's like, no, life is not fair.
She's borderline evil. Well, she's borderline evil right now. She will become very evil soon enough. But I don't know if the game is aware of that shit though. I like that. He's like, I don't want Webb to get away with this, and then her response is just, yeah, things happen, fuck you. He's like, oh, well, that's great to hear from you, man. Just doing your job, doing it well, which is exactly what Moneypenny says, by the way, about M. She's like, she's doing her job well. It's like, no, she's not, and you will be helping Bond because she's not. But anyway, so turns out there is a brother computer, an AI called Hyperion. We got to take its core to save the day. That's going to become the new mission, because Bond figured this out from reading the Hyperion game and knowing the history and the connections and the mythology. And he's like, oh my god.
Well, he says that Damien mentioned that. Do you know where that happened? Because I have no idea when that happened.
I don't remember exactly where it happened, but I remember when it happened. I didn't say anything, but I was like, that must be important. You've just named this new thing that hasn't been brought up before. This
he does say Hyperion at some point will like fix all the problems or something. He says that randomly at some point, yeah.
Okay.
And so it's just like, huh? Okay. All right, here's a new thing then. Sure.
And then he speaks to Q, who says, Operation Nightfall changed Greenway. He slipped into a darkness. Never could find his way out until you came along. The first light in more than a decade.
Name drop.
Wow, that goes hard.
I
Oh,
couldn't help but
that
just be
goes
like,
hard.
oh, like I guess that's the best way you could get it in, huh?
What do you
Even
mean,
though,
ooh, yeah, that's awesome. Goes hard.
so Greenway was a twat for like 99% of the game. He was miserable. He was an asshole. The last conversation you have with him is probably the closest you get to him being a little bit more chill with just Bond there, by the way. But apparently, no. Q noticed that he was coming really, but he was just he was lightening up because of Bond. Everything was getting better because it's like he was just not what happened in the story at all. Greenway hated the fuck out of Bond the whole time. You can say that he changed his mind gradually on whether or not Bond is a worthwhile person, but we're talking like the latter parts of the campaign that was decided, and that's well after Greenway stopped talking to anyone. So like, I don't find this meaningful at all that Q says this.
No,
Q and fucking Greenway don't even have a scene.
they don't. I was about to say that. Yeah.
True, yeah.
I don't
shit.
think you ever see them on the screen together. Like they're not even in the same
No.
vicinity.
I don't even know if Greenway ever references Q. I don't
Greenway
remember a
doesn't even
single
know
time.
who Q is.
Oh.
Dude, you might, yeah, I
Q.
mean, you might be right that he literally never even says his name.
So yeah,
Possible.
none of that means anything to me, and people have glazed the ever living hell out of that line, saying it's like one of the best in storytelling we've had for a while in gaming. You're just like, you're insane. You need help. Please sit down.
I'd be tempted to ask them, what's the bad guy's name? I almost want to know if they could tell me.
Rufus.
You know, when they're
the
praising it, like,
builder.
"Oh, this is amazing." It's like I don't think I believe you.
No.
I think you're either lying to me or also yourself.
So Bond steals a pistol and a watch and gadgets from Q, and I thought when I was playing this that, is it going to be that Q has left it somewhat open and available?
That's what
but,
I thought.
But like not super, so that it looks like Bond has stolen it, but obviously Q has put it in such a position that it's very stealable when it otherwise wouldn't be, because he wants Bond to have this. No, Q does not know what Bond is about to do, nor would he have
Are you
sanctioned it.
serious?
Nope.
You really?
Nope. This is all against what Q thought was happening. He had no idea.
Why do you know? Why do we know this?
Well, Q doesn't have any connection to anything that happens in the rest of the game, like in a way of congratulating or accepting that this is something that he wanted Bond to do. There's no like thanks Q or Q saying, you know, you really came through doing the right thing, wink wink nudge nudge on things that, like the way that you steal the shit in this.
It's pretty elaborate.
Got nothing to do with Q letting you.
Like
or
at one
wanting
point,
you
I
to.
needed to
No,
look out
that's a
that I
fair
don't
point,
get fucking
but-
blown up and have to go into the car.
The thing I was sure, because I was like, that surely that is the angle. I mean, you know, Q's had nothing so far. That must be it. But I guess that makes sense. That like, yeah, there's nothing that enforces that he did this on purpose.
Which means he's like proper, you know, rogue. He has like no friends. You could say at this point.
Yeah, and again,
And I've learned today on my replay that like one of the random NPCs says that everything in QLab is getting recorded at any time, which is kind of awkward because now they should know what. I wonder if there's any dialogue that Bond says to himself, which he tends to do a lot in this game. It's like, oh, I guess I get to get the Q watch now, and then, well, obviously they can track him because it's a fucking watch that has a tracker on it.
As someone in chat mentioned, there's something that I thought at first was that he leaves the cup behind with his fingerprint. It's like, oh, that's going to help Bond get into things. So Q kind of is in on it, and it's like, no, you need to get fingerprints from like fucking 3 different parts of the lab.
Yeah.
It's just
yeah, true. That's right, because you got to get partials. If you wanted to make it a bit easier for you, you figure he'd just leave you one really good one.
I just can't believe
And it's
they
funny
send
because
us on a fucking prop hunt in fucking Q labs at this point of the game.
it's so
It's like,
boring. It's
Jesus
just so ridiculous.
My favorite part is that they bring you back to the motorcycle that you don't get to ride. I can't believe that. I can't believe that they like prominently advertise that they've got a Triumph in the game and you don't get to ride it.
There will be a riding section, I'm sure, and some DLC for the tax sim, much like the car.
Maybe, but
I don't think they'll do it for the bike. They'll be for the car.
I don't think they care about the bike, which is really lame because that would be super cool if you had like a sequence where you're on a street triple or something racing around. But no, we don't do that. I imagine they'd even be like, "What is a bike? Like, how would you even control that?" Like, no, it needs to be a car. It's like, has Mario Kart taught you nothing? Oh, and Grand Theft Auto, I guess, since Vice City, but oh well.
Yeah, this takes a while, and just as I mentioned earlier, right, he's a rogue agent now with a Q watch. Presumably, he turned the tracker off at this point. I don't know, but he said everything Q has a tracker in it, so he's got to be very careful. Anyway, we're going to be doing a mission with Isla as she introduces the concept of shaken not stirred for the vodka martini. And
Yeah, this is very Han Solo.
She also just like you're about to leave the fucking MI6, and then she immediately calls like, "Hey, I know where you need to go right now. Let's go meet up." It's like, oh, okay, whatever.
Shaken. It's like, are you joking?
yeah,
Do it.
He's even like, why would you want that? And then she's like, because I'm like, I stand out, I'm bold, I'll get what I want, it's what I want. And he's like inspired by this, and this is why he will now get a shaken not stirred every time. It's because of her.
This is the reason why you don't do an origin story for Bond. I don't need to know why he likes martinis shaken not stirred.
I don't want to know.
I certainly don't need it to be that it was introduced to this by a villain, which I don't know that the game doesn't seem to understand. She is a villain. She is an antagonist. She is working against James, and therefore against the interests of England.
Yeah, it's just a general thing. I just don't need to know every tiny bit. Like maybe that's just his fucking preferred choice of the way he likes to drink the thing, because that's the thing that tastes best.
Exactly. I don't need there to be an explanation. It's like, oh, Isola gave it to him. Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
There's more of an explanation for her in this scene than for the drink. But once again, because every time you have the opportunity to speak to her, and like usually with like a tooltip, like you have dialogue options with her, all the conversations go pretty much exactly the same way. Like you can press X, sorry, you press fucking square, triangle, circle for various dialogue options, and the response is always, "Ooh, I'm not telling you that," in various different ways. But all boils down to much the same thing. No, I still don't know who she is. I know that her
knows. She's really
but yeah, that's the point, though. Who knows? She probably works for an organization that's like a ghost or a specter or something.
Maybe. At this moment, like he knows literally anything about. Like I was baffled by it. It's like, why are you even having a conversation with her? How much screen time has she even had in this? Like 5 minutes? Like I don't know who she is. Why? Yeah. Why does she have so much significance now? All of a sudden, why is she any more significant than that random girl that he met in the bar in the club in like that first mission? Like, they have about as many lines. I don't get it. But she's going to become really important for the remainder of the story and the sequel tease, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bond and Isla approach the big ol' Antarctic base in order to get the core out of Hyperion in the basement.
Big ol' Antarctic base as well. It's just like, yep, there it is.
Why not?
Big ol' base in Antarctica. And everybody's just sort of walking around in just suits and everything. Antarctica.
They're picked up by Japanese people in a submarine. That's who she's working for, the Japanese, apparently. And keep this in mind, because Bond says, I think you work for the CIA, and they hired you to get dirt on Webb in order to become the top dog in intelligence once again. And, you know, he's like speculating, and she's like, And then I was just like, so Bond thinks the CIA hired a Japanese sub with Isola to get information on a centuries-long defense contractor for Britain to then push up the CIA in the worldwide intelligence, like, agencies. What?
It's a pretty lame
really
theory.
What the fuck is he thinking?
Course, like, you know, obviously we know things that he doesn't because this is James Bond. It's like, it was Spectre, obviously. That's what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, just within the context, even if we didn't have that, just trying to follow his own chain of reasoning to reach that conclusion. He just has no basis for making it. No, you might as well say, oh, they're Japanese. You work for Nintendo. That's who
No, I mean, you're right, because basically any of the information that's available now should tell you, like, oh, she doesn't work, like, whoever she works for, it's not a government. It doesn't appear that way. There doesn't seem to be any allegiance that governs anything that she's doing. Doesn't really explain her cover stories or, you know, fake alias that she's using.
They on their way in, they speak to a registration robot, and it detects their IDs, but it detects also that their faces don't match their IDs, while also
so
establishing a
it's
little bit
over.
earlier that it's
So it's
directly
immediately
connected
over.
to a network with like live updates. But
Yep.
for some reason, this doesn't set off any alarms.
Nope. I think
You
during
did,
the stream,
that?
when that robot started talking to me and was like, "Your face doesn't match the ID," it's like, "Oh, it's over. Let's just get our guns out and just fucking storm the place because there's no way we're gonna get through here sneakily because computers are pretty fast, especially in this crazy world with your massive AIs. They probably already have robots on the way." And then she just shoots the robot. It's like, "Okay, let's go." It's like, "Oh, okay. Also, here's a new tool for you."
I just remembered a bit leading up to this as well, because obviously, as is always the case in this game, you have to sneak around pressing triangle for 5 hours before you get to the point. But there's a bit where like you chase some guy down and like he's hiding in a toilet,
Yeah.
and the guy he's hiding in the toilet because he's had a panic attack, and then you speak to him through the locked door, and he's saying he basically knows what the ultimate plan is. He's actually got it more or less right. So it's like, I think that Webb's, in a conspiracy against the government. Is like, hey, why are you telling me this? You don't even know who the fuck I am. B, why is this even a choice? Because you have then multiple options where you can speak to him about. And by the time I got to it, it was the usual like generic questions that don't advance anything, and then the green blob of direction was by the one that said like unknown opportunity or something. So I was like, okay, so I've got to go figure out like something that will give me an in with this guy, and I haven't found that yet. So I clicked out of that conversation, and then I realized that there's a button to kick the door into the man's face and then just take the thing he had. Why? What was the fucking point? Why did you waste all of my time?
That's options. That's good. That's player choice. That's options. You should
No.
love that.
My favorite in here was just go for it.
Go ahead. No, go for it.
No. You. I insist.
No.
Okay,
Platoon,
okay,
you
okay.
go.
Okay, yeah, Platoon, you go.
Okay, Metal, go.
Oh fuck. Okay. When you
I
do the
lasered a
unknown
guy.
opportunity, it's essentially just you eavesdrop on someone again, and it's like, oh, I'm this guy. I'm the friend. I'm just looking out for him. And then you basically tell him, hey, your friend sent me. You should give me your thing so we can get you out of this. It's like, oh, how can I trust you? And I think Bond just says, oh, I'll give it back. And then
No,
he just gives it to
no.
you.
Much
No?
worse,
No?
much worse, so much
Even
worse.
That's how I remember it. I
So
haven't
he
looked
says,
back
how
at
can
it.
I trust you? And Bond says, oh, you can pass it to me under the door.
Oh yeah, that was it.
That's not a response to that question, Bond.
Yeah, right. That was it. Yeah. Oh god. It was...
Who the fuck wrote that? Like, it's not an answer to the question.
I kicked it. That was fun.
I mean,
Well, I
did.
would have kicked it if it didn't say unknown opportunity. It was like, oh, that's mildly interesting. Maybe something
know.
happens here. And there's like,
I'm not
no,
sure
just
what motivated me to
again.
kick it. I think it was just that I saw that I could, and so I was like, okay, and then kicks it, and he's just fucking dead on the toilet. I was like, yeah, thanks, give me that. And then there was another woman I needed to pickpocket, so I just shot a laser in her face, and then I could just grab it. There we go. I've got the 2 passes that we need.
I was a big fan. You try to hack the thing of the one guy, but he has like secured. I don't know. He has like a firewall or something. Whatever. So you have to do something else and grab the phone. And he goes like behind the counter, and for some reason behind the counter, there's just grass you can sneak through. I was like, why is this here?
Oh yeah, the grass. It's environmental or something. But yeah, so Bond and Isla discover a plan to overthrow the British government with a coup. Roger Finch then pulls a gun on Bond, and Isla saves him again. I don't know how this worked logistically. The last time you could see them both, they were talking to each other, and then a gun gets pulled on Bond, and she just disappears and somehow ends up on the other side of the room. I guess secret agent powers, teleporting, one of those two, whatever. But
it's always nice sometimes to see her doing anything, because for large parts of this sneaky section, she's just like, I'm just going to stand here, you go do everything, and then you come back, and then she takes it, and then, but then there's a bit where you're walking through the corridors, and somebody recognizes her because she used to pose as one of Webb's employees. So this woman comes out and confronts her, and she comes up with this story as to why she's actually here. I didn't choose that. You can choose to intervene there. I didn't do that, and her story worked. Her story meant that all suspicion was avoided. 2 seconds later, Bond, you've got to go and do this. I can't be recognized, because if they recognize me, this will be bad. I said, but you've just proven to me that actually you being recognized is not a problem, whereas me being recognized
I'm like a
probably
terrorist
is.
now.
Yes.
Yeah. They hate me. They super hate me. Many people recognize. Well, I mean, Finch literally recognizes him, so it's no good for him. Anyway, Bond gets to the core eventually, and Webb meets him there, and they end up with a gun on each other. And Webb says, "I've got a dead man switch, and I'll release all remaining MI6 data upon my death," rendering, I'd say, his entire point of view fucking irrelevant at this point. All of the philosophy, all the shit he said. It's just like, you're gonna make the world a categorically way worse place just because you have been like thwarted.
You lost. Yeah.
Yeah, he just decided at some point, it's like, oh, fuck it, now it's just about me and being safe. I don't actually care about anything else. It's like, oh, but
And throughout the
I
whole
guess maybe
thing.
they'd say that's the point,
Yeah.
you know? He
And then you'd be like,
pretended to have
oh,
an
that's boring.
ideology, but
yeah.
it sure is boring. It's the choice that you can make, and that's fine. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm bored of all of it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of tech bro loser fucking bad guy.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
this
this
guy
game to
was
despeady end at
suspended.
this point.
Yeah.
I was just so
Yeah,
over it.
Yeah,
It's
because
like,
the game just kept
fuck me.
fucking going. It's like,
the game
come
was
on.
This entire section, so like they both got a gun on each other, and my mind was flashing back to tutorials. Like, oh yeah, Bond can shoot guns out of people's hands. I haven't needed to use that ability, but he can do that. So he's going to do that here, right?
Yeah,
No.
he'll shoot the gun out of his hand, he'll shoot his hands, he'll shoot his feet, anything that makes it so he doesn't die, but also at least neutralizes him. The last thing Bond would obviously do is drop his gun to the floor and kick it off such that he can't get back.
So that he now has no ability to.
He went from some
do
leverage to
anything.
zero leverage, yeah.
It's almost as if he knew that what's her name was going to shoot him, which is bad for him. It's a bad outcome,
yeah.
but he doesn't recognize that for some reason, which is really weird.
So, before shooting Bond, Webb is like, "You think I'm a fiend, but make no mistake, the future will be grateful." And it's like, I mean,
I don't
you
think
know,
you believe this.
rewind what, 12 years, and 11 of those years were not grateful. You're just fucking killing people, apparently, and covering it. But again, as we went over, it's really not clear how much good they've done versus how much bad they've done because of the
Well, like, you can't
results.
fake the fact that there's no terrorism. Like, you know there isn't by the results. So evidently it has done a lot
Well, this is
of
what I mean,
good.
though. If
Yeah,
Thea's
they
like,
told us. It's super safe right now.
you know what I'm trying to think? I think the Web team is capable of literally anything. So when they say like, "Oh God, not Hannibal, I don't know, Ted Bundy got resurrected and is killing thousands of people in America," and the like Web team are like, "Yeah, done, got it done, day. We need a day." You're like, wow. Thea just said that Dr. Palacis in ancient East Indian wherever is just cracked cancer, and the Web team are like, "Got it. Tomorrow we'll cure cancer." And you're like, "Yeah." Like, yeah. You're like, okay. Oh, so Thea just said there's world peace tomorrow. Web team are like, got it.
We're gonna sort that out. We're gonna go to the UN and give a speech.
Thea's
World
like, oh my
peace
god,
for
there
all.
are aliens. Web team's like, got it. Like, we can make it.
Yeah, there are aliens. We'll just give. Hey, Damien, I need you to dress up in this mascot outfit, and I need you to run
He's like,
around and go. While you're on this game, man, it's so bad.
Thea just said,
kinda hate this.
Thea just said the sun is crashing into Mars. Web team are like,
Got it.
got it. Tomorrow.
Well, no, the moon is crashing. It's like, Damien, you need to go to the moon and you need to paint the Majora's Mask, the scary moon face on it. We'll figure out the rest.
So, yeah, gunshot goes off, and tragically, we're like, oh my god, did Webb shoot Bond? And at this point, I'm like, I don't care if he did, but no.
Well,
Isla...
and it's like, he's been shot, and it's like, well, this is actually a worse outcome, because now the dead man switch, all the secrets, everything's going to get leaked.
Yes, but Bond can delay that by doing CPR on a bullet wound. So,
and then he gives
there
up.
is that.
Yeah,
so
so-
it doesn't even matter.
Well,
Bond
it's
is...
even funnier because. Oh, sorry, you were probably want to say it. Go ahead.
Well, so, I mean, just so everyone's following, because I know we're getting to brain melty time at this point, but
Yeah.
Isla shot Webb, but, like, obviously, yeah, that'll release secrets for MI6, so she doesn't give a shit. She just wanted him dead. She hates him, and Bond's like, no, why would you do that? No! But it's just like,
why would you do
bro.
that? You messed everything up.
And it's like,
I
well,
can't believe you.
maybe you should have taken the initiative there, Bond, instead of letting this lady save you for the 7th time, you know, just saying. But anyway, shot in the gut, which if anyone has watched any amount of, like, I'm serious here, any amount of movies, you'll know what to do with it. Just lay him down, put pressure on the
Also,
wound.
doesn't
Like,
she say it went through the aorta? It's like, oh, I thought the heart was like up here.
Yeah.
You know,
It's in the top
didn't think
left,
it
and
was
he
in
got
your-
shot in the bottom right. So it's not
that's
quite
where
the
evil
same.
people keep their heart, Platoon.
Oh, well, I hit his aorta. He won't last long. Hey,
Well,
James, you know, you shouldn't have trusted me. Anyway, off. See you later,
Bye.
James. That's what that sounds like.
Regardless, if you were shot in the gut or the heart, CPR is a horrendous decision medically.
It's gonna squirt all the blood out.
Bond is fucking stupid, and I don't know what they were
The
thinking.
blood come out of the bullet hole. It's gonna squirt all over.
No. Ugh. So bad. What did you do?
And of course, at
believe
this
you've
point, it's
done
like,
this.
dude, James, you gotta actually like take her out. Like, you gotta shoot her now. Like this, she like do we even get a line dealing with the ramifications of Webb dying and everything getting leaked?
Well, here's the thing: it didn't get leaked.
Oh,
Right
well,
after-
she didn't know that, so it doesn't matter on
Yeah,
her
but
moral culpability.
here's the
But
thing.
yeah.
He does the CPR for some godforsaken reason. She takes out the core, then he gives up, and you start running in the cutscene. And he calls Moneypenny. It's like, I've stopped the leak. I'm pursuing now. I was like,
Stop the
how did you
leak?
stop?
What?
How did you
When?
stop the leak? And the only thing I could come up with is that for some reason, the core or the AI was
Oh.
supposed to send the leak,
Ah,
and because
oh.
she's taken it out, that stopped the leak. But then I was
damn,
like,
that's lucky.
yeah, but it's stupid because you don't need a supercomputer to send some fucking emails.
Well,
That's
so
true,
are we
yeah.
to believe then that Bond was like, damn it, Webb's got me, because if I was to shoot him while the core is still in Hyperion, it would release the leak. But if I could shoot him and grab the core quickly, I'd be fine. But luckily for him, he keeps Webb alive long enough that she pulls out the core such that it needs to be plugged back in before it
Well,
will
no, but that
leak
can't be because
everything.
if you fall too far behind her, you get a game over and it says MI6's secrets were leaked.
What?
Is that more of a she eventually leaked them because she got away?
She did
Yeah,
that
she got
fucking
away,
quickly.
and then later on she uploaded. Yeah, she went back and made a YouTube
Wait,
video.
Is it actually the screen you get?
Yeah, it says MI6's secrets were leaked.
Wait, that means she put it in the
That
fucking.
means she did it,
put
which
the
means
core
that you
back
need
in
to-
somewhere, and then
yeah.
because the Deadman switch is still.
I
there.
guess.
What the fuck?
Or she leaked it, which means Bond should be shooting.
Do you
I don't
think,
know what, like. I just don't get it.
Like, Webb is bleeding out, and he's like, well, I guess there they go leaking, and she starts unplugging the thing. He goes, wait, no, don't do that. Oh, you fucker. And I go, that
No.
stops the leak. Why would you do that?
Don't do that! Don't do that! No! Stop
I guess he should have
it.
sent a text to David, like, leak it all, bro. Leak it all. I'm dead. Sad face.
Dude, I
just
love
need a-
that
just need a
James
fucking
drops down
web
like
stopper
6
for that.
stories. And his
Yeah,
knees are fine.
his ankles are
He
fine.
drops down, his knees are made of titanium. It's all good. And I love this sequence, how you can't shoot her. You can shoot everything else, but you can't shoot her. When she's actually
even
the
need to
bigger
shoot.
threat than any of the randos. You probably don't, but I was trying to see if I could get her, and I couldn't.
Oh,
Because she's got immense plot armor.
well, I think for me, even when it does log on, there's like a little circle with a thing through it, so you're just not allowed.
Yeah,
to shoot.
it says it blocks it off. Yeah, I saw that as
Even
well.
though
You're not
Like,
allowed to
You
shoot her.
at this
absolutely should
point-
shoot the shit out of her. You have to.
Like, I mean, you
At
have
this
to.
point,
She's more of a threat. Like, these random guys, they're just going to try and get you, but she's in a position to, like, compromise your entire country. Like,
Yeah, not-
it's
and
so
not
funny
like-
that the next level is called For England. It's like, yeah, does this
Yeah.
game just want to forget, like, that's actually what he's motivated by, that he's a patriot who wants to protect his country? He wants
Nah,
to
French
protect
lady
England,
hot.
specifically. Yeah, so that feels like a total misunderstanding of James Bond as well. It's like, dude, James Bond, like, kills women.
Yep.
Like, he
Dude,
does.
from Russia with Love, he just slaps the lady when he figures out she was talking bullshit.
The world is not enough might be a good reference for
Just
sitting.
execute. Yeah, shoots her. Just executes
Oh my
her.
god.
Yeah. Well, it's just he will
It's
do
good
that.
shit.
James Bond can be
I mean,
a
yeah.
ruthless guy. That's what
It's
makes him kind of
specifically
an interesting character.
A moment where he's trying to protect like a million people from getting hit with a bomb, and he tells a lady he's very invested in for many reasons, and also has slept with, to do it, and she basically refuses, and he shoots her.
Yep.
Hmm.
And of course, Xenia just gets rid of her pretty effortlessly. Not effortlessly, but he don't care. He's not fussed about getting her squeezed
Dude, what
against
the
the
fuck
tree.
did you just do with the ship there? What the hell?
I went through. Yeah, no, I know. I went through it. It's you could just go through it.
It would
No, but they have plans for her in the sequel or something. So
Yeah, yeah.
James can't
100%.
do
I like you
what
say
he
you
would
went
actually
through it.
absolutely do.
You both did and didn't go through it.
I did and didn't. Yeah, the best of both worlds.
Oh, anyway, yeah, you chase her all the way to the end, and then Bond finally fucking shoots it out of her hand, which presumably just destroys it or whatever, and she's abandoned by her Japanese
Oh,
friendos.
that's crazy. I had a clear shot on her like 17 times on that chase. I could have done that ages
Yeah,
ago.
well,
You would have fucking
fuck
let
you.
me.
Fuck you, buddy.
Nah,
Fuck
not
you.
allowed.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, man.
Fuck you.
Shut up!
Shut up.
Listen, chat, you have to be patient. We are gonna just bleed into references that we won't even explain, okay?
No, figure it out. I
Uh,
didn't
Do you
explain this
expect me to
reference.
talk? No, I expect you to die. And oh god, I forgot. I can't believe.
be
I
a
forgot
very
the line
cheap
halfway
funeral.
through.
You're gonna die
Yeah,
now.
you're gonna die now. Stop it! We're supposed to die.
Homer, am I proud of you? Next time you
He
go
was a
home, there's gonna be
wonderful
another
guy.
story on your house. Thank you.
Dude.
Such a fucking good episode, dude.
When the bridge collapses, maybe it collapsed on its own. We can't take that chance. You always say that.
I want to take a
chance. Collapsed on its own. You have 72 hours.
So, when they've caught up, Bond like uses his receiver to talk to MI6, and I think more than a couple of people thought that the twist here was that he was never a rogue agent, that he was always
That's what
working.
I thought.
It's the most obvious, like, oh,
Yeah.
cool. So he did do an agreement with M and probably Q and Moneypenny, and that he was working for the MI6 this whole time. He just didn't want anyone else to know. No, that's not the case.
No,
Not
no,
at all.
No.
He just calls him in, and they're like,
was.
"Oh, good, now arrest him." I'm sorry,
Put him in
what?
jail. Throw him in.
How do
Throw
you
him in
like make that sequence and not think, "Hey guys, I think it would be better if he was it no rogue agent," and they hate him still? You're like, okay, idiots.
And again, at this point, it's like, okay, so now we're done, right? Please?
it still
wanna
doesn't
go
end. You got
home.
another whole fucking chapter. So, I mean, we're just gonna speed this up. The whole facility's in lockdown. Oh my god, what's happening? It's an emergency, and all the fucking cells open. I don't know why exactly. Did they say why that happens?
No.
The cells just open, and so Bond and Isla are like, "Oh wow, we're free." And Isla's like, "Give him hell, James. You're probably gonna go do things. I'm escaping." And she just runs through this opening that has a emergency shutdown door on top of it. And on stream, I was like, "Would it be hilarious if she just rolled herself into a storage room and then it locked up? It just acts as a cell from that point." I was like, "Well, rip." But anyway, I'm sure she's gone forever and we'll never see her again. Don't worry about it. Now, turns out Damien is alive, and he's brought a team to steal Thea's core, while also blowing up
course.
MI6. M confirms that Bond must not be working for the invaders because he's been fighting them, and so reactivates his Q lens, meaning that's something that can be done at all times and wasn't done when he was a fucking rogue agent. Hello? Like, why the fuck? If he's got off books and he's doing crazy shit, why would you allow all of his tech to work? You could just deactivate it whatever you want. What the fuck?
Yep.
I don't know. Why
And
did they
then
even
from
introduce
Webb's
this?
perspective as well, why is Thea's core even still here? They're not
Yeah.
using it. It's disconnected. Why isn't part of his agreement with them that they give the core back so it's safe?
Ugh. So, M says Moneypenny can stop the men in the core because she's like a resourceful girl and she's brought her own pistol that she kept prior in her pod. Meanwhile, Bond is like, but she can't shoot for shit, blah, blah, blah. You know, he's worried about her. He's got to get down to the core because I don't think she can handle it on her own. Ignoring what Bond said, M goes on to say immediately after that the core is in a Faraday cage and it's got like a magnetic field, which means you can't use
Yep.
any weapons. Right after having said Moneypenny will be fine because she has a gun.
Yep.
I listened to these like almost back to back, and I was just like, like,
And then you get to see it in all its glory as well. Like Bond, you don't have a gun. You get a gun for a glorified QTE where you kill 3 people. Bond automatically throws his gun away. Bond enters the room where like everyone in there has got fucking metal all over them.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I didn't even catch that dialogue you just mentioned. So I was just confused when he just threw away his gun. I was like, what? Why did you throw your gun away?
Well, like,
Stupid.
Damien's fucking exoskeleton is like it's like all electrical and steel and everything. It's like how
He's wearing
what?
a mech suit.
Yeah.
That's all made of plastic, I guess. And like
Right.
and Moneypenny's glasses and the goons, because they use the same outfits as every other goon, have fucking ammo belts, but all those bullets and grenades, they're all plastic too, I suppose. Yeah, it makes no sense at all. It's quite funny though.
Well, anyway, with this crazy exoskeleton, he can now execute Moneypenny and Bond and take the core. And so he does, and then the credits roll.
All right, good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.
But no, instead, and I need to be clear about this. You have Damien's basically like, I've got the core, I got everything I want, haha, you lose, Bond, stabs Moneypenny in the gut, ooh, pulls out the knife, and then is like, bye, and leaves the room, and I can only presume walks through the exit and passes by Q, who walks in.
No. I thought the same thing. He's supposed to come through that hatch you go through, which is ridiculous because you have to climb through all kinds of shit. And elevator
He was doing that the whole time.
Was like, I know you want me to believe he came through here, but no, I still don't believe you.
Well, the fact is that like David just doesn't execute Bond or Moneypenny, and Q just happens to get here in time to be able to be like, hey, I'll stabilize her. You go do hero things.
Otherwise, you might die. But so it's a consequenceless, which is my favorite. That's my favorite, is when something happens and there's no consequences. I love it.
Yeah, it's great. And Damien will let Bond live when he could easily kill him another, I think, 4 significant times from now. Before being like, man.
Because it's just if he knows there's a boss battle that's about to be coming up.
Yeah, and he's like, you just don't give up.
Like, you don't give up, do you?
You never kill
well,
him.
that's fine. I'm going to finish the job myself.
So very sad. Anyway.
Come on, James.
So Bond catches up to Damien, who for some reason hasn't left when it's been like a half an hour and he's got the core and the explosives are all ready to go. He's just sort of hanging around. And so then Bond gets into the vehicle section that we talked about where he just blows up fucking everything and everyone until Damien then hits him with a rocket, walks right up to him where he's disabled basically, and it's just like, hey Bond. So anyway, bye. But it's just like, why won't you kill him? Why? And I don't think the writers have an excuse for this other than like, yeah, Damien doesn't want Bond dead. It's like Joker and Batman or some shit. It's like, well, that's just wrong because he tries to kill you several times and it's all in the fucking gameplay. How curious. None of the cutscenes are allowed to kill you. It's like the reverse problem of the usual shit with a lot of how that works and stuff. But anyway, Bond catches up again. And that's when he's like, you don't know when to quit, do you, James?
It's so embarrassing.
There's like I think a gate between them at one point, and he could kill him there, and he just doesn't. Then you have your big boss battle where he grabs him by the hand and doesn't kill him.
Just for shooting the pen at him.
Wait, what?
And the footage, he just exploded. Was that the rocket pen? He just shot him with the rocket pen or something?
Oh, he might have. I wasn't looking there for a second, but
sorry, that was just funny.
In that cutscene though, where he grabs you by the hand, it's just like, you got an extra, just crush his hand, dude. It's over. Crush his hand like Moff Gideon crushed Bo-Katan's hand when she had the Darksaber. Does anyone remember that?
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
but his hand is fine, by the way. Even though he crushes it such that the Darksaber breaks.
It was so nice that it was gone. I was so happy.
Yes, very true. So then, yeah, they meet up again even after this whole fucking section. And I think it's around then he says, "Good God, James, you must have a death wish, and I'm happy to oblige." Like, I don't know what I would call this, but like we have encountered so many bad guys that have this dialogue because the writers don't know what to do with them. They've not given them any characters. It's like, we're fucked. Just make them say
All that they
silly
have
goober
is,
shit.
I guess I want to kill you or something.
Yeah.
That's about as far as it goes.
In the middle of their running around and stuff, he says, hey, maybe I'll pay a visit to Cressida Bright. Never did like to leave a job unfinished. As though it's like, oh my god, Cressida Bright. How many people do you think even remember who that is?
Even remember her name. How many people who said that the first light in a decade who said that was the best line remember her name?
And it's so funny to me because it just feels insecure as hell. Like, oh, that'll really piss off Bond to threaten to kill Cressida. It's like, will it? I don't know. He doesn't really say anything, and
we had like a conversation with her.
Yeah.
Well, off screen they lived together and had all kinds of crazy adventures, and they bonded so hard.
Yeah.
They bonded all over the flat, dude. The bonding.
I sure did.
So Damien has a setup where he has 2 turrets and himself trying to shoot Bond in this big arena indefinitely. He just stands there going do 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 do. It's pretty awful, honestly, as a little gameplay set piece, but also just as a narrative thing of like, what are you even doing? You're just standing there forever. It's like
yeah. It's also really weird turrets that only shoot when you shoot your gun.
Yeah. But you gotta hack them and then shoot him with them. And even though he's had a Mr. Freeze section of his own, and he talks about how much he can learn, he does not deactivate the other turret after you do that with the first one. You'd think he would have figured it out, but no.
Also, very lucky that this explosions don't destroy the core for Thea that's on his back. It's miraculously
on his back, right? Yeah.
Yes. But they'd be like, yeah, it's the front. The explosions were at the front of the human-sized person between that and the thing he's trying to protect. So it's all good.
And so Damien pulls out the remote detonator because you basically defeated him now, and he threatens to push it. And Bond just sort of walks up to him and he's like, nah, I'm not going to shoot you because I know you won't do it. You're not going to push the button if it means killing yourself. And it's like, Bond, what kind of fucking gambit is that? What the hell is the point in pushing that button? I mean, like, psychologically. Like, why? Like, I won't shoot you in the head and thus prevent you from pushing that button because I don't believe you'll push that button. Like, what? Just kill him, you idiot. He's going to destroy everything. What the fuck is wrong with you? And then Bond just goes like, you know what? Actually, I will kill you. But then Damien presses a button on his arm that blows up the other turret that destroys the bridge.
He did have the guts to kill himself.
It's also like both. What the fuck are both of them doing? Why would you want to blow up the bridge and thus like destroy yourself, but not the explosives that you were here to do in the first place? It's all a part of your major mission. Like what? And then Bond just being like, I won't kill you because I don't believe you would kill yourself, but actually no, I will kill you, and raises his gun. It's like, what the? I don't know what it's just all garbled.
It's all backwards and scrambled, yeah.
I'm just saying, I don't need to talk about any of the other stuff. Bond tackles Damien into the water, but Damien wraps his arms around Bond so that they both drown.
Coming with me.
Yeah. And, you know, you might think, does Bond use some kind of crazy tactic to escape? Or do we, as we mentioned before, does he use some kind of like controlled breathing so he can last a lot longer than Damien and escape himself? Get the core, blah, blah, blah. No, Bond's fucked. He's drowning.
He would die.
It is Isola that comes in the last minute, and to add insult to injury, she saves the core first. She grabs it and swims up, and then she's like, I guess I'll save that fucking moron as well. And then gives him a little kiss. She kisses the damsel in distress after having saved her.
While he's unconscious.
Sexual
Wait a minute, hold on.
And this is like the major payoff for the whole thing, and Bond is a drowning damsel. I thought this was so fucking lame. Like, of all the ways to end the story. Boo. Especially for the girl who she was like, I'm leaving, and then Bond does all that insane shit to get to the end, and then she's also here. She's like, hi.
Yeah.
And I get the win. Fuck you. I was like, cool.
The win that he earned, but also you save his life. He would have died if not for you.
Like, to be clear,
I think he didn't get to save himself once in the whole game. I think every time we were in the pickle, we just got saved by someone else.
Someone else, yeah. She's
It's really lame.
fully completed her major mission. She's the one to facilitate, if you think about the campaign, the destruction of all the villains and the cause for both AI, or to, like, you know, sabotage or to capture them. She's got the call, like, in her fucking hand. She rescued the damsel. She gave the damsel a little kiss. She escaped the prison. She's escaped many things herself. She's escaped any kind of punishment from any of the enemy factions that want her. All the while, in this sequence, doing it without any contacts or resources. She's James Bond.
Yep.
And I'm glad she got to have all those payoffs while James was like, why would you do that? Why would you shoot Webb? How could you do that?
I trusted you. You let me down.
You're not very nice.
I can't. You gave me my word, and you didn't follow through on it. I can't believe this. I'm going home.
I don't like spies. They're all mean.
They're mean to me.
There's some other weird emotional payoffs as well. There's like this one guy you find during the whole fighting back section here in MI6, the Bond, or something. And I didn't even remember talking to him. It's like, is this a guy we've met before? He has a name and everything.
Oh, the Zuma guy.
Yeah,
is that one? Yeah. Like from what I can remember, there was one scene prior to that. He walks in as you leave. You know, the bit where you're a highly wanted person because your arrest warrant's out, and he says, "Hey, James," and you say, "Hey." I don't remember talking to him beyond that point. And so then you see him again, and it's like, oh no, he's dead. Oh.
You talk to him one more time. You can talk to him one more time before this. He's like, before you go into operations, I think. He's just sitting there with someone else, and you can talk to him. I didn't even talk to him the first time I played this, I think. I was just remembered by this today when I went through that mission again. I was like, oh, you're the guy who dies later. I still don't care about you, but...
No.
Hello.
And someone just mentioned, I can't believe I forgot, where the fuck is my Ponsonby payoff?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Because like, you do come across a dying woman who like survives long enough to tell you some directions, and Bond's like, oh, it's so sad that she's dead. But it's like, I would have, it was like, why wasn't that Ponsonby? Because she just disappeared midway through the game and just never came back.
I demand closure for Ponsonby. My favorite character. Fucking hell. Anyway, we go to the tombstone for Greenway. It's all very sad. And M is there with Bond. And he says, doesn't seem right compared to Webb, who got bagpipes and a rifle salute, because he's a national treasure.
As if we're doing like sort of almost a Departed-esque like commentary sort of thing, you know?
Yeah, just because I know that sounded a bit gobbled, but like Webb's dead, and his funeral, he got like an appreciation that was really important as a national treasure, despite him being a fucking traitor. Meanwhile, Greenway sort of gets squirreled away into this tombstone, blah blah blah. And so M says, as a reaction to this reality, spies live and die in the dark, Bond. You want medals? Join the Olympics.
What a stupid
What a
line.
horrible line.
What a rude thing to say.
Fuck you.
Medals, you might argue, are an important, time-honored fucking tradition of recognizing like bravery, service, sacrifice, just everything that's super duper important. I wouldn't say it's simply relegated to the Olympics, you foul bitch.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a bit awkward to say that, given that the military gives people medals for various actions.
They're like shorthand for you recognize like what a person's
shorthand
achieved
for
with
merit
them.
And bravery,
yeah, like,
you know, yeah,
and
exactly.
their importance is like these people should be recognized for these things, and that's our attempt at making sure that happens. We would hope, I would presume, as a civilization, that anyone who gets these sorts of things, they feel happy and honored about the fact that they got them, and that other people who do similar things would get them, and they can recognize between each other like what
strictly to get the medal.
Yeah,
but it's nice that
she says it
medal,
as though
you know?
it's like a petty thing of like, oh, you want your little gold, silver, bronze medals,
like,
which by the way,
I don't know, man. If the guy loses his leg, I don't think it's too much to ask that he gets a Purple Heart. You know,
well, so
I don't think that's too much.
What an inappropriate fucking thing to say when the point he's making is like, man, spies don't get to have a formal recognition like other people who make sacrifices similarly in these services.
Meanwhile,
And
the
then
guy who was the bad guy is honored as like a national like hero.
And it's so weird because why are you shitting on the Olympics? Like what people do in those is fucking crazy as well.
Yeah. No, I know. It's all of it's so backwards. It's weird because it's it's kind of like LA Confidential sort of situation, right? Where there's commentary to be made about the fact that somebody can essentially do all of the wrong things, and just society and circumstances essentially make it to where nobody gets to know that they get honored as like a great figure, and it's like hardly seems just. And it's one of those things where it's like you should probably let people think on that rather than have the character that the game views Freudian slip there for this game views as the sort of authority figure say like, man, it's stupid that you would even think that matters. It's like, I don't know, man. I think basically any normal human being would think that it matters that good people get honored, for their sacrifices.
Absolutely.
But hey, whatever.
I think she has no medals. That's why she's upset.
Yeah.
I have no medals, so medals don't mean shit. You want a medal? Join the Olympics.
Now, it might be interesting for everyone to know. Bond's record is expunged, and as long as M testifies that Secretary Bright only kept bad company, he's not a bad guy, he didn't do anything bad, he's just had bad friends. In exchange, MI6 will get double the budget, and like I said, Bond's history is all scrubbed, he's all good to go. And she says, everybody wins.
Just to remind everybody who the Home Secretary is, because I understand he's very forgettable. They discovered he was the political figurehead for the planned coup.
I mean, I'll run it really quick. So Bright, the person that M is covering for in order to get more money and to clear Bond's name, he knows about Hyperion and Thea. He knows the goal, all the political coup shit he's going to facilitate with Webb. He knew about the plans for all the AI shit. He knew about all the agents that got framed. He knows about like all the decade-plus cover-ups, and he was using all of his political power to not only cover all of it up, to facilitate all of it, but to also suppress any investigations or any alternative like access people had to figuring this shit out. He's basically Satan.
Mm-hmm.
And and one of the heroes of the story says, yeah, everybody wins that this traitor rat is still in a position of massive power and influence in the government.
Because we get double our budget.
Money. We get money.
We get more money. Ooh. We get some money. I get to buy a nicer car.
Absolutely batshit insane ending to a Bond game where you have James Bond and M agreeing it's great that a fucking traitor gets to continue with major influence in Britain because they got paid. What the hell?
One line going to clutch at the right at the end. M is now the worst character in the game, but Bond kind of chuckles and goes along with it, which arguably makes him the second worst character in the game. And I suspect they've done it because they have this half eye on the sequel where you find out who his older is, but also it's going to be something to do with the Home Secretary and his daughter Cressida, because she's out in the open somewhere. She's rolling around in that mechanical wheelchair of hers. Yeah, she'll come back as a villain or something, or she might have to turn against it, and that's too much of a story. So I think that's why they've done it, but it also makes the two people that are supposed to almost define James... There are three people who probably define James Bond. Like, there's recurring characters, will be M, Bond himself, and Q. Q's a boring fuck, and M and Bond are villains. So, well done game.
We did it. Fucking catastrophe. And... it's so funny to me too that it's like, oh well, you got to account for like all the leverage. Who knows what'll happen? Everything could go wrong. We're just trying to make things work. He could destroy MI6 if we don't try to work with him a little bit, and all that. It's just like, why are you guys so spineless and pathetic? Can you please just like value the truth and what's better for the country over like, oh no, we might not get funding for the next Q watch. We got to make sure we get that.
So, like, how does that even work? So you're telling me that if they were to tell the Prime Minister that this man in his cabinet was plotting a coup against him and was also complicit in major acts of international terrorism to boot, and you provide him with all the evidence, that he isn't going to reward you with additional funding for rooting out the greatest threat to national security since Napoleon?
You know what would have been way better is if they talk about doing all of that and Bond like sort of smirks. He does his iconic smirk and nods, and then goes home. Or rather, we see Bright is at home, like pouring himself a drink, just came home, and then the light turns on and Bond's in the corner sitting on a chair with a pistol.
Yeah.
And he just fucking
Yeah.
executes him, and then that's the credits.
It's him. Yep.
And the point obviously being that, yeah, officially you're a good guy, but I can't let you live, because like, I would at least go somewhat for that.
That'd be cool, but this is a boring, safe, sanitized Bond story, so we don't get to do anything a little bit edgy.
Nope, he gets away with it. And as she said, everybody wins. Like,
It's like pretty much like it's kind of awkward. The reality is everybody but you won. He did all of that and suffered no consequences for it. Isola, who works for Spectre, has gained a massive advantage over all of you. Like, really, the Bond lost. Like he like yeah, I guess he got fucking Damien.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit about
He got
that?
his
Damien would have
double O
fucking got
status.
himself. That guy was a psycho. It's a whatever situation.
He
But
would have eventually succumbed to the voices in his head. Like,
Also
so,
lost
yeah.
all your 00 recruits except Bond.
Yep. Oh, wait.
well, we haven't gone to that.
Metal,
I was going to ask, by the way,
yeah.
why, even from this game standards, why were there no scenes for Cressida at the end? Shouldn't they have one? But not.
You'd
Well,
think
she's
so,
like,
right?
She's sequel bait, probably.
well, but they gotta let her know her dad's a fucking monster, right?
Mm-hmm.
They gotta get around to that at some point. I feel like I guess it cuts off here. So I guess maybe that scene hasn't happened yet. All right, fine, that's great. There's no closure. Ponsonby, where are you? Anyway, M says, "Congratulations, you are 001." And then Bond says, "Well, hey, I was the 7th recruit, therefore I should be 007." And it's like, well, no, because first of all, several of them fucking died, Bond. They didn't become
Yeah.
00s. And secondly, you don't know who would have actually become 00s. And then thirdly, did they not have anyone else in training when they lost 6 of them? Did they not
Nope,
put
just
anyone
the
in?
7.
That's all of them.
And so yeah, they actually Han Solo'd 007.
Again.
Yeah.
They Han Solo'd again.
They just keep fucking
You know what?
doing it.
Also, they made such a big deal about the relationship with Greenway and Bond towards the end that I was 100% sure that he's gonna say, "Oh, what was Greenway's old designation?" And then they're like, "Oh, it's 007." It's like, "Oh, I want to take that now because I respect him," or blah blah blah, which seemed to be such an obvious thing to do. But there's like, "Oh, it's a 7th recruit," and then she's like, "It's my lucky number," and it's like, "Shut the fuck up, just end."
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it doesn't, because he says it's not over yet. It's like, yeah, obviously it's not fucking over. They took the core, you absolute clown, and you spared the main bad guy's fucking like major subordinate in politics. Of course it's not fucking over. Why would you even say that? It's just like everything's on fire, and he's like, more work to be done. Like, yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, it's like kind of the reality is the story is not complete yet. It's
Not even
not
close.
It's not done. But they're like, no, but we've exhausted our budget for this game. It is the end.
And then the fucking theme plays, and they threaten a sequel, and then it ends.
Nah.
He even does the thing where he does the 007 points the gun, bang. They're so proud of themselves. He finally made it.
And so,
Yeah.
to be very clear, right? Like in both sections where we went through all of the mechanics and all the story, it's like, oh, the mechanics are a catastrophe, but it's like, yeah, but the story's kind of worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bad.
I mean,
just-
this game is like pretty bad.
Yes.
It's not mediocre. It's pretty bad.
And we, by
unfortunately.
necessity, we cut through probably the 2/3 of the runtime, which is kind of just nothing. Because all of that story you can condense into, what, like 3 hours, maybe? The game is 20. So there's an awful lot of that, which is just running around doing fuck all, in between beats of the story, which are not rewarding, because they are as described. It commits the worst. Not only does it make no sense, not only are the mechanics broken, but it is ultimately an extremely boring experience. It's not even entertainingly bad. It's just really, really bad.
No, it's the reason why I understand why you would say that you prefer Gollum. Like Gollum, you can make. This is a game where you can make the fun, but the problem is that the instances where you can make your own fun are actually like not the majority of the game. Like for the majority of the game, the vaulting and the shooting the lasers in people's faces and throwing the gun and disarming and doing that over and over and over again. Like for a lot of the game, that is impossible. A lot of the game is slowly walking around while characters relay profoundly bland and dull dialogue to you. Like a lot of the game is not very interactive at all.
Yeah.
So Yeah, it's a pretty tough one to get through. And then when you move over to the tax sims, and then it forces you to essentially, even when you're in the part where the game is the most game, it forces you to play in ways that start to become pretty miserable as well. It's I wouldn't recommend this game to anybody.
No, and I'm still going through my second playthrough to get like more stuff noted, and there's like so many tiny bits and bobs that characters say where it's like, oh, you just made this all worse. Like if this is the thing, why like this does not get better on multiple playthroughs. Like not at all.
No,
It
no.
just gets
I
worse
would
and
never
worse.
play it again. I would never, ever play it again. I
And then
have
you
no
get through all
desire to
these
do that.
sections, and it's like, oh, now I have to walk behind Moneypenny for the next 5
Yep.
minutes, and then stand in an elevator for 3 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and then go through
Yeah.
QLab for 10 minutes, and it's like, oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh, and then I get to equip my 1 out of 4 fucking slots for items. Doesn't even matter because a lot of them are functionally the same as each other. There's no
Yeah.
meaningful difference between the laser and the dart. There's no meaningful difference between the shockwave and the flash bomb. So, like, even with the limited number of things that they allow you to even equip, they're not even that different functionally. You'd think that they would be even more different because there are so few of them, but no, never mind. This is like a game that doesn't. It is not very interested in being a video game. Fundamentally, it's one of those kinds of games which are not in short supply at the moment.
You could somewhat see it coming in the trailers, which, by the way, you can see it coming with the Wolverine trailers. And then in the first few hours, you could really feel it. But like I mentioned this at some point, but in my first 2 streams, maybe 3, I pissed off a lot of people who were like, "You're playing it wrong. You're being mean. You went into it hating it." Blah blah. By the time I got to my 6th or 7th, the final one, not much of that left at all, and even I had some people apologizing, which I was like, yeah.
The reality, look, something that is worth remembering is that if it feels bad, if it feels off, if something's wrong at the start, 9 times out of 10, it's just bad through and through. There's not going to be some new shit that recontextualizes what you've been presented with. It's not actually going to dramatically change as a game in a way that's more entertaining. Like, after the first, if you almost want to, like, when you compare it to a film or a television series, like, if the first 10% of it sucks, it's probably just all going to be terrible. Not only is it probably going to be terrible, there's like, because probably it's like, oh, that's like 75% chance. It's like, dude, it's a lot higher than that. You should trust that gut feeling. There's a reason why that's happening. Once the tutorial ends and the game begins, it doesn't, like, some of the worst content is after that. It's the same as like in Metroid Prime 4, where you're like, oh, when's it gonna open up? And then it's like, it just doesn't, mate.
Gosh. Dude, the fucking biggest lie ever told, that when you leave Miles, you get no more annoying Focus M dialogue. And it's like, yeah, you do. It's the whole fucking game.
They lied. They lied. All those people who said that he doesn't talk to you anymore, they were liars. Just like people saying, oh, the game really begins with the tax sim. First of all, that is insane.
Yeah.
That's
Insane claim to do,
with
yeah.
a straight face. And it's not
Especially
even true.
when it
There's
starts
more
with 2
tutorials in
advanced
the
trading combat scenarios.
It's not tutorials. This is after playing the game for like 20 hours.
This is unfucking
So, yeah,
believable that you're... Yeah, so just so everyone understands, this is Fringy playing Tax Sim, and right now it's like, you need to throw your opponent over the railing. It's like, why are you... I've just played fucking 50 hours of this bullshit. Like, why are you making me do this?
Yep. And then to make me do that and have it that I keep throwing him in and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I keep throwing him at it and he doesn't go over. So, like, when you break it down, it's like, so story is abysmal, mechanics abysmal, level design terrible. What has it got going? I guess the graphics are kind of all right.
Yeah.
I guess the music is
How
kind
many
of okay.
fucking times do we have to say this shit? At least the
Music
graphics
was
are
kind of
weird.
dull, I
at least the graphics are all right. Because I don't even know that you could honestly say that this game is polished. This game has, like, bugs.
Yeah.
I mean, I think every one of us had a crash at least once. I had a really awkward bug where I think I hit retry, like when I died, I think I hit it too fast. And the loading screen, like, disappeared and I could see the game load in. And then when it fully loaded in, I had no sound. And then you've just got little stuff, visual glitches, enemies that just break and they, like, walk into a wall forever. those sorts of things. So, like, I don't even know that you could say that it's that polished, but maybe they should have put the Ubisoft logo on the box and then people would realize that. Because in the absence of that, people don't realize that it's actually very similar to a Ubisoft game.
Despite all passion and effort to do so, they kept taking me away from the Bondverse. I wanted to stay connected so I could upload my...
that too, yeah. It kept crashing. It kept kicking you out reliably. Very annoying.
It's funny
because on that front,
I've seen people respect this game as like, this isn't one of them always online, money grubbing, blah, blah, blahs. And I'm just like, dude, did you not go online? Like, did you never?
Yeah.
Like, because you can't even say
think...
it's like, oh, well, your internet was fucking up. I was like, I was streaming it, my dude. Like, I don't think that was the problem.
It happened to everybody. It's happened to everybody. It just doesn't work.
No. I think I was a bit more lucky on PC. And the only crash I had is because it was too warm in my room. It was like a hot day, and I just had everything on full blast in the game, like Ultimate and everything, and yeah, my whole PC just fucking went off. I was like, oh, that's
no
fix
good.
that.
But yeah, no, I mean, I had it crash at least once for me, which is
yeah. I mean, I see some of your guys' streams, and it's like, yep, disconnected from the Bondverse, did the thing, did the blah blah. Like, oh, that's really cool.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's just like the AI is just fucking stupid as well. When I got to the second Damien fight, and you have to hack his wrist, I just ran in a circle around him, and he couldn't deal with that. Even though he has a shotgun in his hand.
Fucking amazing.
Which is double funny because all the enemies normally just get rid of their weapons when you get close to them, but the fucking boss, you just run in a circle around him, and he can't deal with that. It's so embarrassing.
I find it so funny that, you know, a lot of the reviews said this might be like the best Bond game ever, because you got to remember, that's kind of like an interesting statement to make, because James Bond as a series has a weirdly outsized influence on the gaming industry. GoldenEye is incredibly important as a video game, and I suppose would be what most people probably point to as being the best Bond game. But there are other games that could be pointed to as well that people might have a conversation about, you know, their merits. But it's so interesting that people said that when, as far as I'm concerned, I think the answer for why this game got reviewed so well is simple. It is a licensed game that is not in the mold of licensed games of the past, where it's clearly got like an immense budget and it's trying to do its own original thing. And consequently, that earns you tremendous points. I think it explains why the Insomniac Spider-Man games got so much points. I think it explains why that Indiana Jones game got reviewed so well. It's like, yeah, if you attach it to a license that people like, but it isn't a typical movie license game that we used to get on like the older consoles, then it's like, oh, but this one's telling its own story, or alternatively, it fits into the continuity of the films and it's got a high budget. And as long as it's published by the right companies, so it's not published by EA or published by Ubisoft, if it's published by Sony or Bethesda, because, you know, their reputation, you know, or in this case, it was like independently published / Amazon Games, which nobody really has an opinion on. Like, I'm sorry, it's hard for me not to view that if Outlaws wasn't a Ubisoft game and it didn't have as many bugs at launch, that it would have had the same reception as this game. People would have said it's
got
amazing.
So many same
Star Wars
mechanics. It's insane.
The open world. It's got the syndicate system is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, they're so similar. They're so fucking similar, which is crazy when there's no reason they should be. One of them is an open world game, like an open world action game, and the other one is meant to be like a linear espionage, like spy game.
And that is, you know what, the big fucking... You've played this game. That is the conclusion about this. And you've played all of its pieces. There's no point in touching this. It is the slop of the sloppiest kind. It's a generative, like, iterative ghost photocopy of a bunch of things that came before it. It's the equivalent of that scene in the back rooms where it's scanning down on all those rooms, and it goes from a high detailed one to pieces are missing, more pieces are missing, more pieces are missing, until you come to this. We're like, what is this? And you're like, well, it's a bit of Uncharted, a bit of Arkham, a bit of the other Bond games in the past, bit of Uncharted. And you're like, what? Bit of Hitman thrown in. You're like, I'm sorry, what is it? And you're like, I don't know what it is.
No, but it really works. I didn't think it would work, but it works. You know, it's a fusion that really comes together.
It totally
works.
How?
Why? I couldn't tell you how. It's like, well, that sucks. You know, if you can't tell me how, what am I meant to do with that?
And you'll feel nothing. Like, Nothing
You sure?
meaningful,
Yeah.
nothing worthwhile, nothing that sticks with you. It's all designed to just keep you going. It's like I'd say it's like the Force Awakens effect. All of this game is designed to do is convince you played an awesome video game, but it isn't actually that. It just needs to make you think
But if you
that,
want to
make you
actually
feel
play
that.
the game, you'll be punished aggressively
And
for doing so.
I think it sounds absurd to say because it's just like, oh, it makes you feel like you played a good game, but you didn't actually. And it's like, dude, we saw it happen with Force Awakens. Everyone said it was an amazing Star Wars film, and now no one says it. And it's like, how else do you explain that? The film is designed to make you feel that thing, but it isn't that thing. So it doesn't survive. And neither will this game. It simply will not survive.
It won't. Everybody who's saying it's Game of the Year contender will forget it once the end of the year rolls around and Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out.
In
And
fact,
it's like an actual video game.
You'll get a post eventually that starts shitting on it, and then you'll get the posts that say, dude, remember when everyone turned on the Bond game?
Enough time
that's
Can
an
we
annoying
find
thing as
bit
well.
bad? It's like, fuck off.
Well, yeah, that's fun. And then people say, like, I will not stand for this rewriting of history. It's like, dude, all that's happening is that the hype has worn off and people are starting to engage with it critically.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's a formula that's inevitable. And what's interesting is that when people try to essentially almost brute force this for stuff that's good, it fails. It doesn't work. When people try to, Puss in Boots 2 actually fucking sucked, and all these people said it's great. Yeah, it didn't work, didn't stick. You know, but yet it does stick to certain movies. It's weird that.
Is it a bit insane to think, like, because we've implied that once we reach the 10-year anniversary of Gollum coming out, that we might all do another round. But I anticipate that far more fondly than the idea of replaying this. Like,
yes, I do.
It's just kind of funny.
It's hilarious.
Well, and it's just like we might get a whole new set of glitches, a whole new set of interactions because they haven't fixed that game. They never will. So it's like it's just gonna be that way. Meanwhile, this game is just how fucking boring that I'd have to watch 10 hours of cutscenes, 5 hours of walking cutscenes, another 5 hours of just exposition in the middle of driving or some shit. It's like, nah, I'm good.
No, because Gollum is something of a unique experience, whereas it's like you said, this game you've played before. It's just that you've played better versions of all of its component pieces before. Yeah. In which case, you should just pursue those games, you know? You would be better off playing Uncharted or Hitman rather than playing this. You'd be better off playing GoldenEye. Like, you'd have more fun.
Oh, for sure. And Nightfire and Everything or Nothing. Yep. Basically any Bond game that honestly, isn't this.
There's a good chance that what was it, Bloodstone or whatever, that came out on Xbox 360, it's probably a better game than this.
Probably. It's probably a game.
Yep,
I love
probably.
Those.
It probably just has generic,
this
like,
fucker is a phony.
You know, Gears of War combat.
This thing is a skinwalker, and it does everything it can to skip every corner to just not actually have to make a game, instead just make you think you're playing one. I hate it.
And I suppose what's going to be unfortunate about it is that this is probably going to entail the creative destruction of IOI. This is way more positive press for this than they ever got for Hitman, even though Hitman probably will sustain more of an audience. Yeah. The lesson that's learned is make more stuff like this. That Hitman stuff, like, yeah, it did all right for you, but like, this is the one that's going to get you the Game of the Year nomination, which is almost certainly going to get, but it won't win. Guaranteed it won't win.
There's another chapter in the Metro of the games industry, which, you know, we've gone over these sorts of things before in other games, but yeah, this is an infection. This is this has hit this game hard.
I need Grand Theft Auto 6 to be great. I need it to
Grand
be
Theft
great,
Auto has the responsibility to try and lead the herd.
It does, that's the thing. The hope is that it's so good that it actually forces change in the gaming industry. And I know that people will say, yeah, but it costs like $1 billion. That's not fair. It's like, what do you mean fair? They're video games. It's a game is a game. And, you know, this is a full price game and that'll be a full price game. And also, dude, all these games are expensive. I saw recently that the new Gears of War might have a budget of $400 million. All of these games are absurdly expensive.
And they all share so much DNA. And of course, it's a scale. I've explained this a couple times on stream. There are games I think The Last of Us destroys this as a game, but there's Last of Us DNA in here. In the same vein of there's Uncharted DNA, there's Hitman DNA. It's just but those are good. A lot of them at their best are really fucking good. But then there's stuff other, Resident Evil 4 remake. Loads of there's modernisms in that are frustrating. There's modernisms in God of War you know, the Norse ones. And it's like all of them are scoring at different points on a big scale, but this one to me is like this is nearly out of the running to even be classified. It's so slop. There's like nothing. There's no soul left. It's all gone. And it's just a bad sign because everything can gradually just get infected by this. Every IP becomes this. Wolverine is going to be this. Like,
it's going to be this for sure.
Oh,
Wolverine's going to be this. Fable's going to be this.
Yeah.
What other fucking shit got announced? There's going to be like this. You know, fuck. There's other fucking games that. Well, no. Funnily enough, it's like, well, what about like the new Resident Evil? It's like it'll probably be better. Like it probably will. It's so weird that like Resident Evil, which is like a very inconsistent franchise at this point, is like, yeah, I'll take that, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a
Kind of trying to be a game and
good
making mistakes.
reference as well. Laufey seems to have like it's the infection is I don't know, it's metastasized the cancer potentially. I haven't played the game yet, but from the trailer, not looking reassuring.
Dude, it is ridiculous that they got Jack Quaid to actually be in the fucking boot, like in the studio, dressed as a fucking cube for fucking motion capture. Like, dude, no wonder these games cost $1 billion. How much
So
do you think you got paid to
stupid.
stand around as a cube that's just going to get fully
I
animated?
think I saw
anyway?
someone
And
tweet.
the-
Oh,
because
yeah,
someone
sorry.
said-
Resident Evil
because
9
someone-
is another example as well, by the way. The modernisms are
Yeah.
all over that fucking thing as well.
Yes.
on the
that's
whole
true.
that he's like they're rigged up as like the cube, and I saw
Yeah,
someone like
as a cube.
defend is like, yeah, but if they do this, it's gonna be much cheaper than them having to rig everything and make sure. It's like, bro, you can just take anybody to be in that.
I just
You
wanna-
just put
you
everybody
don't
in
need
there.
to
I
get
just want to pause you guys
you
real
can-
quick for the visual. Free made the mistake here of vaulting that guy, which means you can no longer
yes.
get the prompts.
I kicked him closer to it so that I couldn't. Yeah.
How
I couldn't go
fucking
on the zip line.
stupid that if he's just an
That
inch
is
closer, you're no longer allowed to use the
so
zip
dumb.
line. It's like, what the fuck is
Even
wrong with
though
you?
The whole point of this mission is I need to get to the zip line so that I can get away. I don't care if there's a dude nearby that's trying to punch
The
me.
thing is,
My
the
favorite
game
part
doesn't
is
even
I actually
care
got
if he's
on
a meter and a half. It's a meter and
No.
that's too close. Like, oh,
It's
come
right
on.
there. Yeah. My favorite part was when I pressed the button and got on the zip line and I started going down and someone hit me, so I lost. Even though I had succeeded and I should have been invincible, but whatever. But the gaming industry, it worries me so, except for Nintendo, because they're still kind of making video games. I assume
Even
you
then,
know
though,
there's
that
there will
had
be
the problem with the Nintendo Direct of announcing it's sort of increasingly remakeism kind of blends in there,
Yeah,
bleeds into
yeah.
there as
Yeah.
well. There wasn't a huge amount from that I looked at and thought, oh, that's I want to play that because it's new. It's not like Ocarina of Time remake. I'd almost be happy never to ever get because that
I
original game is really
threw up
good.
when they showed him lying there. It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
Nasty.
And I think
get-
they've announced in the lead up material, Nintendo have admitted like it's taking them longer and longer to make games that are costing more and more, and that they need to do something
Yeah.
about that. If they're serious about doing something about that, then that's good because they've
Yeah.
recognized a problem. It's not. I don't think a coincidence that if you take Exposition 33, which I've not played yet, obviously, but I believe it. From what I'm told, it deserves the praise it's gotten. Is not from a major studio and is not with a ridiculous multi-$100 million budget. It doesn't employ 700 people to make.
Yeah.
It's not an always online or live service thing, and that probably tells you something. Like, these things are becoming more like movies. They're taking movie length times to put together on movie length budgets with movie type casts and movie style backroom teams, which cost way more even than an individual actor does. Like if you multiply, just add another 100 people on minimum wage to the staff role of any video game, and you are potentially looking at a budget over a 5-year development cycle. It's in the tens of millions of dollars at that point. These things get ridiculously expensive very quickly. Not just because of celebrity stuff, but because of the amount of work required to generate what they conceive a Hollywood-style game as being. Actually, simplicity is probably still the answer. It's cheaper and it's more enjoyable, and it produces video games.
But the problem is, and people don't want to admit it, graphics like matters when it comes to games and their success.
And then marketing.
When people say they don't care about graphics, like you can say that, it's probably not even true. Everybody cares about how a game looks to some extent, but like it absolutely matters. One of the big selling points for Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be that it is an immense budget with insane graphics and attention to detail. As much as people might get mad that Red Dead Redemption 2 clips keep getting shared of how detailed that game is, like, That stuff sells games. The more realistic it looks, and all of that push means more money. More money, longer development, and when you're spending this much money and this much time, your game kind of can't afford to fail. So it's no surprise that it's promoted this very safe, non-alienating kind of design philosophy that unfortunately tends to work unless you're Ubisoft. And then it doesn't work because nobody likes Ubisoft, and maybe it's going to work less for Bethesda. But then if you put a different logo on it, it's all good. Sorry, I hate to bring it up, but I can't. Yeah, look at that. I get sniped
Oh,
off
no.
of the zip line.
That
And
is
I'm on
funny.
it.
So it's like,
But,
hit the zip line to
yeah,
win,
no.
and it's like, I did.
I did, no, and you shot me. But
They always said
yeah,
they,
no,
they're allowed to hit you there, but not when you're fucking vaulting before.
no,
Do you remember,
it's
by the
amazing, it's
way,
great.
because mentioning Nintendo and then also from trailers and I think when the Metroid Prime 4 trailer came out, for you were like, woohoo, Metroid Prime, and I was like,
Yeah. That was my mistake. And then I saw the Miles stuff later, and I was like, "Oh shit, it's over!
It's over.
It's actually over." I just hope Star Fox is coming out in a couple of weeks. That'll be fun. It'd be nice if they were making a new game instead of remaking Star Fox again. But I guess I'll take it over just this because it'll probably be fun. But yeah, I don't know. Increasingly, you got to go looking for indie games and middle market games and stuff like that if you're looking for sort of innovative game experiences.
Not to keep referencing them, it's just the ones that made the biggest impact on me. But Blueprints, a game where you gradually discover rooms in a house through a magical setup where you construct them as you go, and that you have to strategically place them and solve the puzzles within the rooms, and the rooms being connected in particular ways unlock different. It was just this just feels new. I don't feel like this is a game where I play it. It's like, oh, what's this game like? And it's like, which is how wonderful to be able to play something and be like, I can't reference anything for this. This is kind of fucking nuts, and I recommend it. Sort of thing.
Meanwhile, with a game like this, I mean, Christ, could you think of something that you can't reference?
Exactly.
Some way, shape, or
Can you think of
form?
anything fucking new? It's filled with the amount of shimmying on yellow lines, the amount of climbing yellow lines, the amount of waiting around and fucking it's all and it's all so thin and sloppy. Just why are they upset? It's like hiding loading times, ensuring places for dialogues. I think we got to move on, guys. Please, it's got to pop. The bubble's got to fucking pop. Whoever started this has got to stop. Is it everything now? I can't handle it anymore. Please.
Mm-hmm.
Have mercy.
See, that's a bad game.
Yeah. Just all around pretty fucking bad. Zero recommendation on this one.
Even have the decency to be short.
No, it's long.
Outstays its fucking welcome like crazy.
2 times towards the end, it was like, oh, surely this was the end. It's like, no, MI6 is getting fucking attacked. Which, by the way, MI6 is somewhere in the middle of London. I don't even know the fuck they did that, but that's. I don't want to get back in. I'm tired.
It's done. It took us 15 hours, but we did it. It's dead.
Done.
Well, funny for you. For me, it's been 15 hours of this because we forged this for 7 hours last week.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, wait. Why don't you tell people more about that, Mel, and where they can find it right now?
Well, we did a forge last week with John. And Mark, of course, he's there all the time because co-host and stuff. Yeah, we forged that shit. That was fun stuff. Yeah, tomorrow we're forging Obsession, which I've watched today, and I really liked it. I think it's pretty good. So that should be a fun little discussion where we talk about the movie. And well, I'm not done with this game yet because I'm playing through this again offline to get more information and. Yeah, give me some time. I'm cooking up a video about this because fuck this game. And yeah, next week I'll play some Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo Well of Assassination Hitman. I'm looking forward to that because it's probably going to be a lot of fun. That's it. Thank you.
Nothing else. That's it.
I think so. Did I forget something? There's more stuff to see on my stuff. You scaring me. What's up?
Yeah. Oh, I think he was just asking rhetorically.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just expect so much more from you. You disappoint me. I mean, yeah,
Why?
it sounds awesome, dude. I'm excited. And it sounds like it's gonna be great.
You say that, but you still capitalized the C in Metal Commander in the description I just saw, so you can shut the fuck up.
That's my autism. I do that with everyone. I have to constantly change. I never remember. I do it with Joe Danger a million times. I've done it with Das Bullshit a million times. I don't know what it is in my brain. I never remember what whether or not it's capitalized. Capital Opinions drives me nuts. Never remember if he's capitalized the O and the P. But that's just me. I don't even consistently spell my name. Like, this is my excuse. Whenever I forget a birthday, people get really upset. I'm like, dude, I don't remember my own. Okay, it's really not personal. But all right. Well, Fringy, Platoon, how about you guys?
Mando video is fighting copyright, and me be doing so all week. I don't know. It'll come out at some point, and then I don't know. Might take a look at Disclosure Day, which I believe has just come out. Yeah, it's kind of it, really. I feel lost now. Like the last month has been nonstop boys and Bond,
Ugh.
and now there's
Boys and
nothing.
Boys and Bond. Boys and break by break.
Yeah, well, and I mean it's not even over. We got Toy Story 5 and Supergirl coming out back to back.
Wait, Supergirl as well?
Yeah, it's the end of the
Yeah,
month,
it's in 2
25th.
weeks. Yeah,
I don't
2
have
weeks.
that much time. They need to stop.
Yeah, no, it's exciting stuff. I'm just working, you know. I'm just back in that dungeon, just working away. That's
Well,
all
right.
for now.
I'm on my end. Sorry about the whole like there was no Boofy stream, but Gary was not available for it. But I'm pretty sure the next one is definitely happening. Hopefully, also obviously on Real BBC and Open Bar as per usual. And Monday, I mean, I'm pretty sure I think Monday we're doing. I'm going to be doing Resident Evil 2 remake. All right, I should be. There's nothing that should necessarily get in the way. But all right, you know that'll be the plan. Also,
Only 800 Resident Evil games left. Are you excited?
all those people are like, you got to play Hitman. I was like, dude, I can't abandon Resident Evil. That'll be mean. I can't do that. But a lot of people, because I've been just doing a lot of Bond and talking about it. A lot of people have been speculating about something to happen with that. I don't like to confirm anything in any way for anything. Okay, but what I will do is show a visual that can capture the ambiguity. So if you say like, you're doing one, aren't you? Which is what they do whenever I stream any game. This is my response, okay? In full. 100%. All right, we good. So anyway, I guess that'll be it from us tonight, all right? And we'll just say goodbye, good night, and have a good night, everybody. So,
See you later, everybody.
Yeah, doodle pip. Cheerio.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.